graffiti by the water. Teacher said, I think you're going under somehow, someday, never fade. A little reckless, never slowed down. By the night we're taking over this town. Repeat, no sleep, never great. 17 never fading, and nobody ever do it like us. We are legends, no endings, never done. 17 never fading, it was written in the stars above. We are rising, still shining, never gone. 17 never, hey. 17 never fading. 17 never
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Hold on, shift around, low bass, feel the bloom, no rush, take time, everything on the line, wait right there on my way. When I move like this, no delay. When I move like this, on my way, feel it come and go, one step and I'm out the door. When I move like this. When I move like this, no delay. When I move like this, no name, still no lead, my own, no push, just flow. I don't force, I glow, I touch, then gone, right place, no wrong. You see, wait right there on my way. When I move like this, no delay. When I move like this, on my way, feel it come and go, one step and I'm out the door. When I move like this. When I move like this, no delay. When I move like this. On my way, feel it come and go, one step and I'm out the door. When I move like this.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But now I will not resign, and I am biting my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. stronger. Don't push the limits, cause nobody can stop her. Under pressure, she walked out with diamonds. And you can't touch her cause her beauty is timeless. She's unstoppable. She's unstoppable. Can't take her down, she only gets stronger. She's unstoppable. She's unstoppable. Unstoppable. She's unstoppable. They try to dim her light, but baby, she's brighter. They tried to break her down, she came out a fighter. They tried to dim her light, but baby, she's brighter. They tried to break her down, she came out a fighter. She's unstoppable. She's unstoppable. Can't take her down, she only gets stronger. She's unstoppable. She's unstoppable.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
베타 디비전의 이코입니다.
바렐의 푹신아입니다.
리큐 테이크 원.
우리가 언제 처음에 만났었지?
2021년이었나? 우리가 리그 나이트 일본 팀에 들어가기 전에 무슨 아마추어 팀을 잠깐 했었는데 그때 처음 만났던 것 같은데?
근데 그때 형이랑 처음 만났을 때 TNL이라는 팀에 있었잖아. 난 나에게 형은 정말 뭔가 엄청 커다란 사람이었어. 그런데 좀 무서웠어. 왜냐하면은 너무 엄청난 팀에 있었고 그래서 와, 나 이 형이랑 같이 하면은 나 진짜 뭔가 잔소리 같은 거 많이 듣지 않을까 하면서 좀 무서웠었어. 형은 내 첫인상 어땠어?
근데 재성이는 재민이었어. 말을 안 들을 줄 알았는데 그래도 뭔가 내가 뭔가를 주도하면은 너는 좀 따라와주는 쪽이었으니까 뭐 탑은 아니고 잠깐만 이거는
일본어가 좋아, 계속해 나쁘지 않아.
대회 경험이 많이 없었는데도 그때 너무 잘해줘가지고 난 좀 꽤 편했어.
형이랑 처음에 팀원으로 했을 때 솔직히 내 나이 또래 애들밖에 상대를 안 해봤단 말이야. 그렇다 보니 뭔가 형을 상대하는 데 있어서 너무 불편함이 많았고 좀 많이 미숙한 면이 굉장히 많았는데도 불구하고 형이 너무 잘 대해주고 작전도 엄청 많이 짜주고 피드백도 진짜 열정적으로 다 해주고 그냥 난 형이 너무 좋긴 했어 그때.
정말.
형이 있기에 내가 지금 여기 있는 거라 생각해.
이건 좀 과찬을 또 네. 아니,
VCT, JP 경험에서 혹시 퍼시픽에 와가지고 그때 그 경험이 도움됐던 게 뭐가 있어 혹시?
나는 일본에 있을 때는 엄청 이기고 싶다는 열정이 좀 심했어가지고 내가 하고 싶었던 게 되게 많아. 그래서 그거를 좀 많이 시도를 할 수 있었던 경험이라고 생각해서 그거 덕분에 이제 내 역할에 대해서는 내 할 일을 할 수 있는 그런 거는 좀 많이 좋아졌다고 생각하긴 해. 그럼 재성이는 좀 어땠어?
일단 처음에 일본 팀에 있었을 때는 내가 아무것도 모르다 보니까 형이 알려주고 그리고 형이 말하는 것만 시키면서 그렇다 보니 오히려 내 피지컬도 많이 늘어나고 그리고 뭔가 내가 엔트리로서의 그 각이라던가 그런 걸 잘 보게 됐는데 그런 거 덕분에 이제 또 DRX에 들어가서 아직까지 증명한 건 없지만 증명할 수 있다고 난 믿고 있어가지고
너 할 수 있지.
둘 다 해보자고. 둘 다
잘하잖아.
가능해.
가야지.
가야지. 형, 우리 둘 다 일본에서 부트캠프로 게임을 해봤었잖아.
그치.
어땠어, 형은?
일단 나는 되게 좋았어. 뭔가 일본이라는 나라가 일단 한국에서도 되게 가까우니까 해외에 나가면 가장 문제가 한국 음식이 가끔 먹고 싶잖아. 근데 일본에서는 가깝다 보니까 한국 음식도 되게 많아. 그리고 일본 자체 이제 음식도 되게 많고 이제 난 되게 편하고 좋았어. 일본에 있을 때.
이제 나는 마스터즈 도쿄 때 일본에 잠깐 있었는데 뭔가 그 일본만의 그 잔잔한 분위기라던가 그 길거리가 너무 힐링이 되는 거야, 그게.
맞긴 해.
꿈의 도시인가? 하면서 이제
그렇긴 해. 좀 그런 느낌이 있긴 해.
되게 기분이 좋았어, 그래서.
너가 이제 퍼시픽에 처음으로 이제 합류하게 됐던 때랑 퍼시픽에 처음 경기를 하게 됐던 날 그때 기억나?
이제 퍼시픽에서 처음 경기했을 때 너무 긴장을 많이 했거든? 근데 아무래도 우리 팀원 형들이 너무 베테랑이다 보니까 너무 날 잘 케어해줬고 미안하지만 그때 상대가 제타였어. 첫 개막전, 첫 경기 때 에이스를 한번 했었거든.
나 그거 봤어.
난 그게 너무 기억에 남아. 그때 기분이 너무 좋았어. 형은 뭐 퍼시픽 처음 왔을 때랑 경기했을 때 어땠어?
이제 첫 경기를 했을 때는 긴장은 별로 안 했어. 나 오프라인도 예전에 많이 했고 뭔가 익숙하다 보니까 긴장은 안 했는데 그때는 사실 좀 못했어. 뭔가 스스로에 대한 길을 좀 못 찾았던 때라서 설레고 좋은 스타트였지만 좀 잘 못해서 좀 아쉬웠던. 재성아, 이제 너가 퍼시픽에 거의 이제 4년차 대선배인데 좀 뭐가 좀 달라진 것 같아?
처음 했을 때는 뭔가 경기장이라던가 너무 나에게 너무 컸어. 경기장을 그렇게 세세하게 볼 만큼의 여유가 있진 않았어, 나에게는. 근데 1년이 지날수록 점점 여유가 생기면서 처음 했을 때는 이제 위에 분들, 아래 분들만 있었는데 어느 순간 보니까 좌우에도 생겼고 그 결승전도 엄청 멋있어지고 그리고 대기실 앞에 이제 선수들을 위한 그 과자라던가 음료수라던가 그런 게 있어. 근데
그
그런 게
막걸리들.
엄청 다양해요, 퍼시픽이. 그게 솔직히 난 개인적으로 굉장히 마음에 들었어.
확실히 처음 때랑 진짜 많이 바뀌었어. 24년 때는 진짜 그렇다 할 슈퍼스타가 많이 없었거든. 근데 지금은 그냥 어느 팀에 가도 한 명씩 슈퍼스타가 한 명씩 다 있어. 진짜 비교할 수 없을 만큼 진짜 다들 너무 잘해져가지고 확실히 프로게이머 같은 느낌이 좀 많이 생겼어.
형, 우리 둘 다 근데 생각해보니까 젠지에 같이 있었잖아. 연도는 다르지만 형이 있었을 때 젠지는 어땠어?
나 좋았던 게 회사가 되게 잘 돼 있는 회사? 팀도 그렇고 뭔가 이제 거기 환경도 그렇고 되게 선수가 게임 집중할 수 있게 많이 해주는 회사긴 해. 나중에 이 회사가 발로란트도 잘해줄 것 같다라고 나는 사실 믿긴 했었거든. 근데 너가 있을 때는 좀 다행이다.
나 때는 형이 말했듯이 처음에는 이제 다들 생각해보니까 난 2년 뒤에 젠지네. 2년 뒤에 젠지다 보니까 이게 정도는 잘 돼 있고 들어가기 전에 이제 마스터즈 우승까지 했다 보니까 그 우승의 그 아우라도 있었고 어떻게
그렇긴 해.
보면은 그리고 이제 단장님이라던가 그리고 매니저님 굉장히 잘 챙겨주셨어.
맞긴 해.
굉장히 즐거웠던 것 같아. 내가 물어보고 싶긴 해, 솔직히 이거는. 나는 프로게이머로서 난 형이 너무 자세가 좋다고 생각해서 꼭 한 번쯤은 다음에 형이랑 같이 팀을 해보고 싶은데 형은 혹시 생각 있어?
뭐 기회가 된다면은 뭐 해도 되지만은 이제 예전에 아무래도 재성이가 같은 팀에 있을 때 랭크 30번을 초대를 했는데 이제 한 번도 받아준 적이 없어가지고 팀을 같이 하면은 랭크를 같이 못하지 않을까라고 생각해서 제가 이제 푹신한 선수에게 물어보고 싶은 거는 그 이유는 좀 물어봐도 될까요? 제가
이게
제가 그때 너무 못했나요?
사실 나도 기억이 안 나. 네 정말 미안해.
그때는 사실 랭크 좀 안 하긴 했어요. 근데 지금은 나 랭크 많이 하긴 해.
이제 가는 거야. 가보자 그럼 다시.
가볼까?
형, 팀 하잖아?
어.
1년 내내 형이랑 할게.
아 진짜로?
진짜로.
나 랭크 1등 시켜주는
진짜
거야?
진짜 질릴 때까지 계속 시켜줄게 내가. 초대해줄게 내가 다음에. 내가 할게 형.
렛츠고 가보는 거야 우리. 재상아 이제 스테이지 2 있는데 좀 어때? 좀 준비 어떻게 잘 되고 있어?
우리 애들이 이제 어떻게 보면 나보다 아직 많이 경험이 부족한 선수들이라 내가 지금까지 쌓아왔던 경험들이 이제 도움이 될 것 같아가지고 애들한테 최대한 나눠주면서 게임을 하고 있고 우리 바렐이라는 팀이 어떻게 보면은 지금 6연패를 하고 있지만은 항상 보면은 비비다 지거나 아깝게 졌다고 생각해. 꼴등이지만 1등 팀도 이길 수 있는 그런 난 무서운 팀이라 생각하거든.
무서워.
어느 팀든 이길 수 있다.
너무 무서워.
물론 어디 팀한테도 질 수 있지만
근데 나도 이제 우리 팀에 되게 가능성을 좀 많이 느끼고 있거든. 아직까지는 좀 뭔가 대회장에서 뭔가 좀 보여줘야 되는 그런 힘이 좀 딸린다고 해야 되나? 근데 그거를 이제 우리가 좀 많이 느껴서 좀 많이 준비를 했기 때문에 나는 조금 기대를 하고 있어 사실. 잘하면은 챔피언스 갈 수 있나? 라는 느낌으로. 샹하이 가고 싶어요. 중국어 공부하고 있어요. 샹하이 가고 싶다.
워샹시 빙칠링
와 중국 잘하는데?
둘 다 화이팅 해보자.
파이팅 해보자.
챔스 가자.
갑시다.
갑시다. 형은 나의 첫인상이랑 지금 봤을 때 어떤 차이가 있어?
비슷해. 그냥 나이가 좀 많은 잼민이. 그래도 이제 많이 성장했구나. 예전에는 총만 잘 쏘던 잼민이었는데 요즘은 생각도 하겠지? 난 좋게 보고 있긴 해.
생각도 하겠지. 형은 진짜 우리랑 한번 만나야겠다. 스테이지 2 때.
만나고 싶다. 왜 다른 쪽인 거야 우리? 아쉽다.
형,
응?
우리가 마지막으로 셀카 찍었을 때 기억나?
찍은 적 없는 것 같아 우리는.
지금이라도 한 장 찍을까 같이?
한 장 한번 찍을까?
찍자. 아 앉아서.
앉아 찍자. 나 다리 아파.
확인했잖아. 멘트 받았잖아.
나이가 많아가지고.
자, 김치.
감사합니다 셀카.
아리가토 고자이마스. 형 우리 만나면 이길 자신 있어? 나는 하나만 말할게. 제타한테 져본 적이 없어.
뭐 그래 너 화이팅하고 뭐
그렇게 말하면 내가 뭐가 돼요, 형?
뭐야 이거?
Go inside.
여기 들어가라고요?
야, 이거 너무 어려운데 이게 말이 되냐 이거?
Holy, this is gonna be hard.
아니 저기서부터 보라고. 저기 시작 지점이라고.
경로가
그래. 히 클러치.
Yo, imposter.
왜? 타임.
Why they didn't use smoke?
아 뭔지 알겠다.
왜? 야. 히어서.
너무 어렵네. 와 미치겠다.
Twas the night before stage 2, the calm before the storm. Not a player was resting. Not one could be warned. The blueprints were laid out with meticulous care, in the hopes that a trophy soon would be there. Every team had a plan, some of them good. Every team doing things that perhaps no one should. For every plan made, there's someone in the way. Someone who's ready and willing to ruin your day. There is, of course, only one way to the top. You earn it, you fight for it, you simply don't stop. Against 11 other teams who wanted the same, who'd go to great lengths just to stake their own claim. The trophy sits waiting, the storm hasn't stirred. We've been waiting right along with them, every last word. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the storm.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2026.
I don't care what they say, I won't dare look away. My eyes are dead set on winning. Though it may seem dark, but what sets me apart is that I am always believing. So don't ever let them try, don't never let them take your shine. Always protect your line. Don't they know we are warriors? In the heart, in the right, we never turn down a fight.
try to make you see that you have broken dreams in your mind. It's full of wonder. Why can't they let us be? We were meant to be free and no one can take us under. So don't ever let them try, don't ever let them take your shine. Always protect your light. Don't they know we are warriors? Stand hard from the earth, we never turn down a fight. Cause we are believers. Cause we are believers. One of a kind, it's true. I do what I wanna do. I don't follow trends, I don't follow cues. Told you. I do what I wanna do. Don't care what you say. I play my own game. Don't care what you say. Do it my own way. Don't care what you say. I do my own thing. I do my own thing. Gonna do my own thing. I 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 do my own thing. Now, don't need you to understand. I know your rules, but I got my own little plan. Now, don't need you to understand. Just let me be who I am. 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 Don't care what you say. Fight. I play my own game. Don't care what you say. Do it my own way. Don't care what you say. I do my own thing. I do my own thing. Gonna do my own Back at it. Now, don't need you to understand. I know your rules, but I got my own little plan. Now, don't need you to understand. Just let me be who I am. Now, don't need you to understand. I know your rules, but I got my own little plan. Now, don't need you to understand. Just let me be who I am. 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 Just let me be Let's send him Welcome to the fun house. Pizzazz. Welcome to the fun house. I got funky jazz. Scream. If you want some more, come in. No waiting at the door. Scream. If you want some more, it's an open guest list. Run the applause. Don't test me. You can't eject me. Once the music's playing, you will feel it in your bones. Don't test me. You can't eject me. Click your shoes 3 times. Let the music take you home. Shake it.
Keep your eye on target.
Don't break it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Don't break it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Don't break it. Shake it. We turn up the volume, turn up the volume. I said turn up the volume.
and Jill didn't pay their bills. Rolled down the hill, then it came to the party. But you wanna come too? Don't test me, you can't eject me. Once the music's playing, you will feel it in your bones. Don't test me, you can't eject me. Click your shoes 3 times. Let the music take you home. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Don't break it. Shake it, shake it. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Don't break it. Shake it.
Hello, everyone. It's VALORANT Champions Pacific Time. It's Stage 2, Day 2, and we have a special guest with us. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Pilsky Big Time, and our guest in a brand new color of orange. It is Hector Frost Rosario. Welcome back. I'm glad you're still here. There was a moment I was like, we might need him as an analyst, but you found yourself a new job real quick.
Real quick.
But how are you doing? Tell us, briefly how you've been spending your time between London and now.
Working.
Yeah?
Working.
It's been
no vacation, no break.
Has it been like kind of crazy or not as crazy as when you first joined Global Esports? Because that was crazy too.
No, this is much easier. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Okay.
Hit the ground running as if nothing happened. First day. After the first hour, instant VOD review, and Jit and Cruz getting yelled at. It was perfect. Perfect.
It's like, okay. Perfect. It's like, oh, we're right at home.
Yeah.
But they seem to have welcomed you back in with open arms. And I want to ask, what were some of the first changes you made onto Full Sense after playing against them? I'm also very curious because they changed some of the roles. Like Primi was back on the Duelist with Cruz as the coach. But you always put him on the Sentinel role. So I want to know if there are any big changes. What were some of the first things that you fixed? Change. I should say change. Fix means it's fixed.
I would say there's a lot more collaboration than last time for sure. Because now that Primi went plus 33, he gets to be like, guy, I went plus 33 against you though. So he'll always have that, and he uses that every time he can. But I think me being able to explain to them how I game plan for them and how I made it really difficult for them is something new for them, because now they have somebody that can help them understand what other people might do. Since before I'm like predicting what might happen, and then they see it and then bomb. Now it's like, I've already done it. I've already beat you, so just relax.
So now you beat them, then does that make them more receptive to your ideas coming in this time around?
For sure. Everything is much better now than it was before, and I think the time apart and then us competing against each other super helped. Because even now, I take much more information from Primi compared to when I did before, because he also went plus 33 on me.
Yeah.
And he beat me too. So it's like now I can't just be like, no, bro, I want you to do this. Because now I have to listen to him and go, actually, can I make that work? Right? Will it work?
So has that kind of developed? Because I remember him coming in, and it's kind of one of our storylines we'll go into later, but I remember him coming in at the end of your Stage 2 run a couple of years ago, and then you guys were able to get to champs. So is it like a different relationship now compared to back then when he was a rookie?
There was some friction earlier on, right?
Yeah, for sure. That doesn't exist now, nah. I mean, I think we both grew up in the sense that now I respect him way more. He's so much better than he was back then too, right? I didn't have the time with a rookie, man. I'm not trying to listen to your nonsense.
Yeah.
Now he's one of the best players in the world where I thought he should be. So now it's way different. If he tells me no, this is really good. I know I can beat this guy.
Yeah.
My instinct is going to be can I make it work?
Yeah.
If my instinct fights against it, then I might be brother, this is how I beat you. And now it's way more collaborative.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about 2 changes in the team. One of them was the role change that I noticed, where Cruz went off Smokes and then started playing Senti, and he was kind of talking about that a little bit. What do you think about that change? Have you been involved in that change? Because that was kind of before you came back in, but you played against it a little bit, right?
Yeah, that is not a change I would have made.
Okay.
I typically have not liked, I know Nats and John QT, and there's other guys that can't call from the, I don't want to always say the lurk spot, because it's not always the lurk spot, but from the Sentinel role. It's possible.
Yeah.
I just think it's very difficult. I think you need someone on your team that can mid-round.
Yes.
Well.
Yeah, because they talked about Kahlua being a little bit more vocal. You need someone in the pack. And the other change I wanted to ask as well is that previously it was Leviathan, Now Sephiroth
Yeah.
is stepping into the team. Similarly, they played in the same Thai scene. They played on a lot of these Thai rosters, a lot of talent there. What are your thoughts on having him come in? Were you involved in that decision, or was that something that was
No.
already teed up before you came on
So
board?
last year, if I would have made a change, like if Cruz was going to step down, it was going to be Leviathan. And so Cruz just went ahead and did that, obviously. I didn't see Sephiroth coming, but I got to tell you, he's perfect for me. That guy can play everything.
Yeah.
I have
Okay,
tested
that's
him
good.
on pretty much every role.
Yep.
And I've been very surprised. So he's like the non-Thai player for me.
Oh,
Because
right.
he plays everything. So he'll have a longer career
Yeah.
than I think most baseline,
Yeah.
or most people's baseline, because he's so flexible. So it's actually really nice that they got one.
Yeah, for people that aren't aware, I mean, I've been watching him in the challenges scene. I've seen him playing Senti, controller, and a bit of Yoru pre-nerf and things like that. So yeah, very flexible player. I'm interested to see how he goes in Tier 1.
Yeah.
Now, you know, you didn't have much time coming into Stage 2. Things are a little bit different, though, because you have a lot of familiarity with Full Sense, I assume. I mean, with Cruz and everything, has it been really seamless? Has you said you've seen growth from Premi. Has Cruz changed a lot since the last time you were coaching him?
No, well, I mean, no, not really. No, me and him are the same. Everything went back to literally, dude, okay. I'm going to be very PC about this because it can go. Let's just say my very first lab session with him, this is our relationship. He was like, Hector, that is the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life. And I was like, no, man, I think it can work. He's like, bro, we're not doing that in front of everybody. Now, other people take that stuff and they get really salty about it. That is the nature of, like, me, Jovi. Like, this is the nature of our whole circle is, like, you could just be like, nah, this is bad. And it forces you to have to argue your position. Am I going to let my ego affect that relationship and go, no, man, I said it was good. No, I need the facts to back it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if I don't feel very strongly about this position, I'm just not going to look for the fight. Like, all right, we just won't do it until I go back to the lab and figure out a better approach to be like, dude, I'm telling you this is going to work. Then you go, trust me.
Yep.
And then if it works and if it doesn't, you should be assessed or graded on this result.
Yeah.
So for me and Cruz, it's the exact same. And that's how it started. Literally, our first lab session, he was like, shut up. I was like,
Well, you guys are close like that, and we
Yeah.
see this happen, you know, even off the stage, which is great. That does lead me into the next question, of course, elephant in the room. I mean, not really that anymore, because you've talked about it in every single podcast.
well,
about
I got advice to control the narrative, so
Okay,
I'm lucky.
but I do have one question for
Talk to
you,
me.
you know, because you've answered all the questions already, is that, you know, given the situation, you've been extremely graceful about it in your answers about what happened. Honestly, if that happened to me, I would probably be less graceful about it. Like, why have you, you know, most people expect you not to be. So why have you been?
I think we're all adults. They deserve to live the life that they want. If someone if they're working with or they're around someone they don't want to be around, that is their right. That's their choice. I don't feel like it should always be a blanket statement of like, oh, I brought them together, therefore everyone has to have an undying loyalty to me. I am just surprised, if anything, that they think they have a better chance of making champs without me than with me. And I think that is probably on both of our minds in terms of the number one narrative, I think, for all of VCT Pacific right now is probably who's actually going to make champs, us or them. And that to me is probably like the number one motivator I have in my life at the moment. That is all I'm thinking about is champs.
Yeah.
So
We're thinking about
that's
it
why
too.
I'm so gracious.
Okay,
Speaking
I
of
see.
moving forward, making champs,
Yeah.
we saw Full Sense over at London, over at the Masters, and it was a disappointing result for them, obviously getting grouped.
Yeah.
So how were the vibes after London? Because in all the interviews, you know, there was a lot of positivity coming from within the team, from within Cruz, saying that they're very grateful that they even get a chance to play on those kind of stages, and they're just focusing on moving forward. So how was the mood kind of when you joined, given that it happened?
Look, I'm not going to say that was cap because they are grown men and can answer for themselves. I'm just going to tell you that some of them are killers in that room. They were not happy. So I think part of the reason I'm here is because I don't think I would have had the opportunity to come back as easily or as quickly
If they did better.
if they were like top 4.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it was a direct response to we see a wall, let's go.
Did
You know, it was like that.
Do you think they had more of a perspective of like they got humbled at the international event, or do you think they just didn't play up to their expectations? Because I think that they you know, it can be a bit of a different circumstance sometimes. Either you go to the international event and you're like, oh, these teams are so much better, or you go to the international event and you're like, oh, we played terrible, or we didn't play up to the level that we thought, and we know we're good enough to win.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what my instinct says. Premi went plus 33 and lost. And I'm probably the only person in the world, especially from a coach's perspective. I don't think any other coach, maybe Alex, maybe. But I'm the only one that could have talked to Premi about, this is why you lost. This is what happened. Isn't it better to do it this way instead? I'm pretty sure he would have probably said nah to everybody else. But because of both the history and because we beat them and because like of a lot of other mitigating circumstances, like I have like a lot of respect from some of the people already there. I think it's easier for him to like take that into account, because if not, you're going to get the proverbial, I'm the best player in the world. What do you have to teach me from most people, right? Like if somebody stepped in mid-season and didn't have that already, probably he's going to be on Jet on every map, right?
Yeah,
and
it would be a lot
nothing you can do
harder.
about it. Right. So that's kind of why I think for Cruz it was like important to be like, you know, if he's available, why not?
It's kind of funny how things all worked out. But, you know, my final question before we see Full Sense with Coach Frost on the roster, what should we be expecting from this version of Full Sense? What's going to be different? What should the world be expecting?
I didn't come here to change everything. I will just say that most of what you'll see week to week is just our version of what is the best chance we have at winning versus our opponent. Whereas before it was more like, let's see how well we can scale out whatever comp ideas they have. Now it's like back to where it was before. It's, oh, you play what? You do what? We got to answer for that. And I think that is probably the one thing that they have back that they didn't have before.
Okay. Well, we're really looking forward to it. And, of course, we're looking forward to next week, too. And, yeah, so good luck today, Hector. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you over on that stage.
Thanks, mate.
All right. Really, you know, fun. I think, you know, even without Frost on as a coach for Full Sense, they did qualify to Masters London as well. So you can only imagine this combination is why everyone's so excited. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Frost and Full Sense back at a VCT Pacific Finals. Of course, that'll be happening in Busan.
Yes.
Busan. This stage, I think it's going to be really exciting. First time I'll be going to this city.
Same.
I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit of a different part of Korea, quite honestly. We've been kicking it here in Seoul. It's been pretty good, but I've heard that Busan might be a little bit more chill, a little bit more holiday vibes. That's going to be a good unwind from what will be a pretty intense event. It's going to be the last stage finals for Pacific at the end of the year before champs. That's going to be high pressure. That's going to be very, very exciting.
Bane is actually from Busan, so we'll be talking to him at the end of today, you know, to tell us a bit more about his hometown.
Nice.
Now, we had our first day of Build Diff yesterday.
Did we? I don't remember that.
It was a warm-up day. I
blacked out the whole day.
It was a warm-up day. It was actually not too bad. It was okay for everyone except Pilski.
Thanks, great.
But yeah.
I just wasn't passionate enough, I guess.
No, you should be a passionate gamer because that's who the winner, you know, gets this laptop.
Using the power of AI, I've constructed myself an excellent roster today.
Okay. Well, I'm very excited to see what you guys have today. I'm really excited about today. I think today is a lot harder than yesterday. Yesterday, I think there were some certain like star players that you could easily pick. This one, we have a lot.
Yeah, a lot of big names.
Strong names. And again, of course, to win in Build Diff, you want to collect as many kills as possible on the correct rolls. So let's start with Morgan. What you got today? You are regularly on the top of Build Diff, so let's see what the bestest
I've won twice now, had a decent performance yesterday. Premi on the Duelist, absolutely sensational, even over in Masters despite losing. Francis on that Initiator role, we've seen him play a little bit of Initiator in the gap between stages once again, so happy to see that, think he's great there. Mako on the smokes, the GOAT, the veteran, I love this guy. And then Sentinel, I want Kaide, I think he's actually been growing into that role really, really nicely for DFM, and I gotta have May in there as well, because I think whenever May's playing, I want him in my team. That double Duelist of him and Premi, I thought I'd take the risk and go.
Interesting. I didn't go for May, even though it was tempting. So now I'm curious what Pilski has for his
I think we're
roster.
going to speed up this whole segment because I've got the same team, but Ivy's my flex instead. I didn't take the risk on May.
I think this is a better play.
I'm a little bit worried. I think May has a higher ceiling. If he has a pop-off game, we know just how many kills that May can bring to something like a build diff. Even if he's in your flex role and you get a couple of minus points, he might be worth it. I think Ivy has been pretty consistent, especially across the last EWC qualifier tournament. Sorry, the actual tournament itself.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be a little bit more stable, a little bit less risky of a pick in my flex role, and I won't be getting the minus points.
Now, I completely agree with you on that, Pilski, but having two Nongshim players, I feel like it's a little bit risky considering they just came off an airplane. I mean, we know how jet-lagged Morgan is right now, so I'm wondering how jet-lagged Nongshim is, and that's why I was like, should I put Danby?
Look,
like,
they were on my plane. If I'm feeling it, they're feeling it, and I'm feeling it. So I mean, we see all of us having Primi here. You and Seth putting it in that Sentinel slot. So maybe you know something we don't here.
So I would like to make my case for Primi. I did not have inside knowledge, unlike some other people who might have put him on the Sentinel role. I was going based on history. On talent, Frost always put Primi on a Sentinel, on Deadlock, and everyone's always like, why?
But
so
he's been so good on the Duelist. Where, you know, I mean,
exactly.
Look, I respect the game plan, I respect the scheme, but I also think he's a fantastic Duelist player, so who knows? We'll see where they go with it
I decided
today.
to risk it the way you put May in Flex. Like, I'll eat the points anyway. It doesn't even matter. But anyway, Frost kind of confirmed just now that he's going to be changing these roles a little bit for today because we're going to have Full Sense against Nongshim for the first match of today. I think this is a great way to start, a good way to test both teams because Nongshim, of course, didn't qualify to Masters. They did get a trophy earlier in the year, and this is why they both have so many points right now. One went to Masters London, the other won Masters Santiago. So championship points are really important to both of these teams right now because it counts for something.
We've had very different journeys for these two teams. You had Nongshim very successful at the start of the year, a flawless run all the way from the off-season into Stage 1, straight into Santiago. Stage 2 doesn't go so well. For Full Sense, quite the opposite. Very, very strong run all the way through the initial stage, but unfortunately, at the end in the finals over in Ho Chi Minh as well as in London, maybe a little bit of disappointment there.
Well, we are also really excited to see the reuniting of Frost and Cruz, and Bella got to have a chat with them before the game, so let's see what they had to say.
Cruz? Oh, Frost? What's
Oh, guys, what is this? Come join me right here. Let me stand in the middle of you two boys. You guys are reunited once here at Pacific. Is it reunited? Would you say it's reunion?
Yeah, for sure. After 6 months, 7 months.
Yeah. How has it been having Frost back with you and the boys?
Loud.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. What would you like to say to that?
He's right. They keep throwing rounds. They keep throwing rounds. What am I supposed to do?
We're back to the same old. I mean, you guys have a new face on the team, a relatively new face, so I'm excited to see how today's gonna go. And best of luck to you guys too. 감사합니다.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
안녕.
If you're a Full Sense fan, oh my god, damn, things are just getting better and better as the months go on here in VCT Pacific. First, they make it to the finals of Stage 1, then they make it to Masters London, then they enter Stage 2, where Frost coming back on the roster. This is huge for the team because what we could see from Full Sense is how strong they were, but there was a little bit of an extra guidance, leadership that was needed. Cruz was doing so much together with T-Love, and I think it was a little bit too much for them to handle at times. So having this extra head in the game with them is going to make a huge difference. It's probably why they're so thrilled to be reunited.
Yeah, they felt like a fantastic team, but they just couldn't quite convert in those very, very big matches. So hopefully the experience of Frost coming back will add that extra step. We take a look at the roster here today. There is that change. Sephiroth is in, but just look at Primi's ACS. This is just one more thing I want to call out. This guy is unbelievable, but across the board, I feel like this is an incredibly strong team now. So Sephiroth having big shoes to fill, stepping in amongst these very heavy hitters.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to touch on him a little bit more later, but of course, the big storyline coming into this matchup in particular and into Full Sense's Stage 2 season is the re-addition of Frost. I think there's been very, very positive sentiment about that. I think that he adds a very different dynamic to the team, and you can see that a lot of the fans are pretty bloody happy that he is back in the team.
Oh, yeah, they're thrilled to have him back on the team. I mean, Talon, like we were talking to Frost just now, they also qualified as champs when they first put Primi in on Talon. Yes. So I think right now this combination is just fantastic, and hearing what we heard from Frost just now is really promising. That thing, like, there's growth overall from the individual players. You know, when he first had Primi earlier on and Killua, he was calling them like little kids, but he doesn't really call them that anymore. I guess he uses more adult terms for them now, but they're matured a lot, and this is good for the future of Full Sense. So I think this is fantastic to be a Full Sense fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to recap the storyline. We touched a little bit on it in the interview, but initially when you had Primi coming into this matchup, they were able to very narrowly qualify for champions after a head-to-head victory with Team Secret in Pacific. They go over to that champions event, and then in the very next year, we have this the Tokyo Finals against RRQ, where they're up 2-0, and unfortunately, they end up losing to RRQ to miss out on champions last year in Stage 2. And I just wanted to recap those two events because once again, we're heading into Stage 2 at the end of the year, and Frost will be with the Full Sense core looking to qualify for champions.
And this is sort of a last chance, but they're no stranger to adding a new player at the end of the season. So what do you make of the addition or re-addition of Sephiroth here?
Yeah, Sephiroth joining. He was on the academy team over at Talon. We saw him with Sharper for a while there, but you look at his results over in Thailand and Southeast Asia, and he's been a force to be reckoned with. I think he's a fantastic player. It's easy to see why they would adopt him into this team, because I feel like, you know, we heard Frost say he has everything. He feels like a non-Thai player in the way, you know, there isn't a lot of ego. He has a lot of flexibility. There isn't that speciality that you see oftentimes with these kind of players.
I mean, look at these results. By the way, I don't want to understate how impressive this is. It is incredibly competitive in Challengers Thailand. It is incredibly competitive in Challengers Southeast Asia. Ascension Pacific was a disappointing event over in Bangkok for all of the Thai teams. They both got grouped. They all underperformed. But this guy has recently played in Sharper, who, by the way, won the first spot over from Challengers SEA to go straight into the Pacific play-in. So Sephiroth will potentially play against the team that he just played on. He was playing under the name Furious, so some people will be confused because he does swap his name around a little bit. But this guy was incredibly sharp in Tier 2 for a number of years, played in some off-season events against the Pacific-level teams as well, where they were able to get some upsets. So I think he's reasonably ready, honestly, for the Tier 1 stage. Let's see how he goes here in Pacific.
I mean, to your point right there, he was blown or playing for Sharper. There will be in play-in, so they could be playing against his old team.
I mean, Myth, Full Sense, Sharper back-to-back. Those are some of the better Thai teams in Tier 2. Those are all very good teams.
Absolutely. He was ex-teammates with CGRS as well on Myth. So I think this is going to be really exciting. Now, here are our Master Santiago winners. Nongshim, they got a little bit quiet, especially with the Neon nerf in Stage 1. But in recent tournaments, they've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, we've had EWC in the gap between stages, so it's not a VCT event. Take it with a pinch of salt, ultimately. But I have to say, I was much more impressed with their performance here. Feels like they're regaining that form. And we have to remember, this is a team that was fantastic at the start of the year. They won Santiago. They have a lot of champs points, so it really is on the cards to get to Shanghai at the end of the year there. For me, it's just about how do they look in this Stage 2. Taking a look at the lineup, it's all familiar faces now. X-Ross, you have to remember, this is still his rookie year here in VCT Pacific, and it doesn't feel like it at all.
No, because he's performed so well. He's been incredible. But yeah, I mean, you can look at these stats. You can look at their performance last stage. Very disappointing. One of the worst finishes you've seen from Nongshim in quite some time. But they top 3'd over at EWC, playing against some of the better teams coming from the other regions. And I thought that in a sea of Pacific disappointment, they were actually quite decent.
Yeah, but what's really interesting about the roles and the agents that were switching around. In Stage 1, Danby was taken off the Neon, which sent us into, especially you, Morgan. You were really upset by this.
He was
Francis played the Neon, said Danby was on the Phoenix, and everyone was like, what the hell is going on? But over in EWC, things switch back around to what you see here on the screen, and they got third place, as you said. So what is the answer for
Surprise,
Nongshim?
surprise, guys. Who would have guessed it? Who would have thought that maybe putting the best Neon player in the world on Neon would work? I was ready to fist fight Silkanon, but he's listened. He's gone back to how it used to be. Xross is the one stepping into that sort of position 2. He's that second man in. He's on the Phoenix there a lot of the time, which is where he was before he joined this team. He played a lot of Yoru, so it's a very natural fit. Francis is back on that initiator where he's been so excellent in the past. So I like this team so much more now. It feels like they're doing what is right for the players on the server.
But Pilsky, do you think they're going to keep using this? Because
Yes, please.
Yes.
No, literally, like, I cannot understate how much it pisses me off, because going into even Ascension Bangkok, they had Danby on Astra for some reason at that point. Then they had Francis playing Neon instead of Danby at the, and had a bad result again. Every time they've done anything but have Xross, who previously coming into this Nongshim team had played a fair bit of Yoru and Duelist and was known as a sharp player. Look, I wouldn't have put him on Enid, but that worked for them.
Yeah.
I wanted the roles literally from the start that they're playing now. And I don't have many moments as an analyst where I'm like, oh, I actually know ball. That was like the only moment where I was like, okay, guys, can we just do what we all wanted, what literally everyone was asking for? And now they're doing it and they're actually looking better.
Okay, but as we go into skirmish, which I'm excited to see how this is going to be playing out here. First of all, who do we...
Ivy versus Primi, okay.
Primi's in the skirmish.
First time Primi has been in a skirmish. First change from Frost. Primi skirmish. Guys, what are you doing not putting Primi in the skirmish this whole while?
It feels like a slam dunk. Why are we not doing this?
Okay, so I want to ask you this. We were talking about this before as well. Nongshim played really well in EWC against other teams from outside Pacific, but Pacific teams do beat Nongshim.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the teams from overseas didn't really understand how to deal with Nongshim's style and play style. And what I mean by that is, it's not like they didn't watch them play the game. It's not like they didn't watch them play at Santiago, but actually being in the server and playing against that style is a little bit different than just observing it and thinking about how, in theory, you might want to play against it.
I think one thing they understand how to do is structured, manufactured aggression. These fast set pieces, these heavy executes. I think they're at their best when they're enabling Danby to go and frag with excellent utility around him and with a lot of pace to support that. They're brilliant there, but that is very hard to stop unless you have practice at doing it, unless you know how to put a stop to it and adapt. Primi has lost a skirmish. Get him out. Get him out. Ross, we're failing, buddy.
And that's my boy. That's my boy as well, by the way. Ivy's been phenomenal over in EWC. He had a terrible last stage. They kept putting him on chain bar. At one point, I think he went like 1-13 in one of the games, like maybe the elimination game against GE or something like that. Like, he has been in much better form. He's not playing chamber anymore. Man is lurking, man is fragging, and man is shooting really hard, in that skirmish included.
I'm actually a little surprised. Ivy is fantastic, and he's a fantastic pick on your build diff, but Primi in that sort of situation, maybe he hasn't had enough skirmish practice because he's never been put in it until today. Now, we're not getting any of the new maps have come back in or Summit. Instead, we're seeing Haven split in Ascent. Frost seemed really happy about this veto despite not having won the coin toss.
He's always happy.
Why wouldn't you be as well? Nongshim have not really had much time to prep. Yeah, it tells you that he's won every veto. That's like his main thing.
But yeah, for Nongshim, for me, it makes sense. They have to ban Summit. I feel like, yes, they missed out on London, but ultimately, with them having to be away in Paris, they haven't had the time to implement this at all. So I get why they're banning that, but it does put them behind in the skirmish. If you're able to float it, it really is massive. So a little bit of a struggle here. Over for Full Sense, when we saw them play in London, they did play Haven against Foot, and they lost pretty handedly. It was this double duelist with the chamber, but like we say, Frost is back. They like to be experimental, but ultimately that whole time over in London is not one they want to dwell on or think about, because basically nothing worked for them the whole time.
And you're picking this into Nongshim, who have been playing it a lot. There's a lot of tape on how Nongshim likes to play Haven. They are playing, you know, this Neon Phoenix style. They have been hit or miss in terms of winning it, but it's not a map they're bad at by any stretch of the imagination, and they have a lot of depth. So it's going to be up to how well has Full Sense prepared for Nongshim, given that Nongshim haven't had time to prep, probably won't be changing anything. To be fair, they probably won't change very much anyway. They kind of just do the same thing with small adjustments all the time.
But
so
you predicted Nongshim.
I did predict Nongshim. Yeah.
Okay, despite all of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think they have the form factor. They've just played a lot of big games. Yes, they're going to be tired. I think that Frost should have a good handle on how to prep for Nongshim. I think that this game is a bit of a coin toss, honestly, as far as I'm concerned. These are two very good teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Full Sense wins at all.
Yeah.
But I think that's discounting how good Nongshim's form is right now. They were by far the best Pacific team over at EWC.
That's true, but for me, I mean, Frost's head-to-head record against Nongshim is phenomenal. He doesn't lose to them. Every time he plays, he has a scheme that beats them. I worry that Nongshim are a little bit predictable for now the level of prep that Full Sense are going to be able to bring, as well as that individual firepower. Yes, they were bad internationally, but they're back home now. They're always good here in Pacific, so I worry that Nongshim just won't be flexible enough really to get the job done.
I think that they're going to make better adjustments, to be honest. I think the read is going to be better for Full Sense, but I think Nongshim are better than they were last stage.
That's
so
true.
I think that this is going to be a better game for them.
Well, I think the audience is pretty much on the fence. It was almost a 50-50 split there, and that's pretty rare we see that happening over in Pacific. It's usually one strong way or another. So I think this is the first 50-50 split predictions we are getting right now overall, because we got Full Sense facing against Nongshim for Stage 2.
Today's matchup.
It's Stage 2 of VCT Pacific. Today is going to be really exciting between these two teams. These are our latest 2026 powerhouse teams. We've got Nongshim, Masters Santiago Trophy winners, facing against Full Sense, who also qualified to London in their debut year of Pacific, and now they got Frost on the roster.
Yeah, for me, for Full Sense, it's an exciting time. It's a reinvigorized roster, and we have to look for improvements. Yes, Stage 1 was good, but London, they truly did not live up to their potential. Incredibly disappointing from them. They want another crack at going international. They want to make it all the way to Shanghai.
Yeah, totally agree. On the other side for Nongshim, I mean, they had a disappointing Stage 2, but I think that they've got some good practice under their belt. They've kind of rediscovered their style here and kind of readjusted some of the roles. I thought that they had quite a good run over at EWC, and they're looking to try to continue that momentum. They are one of the champs leaders after their Santiago win for a reason, and I think they just want to finish the year strong because they have one of the best shots at going over to champions out of any of the teams from Pacific.
I mean, that's why I think this match is truly one of the most important of the whole group stage for these teams. They're so close together in champs points. Nongshim in second, Full Sense in fourth. So if you're able to beat an opponent like this, it's a 2-point swing because you get the champs point, you deny your opponent a champs point. I think both these teams have a real shot of making it all the way. So these group stage games are so important for them to be able to lock in that spot down the line.
And I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the vibes from both of these teams are very different than how we last saw them, whether it was a full sense over in London, Frost in recent times with all the global esports drama, and of course, Nongshim ending stage 1 really lackluster, but both teams are coming onto the stage with really fresh energy and ready to go, despite Nongshim coming off of an airplane not too long ago.
Yeah, 100%, and we've been talking about the interaction of this matchup, particularly Frost Prep going up against Nongshim. You've seen it in many, many different iterations, whether it be GE playing against Nongshim. I think that map of Breeze from the last stage was the perfect example where they completely shut them down with the right adjustments and the composition changes. In saying that though, especially looking at this first map of Haven, I'm interested to see what the comp over on Full Sense is going to be and what Frost has prepped for them, because if it's what we've been seeing in the past and Nongshim continue doing what they always do, which is run the same thing but with small adjustments, I want to see how Nongshim deals with that, because Nongshim will likely be playing into something that they have seen before. It's not going to be a fresh adjustment, it's not going to be something that's completely out of the wheelhouse of expectations for a team coached by Frost, so it's up to Nongshim to show that they can also make adaptations. Even if they're not compositional adaptations, they're more adjustments on the fly and understanding how to beat something from a practical perspective.
I mean, that's exactly what scares me a little bit about this Nongshim game, is they're very all in on their own game. And yes, they're fantastic at it. I can't take that away from them. They've done well before by doing what is good for them. But if somebody's able to find that counter and bring out the counter, I worry that it can give a blueprint to everybody else on how to beat you. So I want to see them, yes, enable their own stars, but be adaptable within that. I'm not saying you got to change roles. I'm not saying you got to change comps, but I'm saying I need to see some good, smart, flexible mid-rounding.
Well, let's see what they're going to end up doing for Haven, if any changes come through.
There it is.
There are. This is a Frost specialty coming in for Full Sense.
I mean, that's exactly it. Last time we saw Frost and Cruz together on a team, they loved Haven and they loved Cypher Deadlock.
Yes.
So it's no shock, really, to see this come back out. And I think this is so smart because it's a direct counter to Nongshim's playstyle. Neon Phoenix, they're on the ground. There's going to be a lot of traps. Francis has a big job here to try and clear up a lot of this Sentinel.
But this is exactly what I was saying. Nongshim have played against this same style against a team coached by Frost in literally just the last stage, and they are a lot better form-wise than they were previously. They're going to have played against this style before. They're going to know what it feels like to play against it, and especially on this attacking side, it's up to them to make the adaptations in the game to be able to play better into that. You're going to have to be playing those double pumps. You're going to have to play around some of the setups. On defense, this comp that Full Sense is running is incredibly tricky to attack into, but if you lurk well, if you work the map well, then you can have success against it.
I really can't emphasize how important this match is and why we are so excited here at the desk to watch this play out. These two teams are the favorites to qualify to chance for a lot of us in our predictions in the way these two teams have been playing, and it's really promising also that Nongshim has been looking in much better form recently at EWC, and you guys both make great points, both great cases for both of these teams, so I'm really curious what our casters think of all of this.
I had a real internal debate, actually, with this one. I wasn't too sure which way I wanted to go with it. I feel like we're all, I mean, having a look at the predictions there, it was quite Full Sense-sided, let's say. But are we all kind of coming in with a little bit of stage 1 bias, right? Because Nongshim, they've just come off the back of a very good EWC run. Danby is back to Neon Maxing as well, so there's a lot of positives, I have to say, for Nongshim. I'm a little surprised that only 2 of us have predicted for Nongshim.
I mean, hey, if they actually get it right, then they would look like Giga Chad, you know, geniuses, and we would just, the rest of us look like chumps. And that's essentially what this whole thing is. You know, you have to admit there's definitely a bit of, I guess, hype coming around this Full Sense reunion, Frost coming back into it as well. But the desk kind of talked about it already. You know, it all comes to, whoa, what is this? It comes all the way down to mid-rounding and adaptations. Both teams rather familiar with each other already, and that's what it comes down to. I mean, it really, for me, I think, just, I'm going to dub this whole matchup as an eye test so far. Just the fact that this is the very first one of Stage 2.
Well, here we go for day 2 of stage 2 as we jump in. It's Full Sense and Nongshim, and a much appreciated match, I think, for everybody in the house today. There's a lot of fans that have turned out. I'm sure a large majority of them, of course, are Nongshim fans. But Full Sense, they've won a lot of hearts. They've won a lot of minds with the run that they had last season. Primi especially, everyone's very excited to see what he's going to do. And now he's on the deadlock. So that's a little bit of a change up for him. I personally look at it and I think, man, why would you ever change anything about what Primi did last stage? You know, put him on the Jet, put him on the Duelist. But see if there's some cooler heads prevailing here for Full Sense as we do get underway with Primi being given that initial ulti orb. So a little bit of map control taken by Full Sense early on in the pistol, but Nongshim on their way now.
You can already see how it's kind of working out too, though. I mean, the Grafnet already spent, they get the alt orb off of it, they have some information now, seeing where Nongshim were kind of positioned, and already as well, debut player Sephiroth gets his first kill into the server. Look at where Full Sense are positioned. It feels as though they're prepared for this.
Oh, and Kalua. 2 taps to the head of Danby and Francis. So this round has certainly not panned out the way that Nongshim would have wanted it to.
Yeah, first round, I mean, especially since you're an attack anyway, if your opponents already have something like this, it's just going to be tricky. Your only choice is to kind of shoot your way out of the situation, or you're going to get set down by another Gravnet.
Not unwinnable right now for RB, by the way, especially if he can dislodge Cruz. A headshot would do it. Primi is tagged up. So a little bit of a softer target there. This has actually started to get a little bit more interesting.
30 seconds left.
Look at the caution being exercised by Full Sense. 30 seconds, playing it safe. I think Frost would be somewhat happy about this so far. Cruz as well, not overextending. It's all up to RB.
He's got to get a wriggle on now. We'll make it into that C site in time to get a plant down.
And then when he does, he's got a flash and a little bit to work with as well. So he might actually be able to do some damage.
Pull it back over to Long. So sets himself up on a line that will be pretty valuable.
And it is planted for Long as well. He's already anticipating it. Does he pull out the flash?
Full Sense of playing it nicely. Buddy system. He's going to have to hit a couple of bangers right here. RB, the first opportunity, does go into Primi, and the paranoia connects. RB pulls off the 1v2. Nongshim looked like they were completely out of that pistol, and yet they are the team that claim it in the end.
Wow. What a way to start this matchup. Right from the get-go. You see the macro game being played as well. I mean, already with the composition, the swaps, and the setups alone, you can tell that Full Sense were prepared for it. But even down to some of these little moments, especially with the flash being played in that way, it just pulls it out after contact, doesn't toss it in as a gamble. Masterfully crafted RP has the guns now, and they kind of know that this is going to be that default. Like, let's get rid of that Gravnet first, take contact off of it immediately, and the team's already staging towards C site.
Chiboy surviving, but does cop quite a chunk of damage. Still some space taken by Full Sense. Gonna try and take a little bit more as well by the looks of things. They want to take this fight to Nongshim, but in the end, into the crosshairs. A pretty comfortable round for Nongshim. Charge up some ultis. Xrox is 1 away, by the way, from that run it back, which could be pretty valuable in a bonus round.
Always gonna be. That's what this meta is all about, but that's also why you have Primi on this deadlock and what it's meant for. Sephiroth gonna try to do a bit more damage anyways, but it's gonna be ultimately too overwhelming. But back to my earlier point, I mean, actually, so this composition was one that Frost employed with global esports back in stage 1 before all the drama happened. But they actually did take down Nongshim 14-12 back then, and it was this same composition, but there's one difference though. Back then it was a Sova, now they have a Sky, and that kind of tells me that, you know, he's trying to work together with how the ties play, how Full Sense would play, which would be a bit more fluid. So the flash is coming in, supporting Jit Boys on, you know, a bit more mobility. They could always, you know, try to start things off with that control back towards a lobby. No Grafnet this time around.
Yep. I'm much going to be keeping my eyes peeled to see what Xrox gets up to. Danby as well, initially trying to take that space. Nongshim making no secret of the fact that they are a little bit more poised towards the A site.
That's how they want to work the map. But look at this as well. Like, Full Sense is not giving it up. They just want to check around a bit, see if the presence is indeed correct, that they are maybe scaling up long, but not really. So they don't see too much, right? And that sends signals to Full Sense. Like, where else could they be? You're a bit worried about B side, and that's why you have Sephiroth kind of jiggling back from C-Link. Might be able to spot it out, and there's a Sonic sensor close by as well. That should be enough.
Be the walk up here from Jit Boys. Completely unexpected. That is going to be the trigger pulled, though, by Nongshim as they work their way into B. Now, typically, a tough site to defend against the retake. There's a lot of avenues back in for Full Sense here, especially with that 4-on-5.
Oh, prepping the Grafnet just in case, Nongshim. But with no presence, I think Full Sense are going to start to believe that Nongshim are back towards middle, and that should confirm it.
Yeah, no success for Danby. Troops are starting to fall now. Nongshim down to 3. And a little bit of a whiff there from Ivy is not going to make it any better. Full Sense making this one look quite easy in the end. Shock Dart's going to go through, but it won't do enough. That is an easy defuse for Full Sense in the end. Francis not getting away with his gun either, so bonus is negated.
They have not won yet.
And this is why that macro works so well for Full Sense now. Crew's back on the controller too. IGL alongside the coach, their reunion. This is I'm not gonna lie, Jordan. This is getting my jimmies going. This is a hell of a chess match between both sides.
Your jimmies are getting rustled.
Yeah. Starting to get really aroused. But at the same time, I mean, we just saw that response from Full Sense, right? Not throwing the Grafnet very early, just working around the map, responding to Nongshim. So, but now let's see if Nongshim has an adjustment around that. So it's going to be both smokes. They avoid A completely, walk up in towards B. And we'll have to listen in to see how Nongshim crafts this round.
Hold them to their grave. Go. Spike down mid. That's 3. One enemy remaining.
A 하나에 미드 둘.
꺼내줘.
재밌게 하네.
Yeah, apologies for that one, folks. That was quite an oopsie. Just as soon as they tried to push up in towards B, Full Sense comes in with their own set play, had the reckoning, well, annihilation and everything, and of course that's what breaks apart the whole setup.
There.
Definitely caught off guard by that one. I don't think they expected Full Sense to be pushing up mid that way. And it's going to be a completion on the ace too, Jit Boys.
Yeah, that was a great round from Jit Boys, wasn't it? Just
remember, bullets hurt.
Supreme accuracy and aim on display.
That's how the whole team does it as well to set him up for it. I mean, look at that. You have the flash, you have the annihilation. Everyone's completely blind, and that's what the Sky does that that a Sova can't do. So he's able to set up a relative flank, immediately decapitates all 4. There's just nothing that Nongshim could do. The team comms are dead silent, dude.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say really at that point. Back to it though, but Nongshim starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the guns. Ivy has been given just a Sheriff to try to make this round work, but it's a faster play from Nongshim this time to get a good plant on B.
Okay. Well, response, try to find some positional information. It's possible if they do enough by attention away, Jit Boys can start to make his move outside of A lobby.
It's going to be tough for him to get a lot done though. You've got the trip there and you've also got Francis watching it. So I think the majority of this round is going to have to be won on the site by Full Sense, and they are certainly taking their time about it. Francis picks up the opener onto Jit Boys. That flank will not have any impact. The smoke's everywhere. Where are the frags? That's the question that Full Sense have to answer, and they're just not getting them. They have not been able to bust their way into this B site. And so in the end, we'll be around for Nongshim.
Yeah, not yet. It's still a little bit early and difficult to kind of tell what Nongshim's intentions truly are. They were just attempting a B site. I think Full Sense weren't expecting a second attempt. So that's a continuation of that chess match still. Full Sense might want to reset, go back to that default that worked for them, but at this point, who knows what Nongshim is going to attempt now. So it's going to be difficult. Full Sense going to have to start the rounds off pretty effectively, get early information. So it comes down to this little camp setup, the jiggles from Sephiroth and Cruz on the C site. If they can find a couple of players from Nongshim here, that would be great.
It's a cheeky trip. Every possibility, maybe Jit Boys goes running straight into it. Nongshim taking a little bit of a slower approach over towards C though.
Yeah, you saw the one-way smoke, so that kind of alerts you a bit. No trips or anything towards Garage though, so that might be a little gap that Nongshim looks to exploit. Trailblazer sees nothing up A, so rotations begin for Full Sense. It's another B play.
Well, B was successful last round. Gonna try it again this time. Primi in position to cause a bit of a ruckus though. RB does get that plant down.
Oh, Cruz.
Ivy with an important duel on the backside once again here, trying to cut off those rotates. It's not going to happen. Cruz in. Francis gets a cheeky one onto Jit Boys, who was an important piece of the puzzle there for the retake for Full Sense. Killua, though, is getting all that work done. Now it's Danby's turn. See if he can show us exactly why he picks this character, and, well, unfortunately not this time around. RB was trying to be the hero again. Will not get it done. Full Sense will continue to keep this close. It has been so tit for tat.
Yeah. Toss a punch, you get one back, and that's just so tense between these two teams. That's what makes this good Valorant. Holy hell. But it's quite clear as well that coming out from Full Sense, this is exactly how they want to work around a retake on B site. You'll always have players pushing outside of A long. This time around, the adjustment from before was Cruz comes in with his own as well, sets up a smoke outside of window, and it really forces Nongshim to question. And you had, of course, a little barrier mash outside of Garage too. Again, now Nongshim, they started to see that they have strengths in pushing up B. They'll start with that early pressure.
Yeah, you've got to surely start to be considering this as Full Sense. All they do, though, is leave Premi high and dry over on B. Cruz spotted. Easy kill for Ivy. Nongshim coming into their own in this round. They really feel like they have found that weakness, that gap in the defense, and they're trying to exploit it.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going on. And that's just, if you were, in Full Sense shoes right now, it's so odd. Teams oftentimes would start with, maybe a bit of macro. You slow things down, you work the map around A or C, try to spot things out. But that's not the case. Nongshim just full-on bum rush into B site several times in a row. Full Sense are not anticipating that, so I don't really blame them, but isolated deaths, what are you going to do? Now you're just going to have to save those expensive rifles, especially with Jit Boys on the op. And see what Nongshim attempts on the next one. I mean, are they going to go B again?
That'll be the question that Full Sense are asking themselves as well. Do we dedicate any extra resources towards this B site? They've typically been kind of playing for the retake on B. Obviously, in that last round, they had Premi just sitting there on his own. It's hard to dedicate multiple players to this B site, because that's then obviously weakening the extremities over towards A and C. But you've got to, in the back of your minds, be wondering, well, if they're just going to keep hitting B, we might have to do something about that. And that's where they want to have a bit of extra time now to have a chat. So we do get the timeout to come through from Full Sense. This is the first opportunity, obviously, for Frost to have a chat with the team here in Stage 2. Yeah. See what kind of impact he can have.
Kind of love it. Coach Frost, cape blowing in the wind. When he comes in just in time, maybe able to craft some kind of a response. So maybe more traps or trips, with utility out towards B, gives them less to worry about. But then they're going to have to invest manpower onto those extremities that you were mentioning earlier before, Jordan. But at the same time, this does give Nongshim a bit of a discussion to go to. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim start off the early portions of the next rounds really slowing things down. The one thing that you want to look out for then, if the game does shift to a more slow-centric pace, would be Jit Boys on this op. Haven't really seen him on this weapon that much, especially now he's on this Neon as well, just to work with the current meta. If he's able to find value off of it, that would be fantastic.
Revealing area.
Goes up short.
Oh, there you go. Ask and ye shall receive. Don't know that that was what Francis was really asking for, but certainly for full sense, it is a nice helping hand. Dambi in and then out of this round as well. Kahlua chiming in. Fought up to heaven though from RB. That could be the big difference maker. RB again out of nowhere, completely bamboozling full sense.
Retake still possible though. Flash available for Cruz.
Cover going out.
I'll cover down, making it a bit of a more difficult task to retake for full sense, so they might just have to wait it out. Jumping out of heaven, sure that that's going to be too ideal. Paranoia does go through. RB is the man with the plan, and that is actually a cage that might work in his favor. Ivy isolates the duel against Cruz. RB, he's on his bike. Just wants to play time, and that will work out perfectly, you'd say. Sephiroth, surely no chance here at all. Ivy not even giving him the fight, just jiggling, buying as much time as possible, and another round for Nongshim. Full sense will have to be livid at that.
No choice. Oh my, I almost forgot to continue casting, I'm not gonna lie. I am absolutely floored by what RB just attempted, what he actually succeeded in doing. You gotta be kidding me, he just goes in for a full blind TP. Full sense had no idea, they didn't even hear it. They came in with their own flashes, wanted to continue to cut off Nongshim by the choke points. Actually kind of did so, but lo and behold, you had a rogue, an assassin, right up from behind. Tough positions now, and you go back to another A hit.
Well, this one's going to be a little bit more routine, you'd think, for Nongshim. Full sense don't have the money.
Yeah, no choice. Another high and dry. Just trying to find what damage they can, but no, they're going to eat some themselves, and that's going to sting, especially if you consider the scoreline right now, more than likely going down 3-6. But you can't blame them. This is incredible micro plays from Nongshim, and look at how measured they're being as well. Holding safe, holding default, watching in case Full Sense does try something sneaky. Numbers dwindling down. If they just commit to a single site, whatever happens, you know, they'll have the trades. In fact, they could even just spend the run it back if they wanted to.
I think it's probably unnecessary at this point, but see how this initial entry does go. Ross looks like he should have set up a flash, and pretty easy for Dambi.
30 seconds left.
Sephiroth cleared out, but will be in the end. It takes a little longer for RB to get that done than he would have liked, so opens the door up for a kill for Kahlua, who has been pretty sharp so far this game for Full Sense. We're seeing some of that early stage 1 form come back for Kahlua. 10-5, topping the board for Full Sense at the moment, but not really enough to trouble the scoreboard right now. Nongshim pulling ahead pretty substantially on Full Sense's map pick.
Those are the numbers that don't lie. I mean, you can have all the little hero plays, but unless it comes out in situations like what RB just did, it's still not going to be enough. They're trying to match Nongshim up with the macro game, but it's definitely going to be quite a task now. 3 more rounds before the half ends. Full Sense start to pick up the pace. All 4 up around A and starting to scale up as well on their own.
There's another B hit for Nongshim. Tried and true. Be ready for this push as well. They know Full Sense are going to try and filter their way back on in. And Ivy and Francis, well, they just defend the gate. Cruz does pull one back, but they still haven't dealt with Ivy. And now Dambi comes swinging in as well. It is coming together for Nongshim. This was the Nongshim we were missing last stage. They looked flat, but today there's some pizzazz. There's a pep in the step, you know?
They put on those dancing shoes. I mean, look at how, I mean, you got to factor in the fact that they're back on agents that they're definitely more than comfortable on.
They found my wire.
And you already see, I mean, it's not just that as well. It's the entire team working together, reading, or putting themselves in situations where they can react to what Full Sense might try. In this round, it was
a variation of that retake attempt that we witnessed several rounds ago, except you don't see anything out towards C, right? You just see this very sussy, deep smoke blocking off A lobby. And you would think that that funnels Nongshim just straight up into B side, which it does, but they were also prepared for any kind of moves that Full Sense would have hit them with, and that was that scaling up outside of A. So just a try, but Nongshim answer it so well. They still have all the ultimates to work around. It's going to be tough for Full Sense too, even though they have ults of their own. I get the sense they're not trying to play too passive, but that might be the only option now.
I mean, you can see that heftier setup towards B again for Full Sense, that conditioning very much coming into play. This time Nongshim are just going to walk their way up towards C. Now there is a trip that they're going to have to break. Jitboys has come across as well, but Nongshim not going to be wasting any time. Danby gets the initial entry, then Ivy following up. It's 1 by 1. Again, Full Sense just falling at the hands of Nongshim.
Straight up crumbling. Oh, and even with a Seeker spent, there's really not much you can do. One silenced out the back, the other one approaching from the front, and it's just way too easy for Nongshim.
Yeah,
everyone's spaced together rather close, so the trades are always available if someone goes down, but even with these angles, the heads-up duels, just can't find the angles. This is incredible stuff. You look at that, there's just no chance at Full Sense surviving on this site. The whole execute and everything. And that's one of those few C executes that we start to witness from Nongshim. Hadn't really seen that too much in this first half, and we go again. Start with some early pressure towards A site.
Yeah, this could be a huge half out from Nongshim, though. It hasn't started too well. Ivy, hang on a second. RB is up to his usual trickery. They are going to be able to take him down. Jitboys sliding on through. Full Sense recovering this round, and info given as to where Exros and Francis are, so shouldn't work out until, oh, a flash out of nowhere. Exros and Francis back into it, and a walk in through the smoke. Surely can't go well. Oh, dearie me. Another round the way of Nongshim, and Full Sense, they just can't do anything right.
This is ridiculous. Who does that? When has Nongshim done that? You have the site, and instead of going for a plant or maybe pushing past a link, they actually head back into the smoke. Full Sense have no idea. How could you? You just wouldn't expect them to go for something like that. Nongshim oftentimes would have gone for the spike plant 6 days out of the week, but no. That was incredibly smart heads-up adaptations, just right quick. Wow. That was a snappy round, and I don't mean in terms of aim.
9-3. This was not a scoreline that we would have expected in this matchup. Again, remember, the vast majority of us predicted for Full Sense. I did sort of say at the start there, you know, I think Nongshim are maybe a little better than we're giving them credit for off the back of that EWC run. But even then, you know, I think we expected a close match. We expected this to be a real brawl, bit of a fist fight between these two teams. You've got two very explosive teams at their best. I think it's fair to say we're seeing Nongshim at their best, but I'm not sure it's fair to say we're seeing Full Sense at their best at the moment. I mean, where's Primi?
He's on a deadlock. He doesn't have the same, you know, explosiveness, the same mobility that he would tend to have, but, you know, that's not even the whole story even. He does have his utilities. He's trying to section parts of the map off. He has those sonic sensors down, but against Nongshim, who are just playing like this, it doesn't even matter.
That's not the Primi I want to see, though, bro.
Okay.
I want to see the Primi who's walking around the map with an operator, on jet, clicking heads, and then dashing back out. That's where I feel like Primi's playing his best game.
That's going to be one of those discussion threads somewhere on forums for sure, but we're going to go start with the next pistol round now.
Hashtag free Primi.
I don't know how Frost is going to feel about that. I mean, like what he said, he's just trying to build up on what the team already has established, so I don't mind it too much. But right now, on this attacking side, they need rounds chained together. So scaling up A together as a squad.
And Danby, ready and waiting, gets the early info that there's 1 or 2 players there. Flash is going to go through. Does manage to connect onto Francis, but the commitment is not there from Full Sense, nor from Nongshim.
Yeah. Still holding on to Util.
Danby's having a look, though. He kind of wants to see what's up. It's Jitboys. So he recognizes they're hanging around.
Camera still active around C-side too. Nongshim pretty happy with what they've just seen. So stack coming through on the A site.
It's a good call. Now they've just got to hit their shots. Can be easier said than done. Another flash to go through. Danby turning away from that one. Runs straight into a paranoia. Has to back up into the side, but helped out by some space creation from Francis, who is having his time in the sun, and now Extros will finish off Kahlua. Surely that has to be the nail in the coffin for Full Sense on this map. This pistol was very much required from them. And I guess it's not over. Sephiroth is going to have a crack.
Oh, Francis.
Yeah. Let's not talk about it. Done in the end. Nongshim up to 10. And it's a massive, massive scoreline to come back from for Full Sense. So
I can't lie, man.
I have my doubts.
Yeah, it feels like this map might be done. I know it's still, I guess, relatively early, and I do want to have some form of belief for Full Sense. But look at this. Just as soon as the hit comes in, I mean, they had all the reads all on the map. They knew where the hit was coming from. But to expect them to have that flash from Extros, Francis being able to hold down short like nobody's business, taking down triple kill like it's just another day in the office. Full Sense has so much work to do. Meanwhile, Nongshim might be able to take some liberties. They can start going for some orbs if they so choose, but also trying to play it safe as well. Like, they really want to make this win clean.
I mean, Full Sense have invested in this round as well, which is not what you'd normally see. So if Nongshim can win this, then that's just going to pretty much seal the deal, and already straight into the trip goes Jip Boys. It's the perfect setup for Nongshim. 4 players now filtering out onto the side inside of that smoke, but Nongshim have the numbers here that they need, and they're just keeping them corralled at the front of the site. Look at them, they have been just penned in. There's nowhere to go. And eventually Nongshim will find them. RB's going to tuck in the back of the site, set himself up to ideally have a crossfire here with Francis, and that will be enough for Nongshim to go to 11. Full Sense are in all sorts of trouble.
We just don't have cash for the next round. Let's see the replay again. This is nuts. Of course, with the force buy, but like, did Nongshim actually anticipate that, knowing that it was, you know, Coach Frost's Full Sense coming up next? But especially with RB once again taking liberties on his own, pushing past his own smoke. That is just ridiculous. The man is herding Full Sense around like sheep.
Exactly. Now they're going to get aggressive. Nongshim wanting to flex their muscles in this round that they know they have the advantage in. Extros looking to charge that runner back up if he can get it through this round and build it into the next. Use it to finish Full Sense off. A 13-3 is what they're looking for, and it very much feels like it's on the cards.
I would not have expected this swift of a victory coming in today. Either way, that might be the story. Kills having been collected outside of B now, and they're starting to hear footsteps out towards C. Everyone's already in position in case of trades necessary, but none needed so far. It's just Privy left with a Sheriff. Try as he might, he's gonna get gunned down by a Guardian at the end. There's just nothing that the team can do now. They're looking all out of sorts. There's zero, well, I can't say zero, but they're not feeling confident either. That's why you're not seeing them even find bits of damage. And that is just...
Yeah. No, I mean, they're completely out of this game. Like, mentally shattered at this point.
Can't beat around the bush. That's just straight up a terrible way to start stage 2.
It's not great.
I shudder to think if Full Sense look like this when they play against Global Esports next week. And that's just also to think about the fact that this little matchup, like what Big Time was saying, is all about championship points. If you actually take that win away from Nongshim, it's a double swing. But Nongshim just might be able to prevent that from happening. We'll see how this potential final round goes.
Yeah. We're going to get the opportunity to listen into Full Sense as well in a second, and I think that might be a pretty grim sounding Full Sense here in the comms, but
keep those vibes up, hopefully. I don't know. Yeah. They find themselves on an MTC site.
คุณต้องใช้แฟลชอีกลูกว่ะเพื่อนก่อนนะไปมาเล่นโมบายไปเดี๋ยวเตะออก1 2
ไม่เจอ
โซว่าในบีโซว่าในบี
เตะระวังเดี๋ยวยิงเดี๋ยว
หน้ากู2ตัวพี่ทีมกูจะวางไม่ดีนะ
พี่แท็บให้เล่นด่วนเล่นกับแท็บได้นะ
Oh my god, Sephiroth, what are you doing? He's getting a bit crazy with it, but it is 4-on-4 for the retake. Extros, remember, by the way, had to run it back. Built that up in the last round. It's been dealt with now. What's the avenue back in here for Nongshim to close this out? 13-3. They're going to have to make this retake work. Danby already finds himself an opener, but Extros is dealt with by Jip Boys, who is finding the frags. Just not enough of them, and Kahlua is stuck. There's nowhere to go. The flank was coming in anyway, but Francis will get it done, and Nongshim will take map 1. Full sense. Wherefore art thou?
Oh, wherefore art thou, full sense? It's just nowhere to be found currently. They tried all sorts of things in that first half. They looked actually pretty decent. They were trying to match the macro. They had variations of B retake attempts, but that all got shut down by Nongshim. I mean, my bigger question is, who is this new Nongshim? What changed between stage 1 and then maybe a little bit of EWC and stage 2? Because this is incredible. Third place finisher for sure back over on EWC, but this is awesome. RP is just insane.
I think I can tell you what changed. It's Danby back onto the Neon, but we'll see what Nongshim have to say. We've got Bella down on the stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Coach Silkanon of Nongshim Red Force. Well, Silkanon, you had something that you wanted to say before we dive into the interview. What is it that you wanted to say? 감독님, 일단 1맵 승리 축하드리고요.
네.
하고 싶은 말씀 있으셨다 그랬는데 말씀하시죠.
일단 내년에 리그가 크게 바뀌기 때문에 리그가 바뀌기 전에 프로스트 꼭 한번 이기고 싶습니다.
Well, he said that we're going to have a different year on Valorant next year, but before this year goes, I want to take a win against Coach Frost. All right, well, what were your thoughts when you guys saw the Cypher Deadlock comp that Full Sense prepared for you guys? What were your initial reactions? 오늘 농심을 상대로 풀센스가 사드록 조합을 가지고 왔잖아요. 조합을 봤을 때 좀 예측하셨는지 어떤 반응이셨나요?
사실 전혀 생각을 안 하고 왔는데 일단 헤이븐 픽하는 거 보고 아 얘네 또 사드록이겠구나 네, 생각은 했습니다.
Well, I mean, we weren't expecting it to go this way, but when we saw that they picked out Haven, we thought, oh my god, they're going to do the Cypher Deadlock. All right, thank you, Silkanon, and best of luck to you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Well, they looked pretty relaxed there. I don't know who doubted Nongshim, besides most of us.
Yeah.
Here, we're like, they're gonna be tired. Everyone's seen the Neon comp, but you were saying, Pilski, you were saying the whole time that they've mastered this comp, and to think you could just stroll in and pick against them and beat them, well, you were right.
Yeah, like in theory, it's fantastic, but in practice, it doesn't always work out.
Yeah.
Sometimes it absolutely does. Don't get me wrong. We even saw it just in Americas. We had a sunset game between Furia and Leviathan in similar circumstances where you have like Leviathan playing a Neon Phoenix against a Cypher Deadlock, and they got rolled. When you don't have the answers for it, when the other team is playing fantastically and then able to punish you, yes, it's very hard. But in a game where the other team is like, oh, we've seen this comp before, we're familiar that the other team's coach likes to play this comp on his previous team, we know that the other team has played this comp in the past, and we've had to deal with that in the past. You have better adaptations and you have better answers in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they did fantastically, to be honest. I think they didn't lose their own identity while dealing with that double sentinel, because, you know, we speak about how a lot of teams you want to slow down, you want to default, you want to break these traps. I think they still kept that pace, they still kept their own style, but, you know, they found the correct sides a lot of the time. It was very impressive. They understood the weaknesses to how this double sentinel likes to play and dealt with it very comfortably.
And seeing the scoreline, 13-3, this is not the debut Frost Full Sense combo we were expecting at all. I mean, even if you were predicting a Nongshim win, this, you know, this much of a difference is not... It was hard to call.
Yeah, definitely. It was quite back and forth, honestly, to start off the game. I didn't know who necessarily was going to come out ahead, but RB scoreline says it all. His heroics really was the spark that ignited the rest of Nongshim to start to get rolling. And honestly, it's always phenomenal to watch. You even saw similar kind of things from him in stage 1 last stage, where Nongshim was performing quite poorly, and there was a lot of games where RB was really trying to carry the boys into the game, and this time he successfully was able to do it.
Yeah, exactly. He did, and he was fantastic over in stage 1. But we also had an IGL shift since stage 1 as well. So do you think this has also unleashed the beast of RB?
I like it a lot. I mean, whenever you're going to remove that burden from a player, I think you can expect an improvement. I also think Francis, he's a great IGL. Now he's back on that initiator. It's old school. We're taking it back to when Nongshim, I felt like we're an amazing, like a truly dominant team. Yes, they were good this year as well, but in my mind, they were a little more impressive in 2024, to be honest. So I like that they're using their own strengths very well. It's been great to see that sort of return to form.
So Francis is doing the calling now, and as you were pointing out, Pilski, that they are noticing Full Sense's tendencies and trying to work on it.
Yeah, 100%. So this is literally the perfect example of tendencies in the game you're aware of. This round, Nongshim on the bonus is playing around a mid-crunch. You can see one player anti-flash, X-Ross is ready with the curveball. In the very next round, Nongshim does not play around the mid-crunch because it didn't happen in the bonus. This is round 4 after the bonus in the gun round, and with an annihilation, Full Sense pulls the trigger on a mid-crunch that Nongshim is not playing around this time, and they get completely rolled by it. So this is what I talk about when I say in the pre-show, one team is aware of how the other team functions, their tendencies, and how they want to play a certain comp. It's a question of in the round, in the moment, are you going to adapt and be able to play around what you know the other team is likely to do? And in this game, Nongshim, for the most part, outside of round 4, as you saw there, was playing around it very well and adapting very well, and they were able to win as a result.
And that's exactly it. From a coach's perspective, our job is to win on the paper and your players have to execute, but it's more complex than that. Just because you feel like you have a counter doesn't mean it will always play out.
On other times, sometimes you just need one guy to be your hero, and their hero today is definitely our beast.
Yeah.
He had moments like we saw in stage 1.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Unbelievable on this pistol. I mean, they're down 5v2 and they bring it back here. This 1v2, it's vintage RB. Yeah. It's classic. I love to see it from this guy. This is why he joined the team ultimately, and it's so exciting. And then this little cheeky play, you see this on B side sometimes, but they inside the neon wall, he runs up and gets that TP into heaven while there's chaos going on, there's noise, and then he's behind them for the 3k. He saved the round here again, keeps that momentum going in Nongshim's favor, and he really just put them on their back at the crucial times.
And that's what we're talking about. You can see the scoreline there. That pistol was 1 for Full Sense. He 1v2s. That round at 3-4, round number 8, I believe it was, that round is 1 for Full Sense. They get the entry on Francis right at the start of the round with the operator, and they're fully stacked on a site that Nongshim execute into. Full Sense completely slaps them, and then RB does something unthinkable to be able to put Nongshim back in the driver's seat. And I really think that broke the mental and the momentum of Full Sense. And they are a team that we know can be a little fragile mentally sometimes, and I think that this game, unfortunately, from there really got away from them. I mean, we saw the scoreline was 3-4 at that point in the game. There was not another round for Full Sense after that RB round.
I could see this happening again on Split. You know, this is something that Nongshim could easily carry into the second map. This is their map pick, and Frost was really confident with the map veto, as he always is. But he really was confident. He's like, we've got their number. We know how to counter them. But now I'm really worried coming into this second map.
The thing is, I can see why he would think he has their number, because he's playing a Haven where he knows what they'll do and he knows what they do. On paper, he wins that. I think that I can see it, the confidence, but he's not accounted for RB's heroics. He's not accounted for the fact that Nongshim were kind of ready for this in a way. So now as we move across the Split, I think the question is on how Full Sense are going to recover and also what comp they play. We saw it over in London in their game against Global, and it was the one map that they did manage to win. They were running that Sage there, but I wouldn't be shocked to also see a Cypher deadlock here to embrace that style once more, because Nongshim, I wouldn't be shocked to see the double duelist once more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they make no changes at all. We could see their previous comps there. Split was a bit of a disaster for them in stage 1, honestly. We had a Francis Waylay into a nerfed Francis Yoru. Hated it. I'm sure that they've worked on things since then. You can throw stage 1 Nongshim in the trash where it belongs, because stage 2 Nongshim is coming for champs.
And Split was a good map for them over at EWC, so it's all about can they continue that momentum.
Did you like Full Sense's Split? I thought it was good, so I actually hope Frost doesn't change too much.
Yeah, I mean, again, are we going to play a Frost comp where they're trying to prep for what Nongshim are doing, or are we going to go back to full sense double duelist burst?
Well, that is definitely the question, and Bella is definitely on standby with a coach who might call himself a little bit unlucky.
Hi guys, it's Bella here, standing with Coach Frost of Full Sense. Hey, good to see you. The orange looking good. Well, on Haven, you chose Cypher Deadlock against Nongshim. That was probably something that you envisioned. There was something there, right? What didn't go your way?
I believe we threw three 5v3s in the first 7 rounds, including that pistol. That certainly was not part of the game plan, but, you know, unfortunately, we got punished for a lot of mistakes.
Well, there's still maps to go, right? But BO3, thankfully. And also, I got a chance to talk with Coach Silkanon. He said, before this year goes, I wish to take a win against Coach Frost. How does that make you feel?
Well, he's off to a great start on that one. So let's see if we can prevent it over the next 2, though.
All right. Thank you, Frost, and best of luck to you. Thank you.
I've never heard Frost sound so mirthful and happy after losing a map.
Hey, there's plenty more game to be played here. We've got a whole nother map in front of us and a whole season here for Full Sense, who are once again straight back on their BS here. Deadlock Cypher coming out yet again. A very similar looking comp with a couple of different bits and pieces that will fit split a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone for that same stylistic matchup because Nongshim also running with that Neon Phoenix once again. Now the question is all about execution, because I do think Frost was right. They lost some rounds that they really should have won there.
Yeah, what I want to say here is I'm interested to see how Full Sense start out the attacking side. If they could get in on the side, that's going to be hard for Nongshim to retake. True. And also, Francis is playing a fade here, guys. He was on Sova on Haven. He was able to break some of the traps and be a little bit more on top of the shocks into specifically Neon Phoenix with the fade inclusion as the initiator. That's where you could seriously struggle on attack against Cypher Deadlock.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the second map of Split. And to take us through it, we've got Jordan and Kentrell Fleck.
Should drop the full name.
There you go, man. Yeah, look, listen, I don't want to brag, but me and Victoria, we've been on first name basis since yesterday.
Okay,
so it's not really a big deal for me, but maybe it is for you.
It's kind of an upgrade. Yeah.
Tell you what, though, this map is a pretty big deal for Full Sense. They got blasted on map 1, I think it's fair to say. We're also moving into Nongshim's pick. So could you write a worse story to start off stage 2? I don't think you really could.
No, this is... Yeah, Raz outdone themselves with the script. We got our Beast. We have Primi on Deadlock. How are you feeling about that one?
Look how they've massacred my boy.
I do think Pilly's
He went 6 and 14, Quack!
Yeah.
He went 6 and 14!
You can't dance around that. But onto this composition on this map without, you know, like a Sova shock dart, Pilly's got a point. It's going to be difficult for Nongshim to work against some of the trips, but for now, we do have Full Sense on attack, trying to scale up. Once again, A site, Cruz to lurk outside of B. Dabby's already received information.
Full Sense already starting to get their way out onto this A site, though Ivy is going to try and chip away at them on that entry, see if he can cause a little bit of a ruckus. It's more of a slow progression out here from Full Sense than anything, but they seem to be in and with a plant. By the way, there's a Cruz really long lurk happening here for Cruz. I'm not sure he's going to get there in time, but we'll find out as the push now starts to come back on through. Francis and Extros are the ones to find the important initial frags, but this late lurk has been spotted by RB, who once again has been such a big difference maker, and that plant didn't actually go down. So Nongshim have got the time in their favor. Ivy standing strong. Cruz has to work his way out of a smoke. It's just not going to happen. Nongshim start well again.
Just not seeing it once again. I mean, you have the full rush pushing through. They actually get into sight, but that was the one key difference. Nongshim spot that there are only 4 players. RB instantly recognizes it. Hold up, Cruz not here. let me check the flank. And he manages to take him down, or at least gets that information, works around the rest of the team, or Ivy at the very least in this 2v1. It's just so clean, so standard,
Yeah, it's a nice bit of re-aggression as well from Nongshim, just to catch Full Sense on that plan. Put the pace into that round a little bit more so than what Full Sense was prepared for. So again, another pistol obviously going their way. It's a tough start to the second map here. Full Sense going to try and bust their way out into B. We've got multiple members there to defend. Initial shots though, leaving a little bit to be desired, but still the recovery is in from Nongshim. Cruz again lurking around, but to little success.
It's just the setups too. Again, I mean, looking at how Nongshim are positioned, you know what this composition does. Everyone's pretty familiar with it already. Neon Phoenix for sure. You have the flashes, you have the mollies. Omen does his thing with the flash outside of Garage, and it just slows everything down. There's not much else to say, but to think about how this matchup could still then play out theoretically, and that's one of the biggest discussions I think for this entire thing, because on paper, yeah, like you know, the whole coaches discussions, theoretically this comp might work, but given the players and their intuition, you know, you're talking about Primi on the Sentinel, like you really wonder if he actually might have that instinct to think about these plays and actually make them happen, come to life. Right now, okay, Sonic Sensor, so you have one less lane to worry about. The whole team can push up forward into B site, but Nongshim are already wondering about that themselves.
Get the dogs out to clear middle. Ross looking for a timing there, doesn't quite get it. Francis under pressure, and Jitboys doing what needs to be done for Full Sense, opening pick in this round.
Okay, Sephiroth. It's a very big lurk as well, but he's up against Ivy, who might have just seen him right by the end. He might be pinned down as well. The whole team now getting called over. Little duel. Oh, but he loses it.
Yeah, not a good one to lose either. There's going to be a lot of space that needs to be retaken. Ivy creeping back onto the line, could get another one, maybe two. A couple of whiff shots in there from Full Sense gave him that opportunity. Danby not aware of Jitboys, so he ends up being a freebie. Still in check for Full Sense at the moment. Plants going through.
Axros has run it back.
Oh, he might think about running it back, actually. RB does put it down to a 1-on-2, but maybe not quite enough to invest it here. I think I'd like to see him hold on to it. Ooh, there's no way he gets that, but Cruz is on the line to trade it. So
Yeah.
Full Sense get themselves at least a starting round to get underway on split.
And definitely still some signs of life. I mean, that would be pretty important for the team mentally, emotionally as well. So you kind of like to see that, but still for Nongshim, I mean, it does come down pretty close. Now they might start to, if they start to see similar moves, they might start to anticipate players pushing out of vents, you know, coming out of heaven. And that was the one key difference this time. It was that Jitboys, I think, was able to elevate himself, find an extra frag, and allow for the whole team to set him on sight. So it always starts off once again. B presence, but a heavier lean from Full Sense over onto A site now.
Full Sense will look to try to put this round together, so we'll hear from them as they discuss.
ดูซ้ายให้ดูหายหน่อยไม่ซ้ายก็มีหิวปะกำลังแต่ไปหิวหน่อยเงียบเลยแล้วกลับปล่อยพักซ้ายแม่แบบว่ารอชิปไปได้พี่ทิมโอเครอก่อนพยายามไม่อยู่เรารวมกัน5 คนแล้วเนี่ยกูว่าขอหิวหน่อยปานั่งได้อะโหหน่อยดิโหหน่อยเพื่อปานั่งสั่งอยู่มีบอมนะพอปะเดี๋ยววอ2ก็เด็ดเอาโบเอาปัดมาออฟตีดี
Well, here comes Full Sense on the way into A. It seems as though Nongshim have largely been pushed out of that site again. Tross, unfortunately, was the one that did get taken down as well, so that runner back is not going to get any play here in round 4.
Yeah, Sephiroth still over ramp 2. That's another layer to worry about, but ultimately the whole team stuck on site.
Gotta be real, this seems like a very tough retake for Nongshim, especially now that Jitboys has kind of pulled the showstopper as a preventative measure. Nongshim are really taking their time about this one. They are going to have a little bit of a crack, but honestly, with Danby going down there, seems like it is very unlikely this is going to come together. You would need a miracle, and it's not to be. So 2-2 the score. Full Sense starting to put things back together.
Yeah, lovely to see that swift response. The whole team. Earlier on, they had that long lurk from Sephiroth on a ramp. This time around, it's a full lean from the whole team. So Nongshim not really expecting that yet. And it kind of works out a little bit better for Full Sense. Actually, I think the map makes a slight difference as well. Haven, a lot of the positions, corners are all tighter. The rotations from Nongshim back then were quicker. This time around, though, Full Sense actually gets to work on the map a lot more, and especially with the post-plant positions on A site, you can see how it works out. But suddenly now there's a quick push coming out from Nongshim outside. Sephiroth tries to withstand it, goes down X-Ross at the end.
That was bold teleport from RB. Push coming through to the B side. There are some defenders here, but they are being chipped away out nicely. Ivy sticking up. Good for only the one.
And that leaves X-Ross, who was on a journey of his own. Just one of those rounds where suddenly on a half-buy, Nongshim attempts to throw something against Full Sense, see if it sticks. But thanks to Sephiroth, actually, that did not happen. So well done, and it just continues going again. Despite all the flashes and everything, he's just managed to have enough distance within him and the team to be able to back himself into a corner where he has some cover. A lovely difference. And you can also, actually, in the previous Team Comm segment, you heard Cruz, I believe, was saying something about an op, so he's kind of anticipating what Nongshim might bring. And that's why you see them slowing things down in this round as well. Danby has enough for it. Full Sense goes back to working out the middle portion.
Good forward hold for Nongshim over towards B. Put the rest of their forces towards the hold in mid, and that is very much required. X-Ross, he just gets deleted twice. It was not the spot for the runner back. But Ivy still in here and unable to get anything done either. Hold on. Full Sense are coming back into their own a little here on Split. It feels like a completely different Nongshim as well.
Yeah, I just can't quite swiftly respond to it. I mean, the positions especially, just two inside of mailroom. The rest of them are tasked with holding their own positions, so they can't really rotate back in time for those trades. And now, having a slightly weaker defense on this side alone, Full Sense are looking to overwhelm everything.
Nongshim
with this full push.
On the rotate, look at this. They've got 3 players towards this B side. This might be defendable if RB is able to start well, and Francis is in there to help out as well. He gets deleted, and Danby missed a shot. So it was a good pre-rotate from Nongshim. Things definitely could have gone a different way, but in the end, Full Sense get by, and they have a 4-2 lead. So starting to get a bit concerned, and I would kind of think now might be a good time for Nongshim to have a timeout.
It's possible. I was definitely kind of worried for it. Like, again, theoretically, everything kind of checks out. You have 5v3. But if RB just finds 2 anyway, it does come pretty close, but thankfully still saving the day. But either way, as you mentioned it, the timeout being called, there are definitely some gaps that Full Sense have managed to identify. And that namely would be, okay, if he's on an op, he's probably not going to be marking down middle. He's probably on the extremity of the map somewhere, or definitely not at least on B Heaven. And that's how they actually decided to go in for that annihilation, you know, double peek push straight up mailroom. And gives Full Sense that much more space to work off of, that much more, you know, numbers advantage. So at least coming up for the next round where Nongshim are not going to have that op investment, you do wonder how they're going to adjust around this. Every part of the map is susceptible to what Full Sense can bring out. You've seen 4-1 lurks. You've seen, you know, maybe a slight 1-3-1 with the way that Full Sense are able to scale up middle as well. I think they need to get a bit more proactive, get some information, and really start to piece things together with how Full Sense are intending to approach this map. Otherwise, we might see a full swing and push us into our 3rd one. Start off with a flash for now. Danby beginning to jiggle.
Now spots him out. A couple of customary taps in there as well from Ivy, but realistically speaking, Not expecting too much out of this one. Paint shells will push it back down the vents. Showstopper, nothing you can do about that as Danby. Kill from Kahlua as well. Full Sense are making this one look relatively easy. Ivy getting away with a little more damage than he maybe ought to have, but I mean, there's just nothing in this one for Nongshim. That conversation surely was not about this round. It was surely about what do we do when we get the guns back in hand.
Yeah, but I also have to wonder, like, right after seeing a rush like this was just 5 soldiers marching into A site, left, right, watching every single position where Nongshim could have come out of, crawled out of. And if Full Sense have the potential to pull out pacey hits like this, Nongshim have to consider the possibility of something like that again. Can't pick his targets.
The flash was good.
He just spent his showstopper. He might get another one soon.
Yeah, it makes matters worse, of course, for Nongshim. Confident round from Full Sense. You can tell that the confidence is building a little more in this map. I was very concerned when they lost that pistol that we were just going to see a repeat of what we got on map 1. Nongshim going to run away with things, but we've got a little bit more of a competitive match here, which is a bit more in line with the expectations.
Oh, yes. Okay, pit available. Got Nightfall for a potential retake as well, but not really seeing too much. Definitely a lot more of a heavy lean from Nongshim to reinforce A Heaven currently. But look at that. As soon as the rotations go through, Full Sense have found the weak link. Mail room is open.
Yep. Danby's going to come scrambling across to try to help, but RB's taken down. Cruz just gets a little better of it with the headshot through. Danby is locked out. I mean, this is looking like it's all over the place, really, for Nongshim. They are just getting completely out-read by Full Sense.
There goes the Nightfall. They might just have to save now, especially since Danby had that op. But look at Chip Boys. Oh. It's a couple away from the showstopper.
He might be getting it right here. Ivy and Exros round the corner. Ends up being a 1-for-1. So it could be worse for Nongshim, but down 6 and 2. It's about as bad as it's going to get. Any thought of a 2-0 is far from the minds of Nongshim right now. They're just trying to keep their heads above water.
Yeah, especially for this first half at least. Maybe get at least a couple more rounds or get themselves to a third. 9-3 still not impossible. They have a lot of ultimates, but they haven't had the opportunity to use them. Oh my goodness, Elfish. What is this stark contrast between map 1 and 2? On to Split, Nongshim are just running circles around the fences. They haven't quite been able to get themselves into position other than the first few rounds where they actually looked a little bit better. However, as the game elapses, they just continue to try to pull off early rotations, start to get a bit more hungry for information, which can't really blame them for it. But that leaves a lot more gaps where Full Sense swiftly go in for it. He's so happy, Frost.
It's been a pretty solid performance from Chip Boys to start things off. Yeah, 15 kills in the map.
Showstopper entry is possible for this round.
Nongshim, though, have got themselves 4 ultis online as well. So if they're not going to win this round, they're not going to win any round, you'd think. Play is a little bit lackluster, though, I have to say. The offensive is on the march again. Full Sense, here it is. That's the showstopper, and this time Danby will at least be able to trade 1-for-1. So that's better than nothing. Extros looking to try and hold on. Has the backup here of Ivy as well. It's a much more stable defense initially from Nongshim. Port in behind as well from RB. He does not spot anyone exiting. Re-aggression from Nongshim is a bold choice. They run right into Kahlua, who has been hitting shots today. So once again, it comes down to RB to save the day for Nongshim.
Gunslitter, A Heaven. It's not impossible. RB has a flash again as well. He's clutched out several times before in map 1.
Spike planted.
Time working in the favor of Kahlua. RB spots him, but can't win it. Kahlua just got way too many 1v1s, and Nongshim, they really have to beat themselves up about that round. That was not good enough. Swinging Kahlua 1 by 1.
They just They weren't expecting that re-aggression. They were all in position for it though, but looking at how the shots all flew by, the angle, the difference between viewpoints as well, just out from ramp versus inside of heaven, like all they had was that one tight little narrow doorway. It's a little bit more difficult then, and Killa has the extra swing as well. Definitely feeling much better. The adjustments from Nongshim though, they rotated a lot quicker that round, so overthinking the map a little bit less could help them. But then Full Sense slows down the pace again.
Yeah, and it's already kind of gotten out of hand, you know. Full Sense is already on 7, so...
Hang on, though. We do have a lot of forward space being taken up by Nongshim outside of A now, so it all comes down to RB and how well he might be able to hold alongside Ivy, leaning towards the B section of the map.
Danby going to start to rotate off.
Just trying to fish for a kill.
Nicely played from Sephiroth. Just backing it up. Keeping Nongshim in the dark as to where this hit is going to come from, because they spot players outside of A, and they think, okay, well, might still be a few more there as well. RB, big job to do, but perfectly timed. The peek there from Chip Boys as he turns away from the flash.
Then rotations pulled over. Remember, the previous round we saw re-aggression from Full Sense. Nongshim thinking about it, but as the cage comes in, it's A.
Yeah, Exros just completely catches them unawares.
Spike down A.
Guys, what was that?
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit slack, I think, from Sephiroth. Seemed to think that the site was clear.
Fortunately, wasn't. So that's going to give Nongshim their third of the half.
Much needed third, but still need to put more together. They probably do need to get this up to 5.
Looking at this, it feels like it's not impossible now. The adjustments, the way that they are starting to shift themselves on this map. Quick rotations, still leaving players, you know, on the extremities of the map. They're starting to forego mid a little bit more, which helps them anchor things a lot better, depending on how, you know, Full Sense decide to try to go in for those hits. Like, Full Sense is, yeah, slowing things down, and they're also desperately trying to fish for some opening kills, but if they're not able to find them, the mid-rounding so far, we are just not seeing a lot of it yet. They tried to rendezvous back over on the A side in that past round, but we saw the results of that. It wasn't a tight push. Just kind of assumed that it was clear. Start things off now. Ooh, RB.
Yeah, a bit more proactivity around the map in general, actually, from Nongshim. A little bit of a peek into Garage there, but they're also exploring middle. Ivy was having a little bit of a look.
Yeah, it's a much deeper toxic screen as well, so Full Sense is going to be forced to use some util to clear it, and that creates new issues. Full Sense will have to try and solve. Double lurk this time, though. 3-2 split starting to peel off now as time goes down. Nongshim might just see that there's nothing here. The Prowler and the Trip, they start to question it. But as it continues to go on, suddenly then you start to think, this feels like a B hit, I'm pretty sure.
Ivy has got the pit. So that could come into play here. He's on the right side of the map. Rotates coming through as well from Nongshim. They're reading it nicely, but they're just not hitting the shots they need to. RB out of the picture early on in the piece. Paint shells, and Francis and Ivy having to make the impact felt. Ivy for the double was a big 2K. Still not enough to hold on to the site. Extros comes on through with the run at back. Does, of course, survive as a result, and Danby is taking his time to clear out the deadlock util. It's fine, though, as he does get on in. It's Primi that falls, and Danby now trying to bait out the peak from Kahlua, who can't do it again. And Nongshim starting to recover now on split.
Oh yeah, a fourth being claimed. Definitely possible for a comeback on the second half. We go into the last round of the half. How does Full Sense's economy look? Not too bad. They would still be able to go in for pretty much a full buy, but as you take a look at how the round actually unfolded, it all comes down to the slight execute. I think Full Sense tried to go for, you know, kind of a delayed hit. You have the initial one outside of Garage, and then a secondary outside of Heaven, but it was so swiftly dealt with. As soon as they hurt the Hawk, Ivy has his position, comes in for assistance, and that's, again, Nongshim's whole game plan. really stifling Full Sense's momentum.
There's the pit that we talked about. Didn't get used in the last round. Does get invested here. Ivy going to solo hold B. That frees RB up to move it towards middle.
Bring them down.
Oh, okay. Full Sense just deciding to go collapse into the pit together. But they do have stars close by, but I question if that's going to be enough. I'm kind of nervous, Jordan.
Is it going to be a tunnel? Are they going to build themselves a tunnel to work into B, or are they just going to try and fight this pit? Snakebite baited out. And pit will run down eventually. Ivy now in a bit of a spot of bother as the push starts to come through for Full Sense. He needs some help. Extros is in there for at least one. But Full Sense will be pushed away. Now Nongshim are wondering, do we have to send Danby back over to A? He's kind of going back and forth, and Sephiroth, like you say, his timing is looking incredible. The trade not through. Sephiroth for the double, and it seems as though Full Sense will grab themselves an ape to just seal the deal on the half.
Healing over here. Switching sides.
Which definitely makes things a little bit more steady going into the next half. Incredible. Still the same delayed hit, but this time around, just a much slower flank coming up from Sephiroth. They just managed to find the right timing. Swiftly deals with every single kill as it moves forward as well. And I think he goes by a little bit underrated, under-whispered as well. His name, of course, very iconic, was named Furious for a short portion of time. But if you take a look at the agent pool that this guy has, actually, he has so many agents played. He plays, you know, a Sentinel now, lurking around, but the movements at which he operates on this, it's definitely given himself a lot more crazy positioning, because the timing at which he actually shows up sometimes, it definitely catches the opponents off guard. But of course, all throughout the half, Jit Boys with those huge multi-kills, showstopper after showstopper, it's given Full Sense the wind, the second wind that they're looking for.
8-4, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good looking half, but it is still not a map win just yet.
Yeah. I tell you what I'm a little bit worried about.
Okay.
Primi. We haven't really seen too much. Just a bit.
Is it such a bad thing if Primi's not fragging? If Jit Boys
That's what I'm wondering about. Because, you know, it's Primi. You would think.
Yeah?
Yeah, that matters quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
But right now, he's just providing value and utility, the annihilations that he sends through, you know, the deadlock out, and that's about it. He's not getting too much else done. On defense, you would hope, as the anchor, perhaps on the B site, but Nongshim are on A now.
Danby going to be leading that charge. Have to go straight through that start. Extros, the one to find the opening pick, and Sephiroth spotted now at the back of the site, needs to be swung together, will just be the 1-for-1. So that's a good start for Nongshim. They need to convert on this pistol and then build on this attacking half.
Spike planted.
And in that case then, maybe this map is still on offer. Kahlua gets away with a little bit too much there against Ivy. Primi as well hitting the headshot onto Danby. Now starts to make this round look a little bit more interesting. Heals coming through from Kahlua as well, but not enough to keep Primi alive. Awkward timing as well. As Francis is hanging on for dear life. He's just running out of bullets as well. But we're back into the 1-on-1, and Exros is on a crazy off angle. Jit Boys will look to clear it, flash around the corner just to try to buy a bit more time, and there's not a whole lot of it left here for Jit Boys. Pre-fire is good enough.
Does he have it? Okay, just in time. Oh my god.
No, he doesn't have it.
What? 0.11. The circle didn't come in yet. He had the blast back onto the spike. You're kidding!
I think he thought he had it.
Yeah. It looked like it for sure, but oh well.
Spike planted.
And what a pistol to begin with too. I mean, they safely evaded Primi's setup on the B side, but
he was terrified in that corner. You could tell. Oh, that was so close. Good effort from Jit Boys.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Got to be wiping the brow after that one if you're Nongshim. That was your chance in the map. So 5-8, but a very, very close pistol round. You still got to do more to convince yourselves and convince us. Let's start with Ivy here. Only the one for him.
Okay. Don't hate that. You'll find yourself the Marshall, but the whole team already sensing that B site is clear. Cruz swiftly dealt with. Just for a little attempt of a retake. How much space for Full Sense? Oh, they're maximizing the ult economy as well, and look at where Danby is positioned.
Plant down. Hands of Xros, who again getting pretty close to building that run it back up.
Wait, where are we going? The long way around from Garage, just to maybe try and die to Spike. Can't save on this round. Oh, they... Huh? They think that the Spike was down on A side for some reason? A little bit of an odd rotation, but just trying to time it, I suppose. Either way, though, you can already see Nongshim. I mean, the one thing they would have to be worried about were the double Sentinels. And as long as they kind of avoid that for the time being, they're kind of good to go.
Oh, this is very weird. Xros was not too sure. Certainly wasn't expecting that, and so...
Jump in the Spike!
That's, yeah, it's actually going to work out for Full Sense.
Yeah.
An extra kill or two, you know, and then all good.
Everyone gets what they were looking for. Xros has to run it back. Full Sense still manages to not give up too many ult points. In fact, Full Sense does build up on their own as well, the one kill that they did get. But again, it all comes down to the hit and how Nongshim tries to put it together. The thing that they had to worry about were the double Sentinels, but it's only been 2 rounds so far. They're going back to that 8 site. Sonic sensors aplenty.
Big first gun round here. If Full Sense pick it up, momentum stays with them. Goes the way of Nongshim, then it is very much game on.
It's not really a trap setup or anything, though. We don't have a lot of assistance. It's just Primi with a Gravnet.
I already like this round, though, from Full Sense. You can see Jute Boys, this confidence pushing out of B is going to be a real X factor in this round.
Has to time it real well, though. He's alone.
Being watched. Oh, not quite well enough, but...
Oh, no.
Suppose you take the 1-for-1 trade.
That was a sheriff kill? What? No. Either way, that's intel.
Danby's on the hunt as well. Cruz now trying to backfill that position.
Oh, my God.
I like it. I really do. I think, you know, Full Sense throwing a fox among the henhouse with this round.
And the barrier mesh comes just in time from Primi, too. So, Cruz... and take his own sweet time.
Xros is a dead man.
30 seconds left.
Be an easy kill for Cruz. This is a very unorthodox round. Good pushes out from Full Sense, causing the question marks to be asked of Nongshim, and they don't have the answers. So the bonus not going to be secured. Full Sense get a bit of momentum back in here for the second half, 9-6.
And like you called it, it does look a little bit odd, right? I mean, we have to admit that, but
it's just unorthodox.
It works so well. The initial push, a second person to go in for it. That's the unorthodox bit that I think Nongshim themselves weren't anticipating. But you can also see what Frost is trying to cook up together with the team, and that's what this comp is meant for. A bit of presence. Primi holds on to the barrier mesh, drops it at just the right timing too. Nongshim are gonna have to try and figure that out. To start out this round, though, at least a bit of mid-presence. Primi will get away swiftly, and we'll have a listen in to what Nongshim are thinking.
이런 소리.
한 번 더.
할 거야. 얘는 세진.
뺑이랑 곰을 안티하고 있을게.
에이스카이야.
둘이서 해줘.
찍어봄.
센서 깨.
센서 왼쪽.
여기 그냥 깨. 가지마. 깨고 가지마. 적 빠졌고.
깼어. 몇 깼어.
펌핑 한번 주자. B번 펌핑.
나 그냥 궁 써볼게.
에이스카이게. 써봐. 내 나인 거 알아. 에이스카이.
스테어 하나. 수고 홀딩. 이렇게
Well, it's a lot of delaying util that Nongshim have to bust through, but they do eventually try to get their way into that B site. Xros will be sent back, and they slow it down again.
Yeah, it's just to run it back. Full Sense aren't sure if it's commitment or not. They have a stack on A instead of B, so this might just work out nicely for Nongshim.
Dark cover goes through. Here's all the util from Nongshim getting tossed on in. It looks good, but they haven't found the entries. And Cruz able to find himself the one. Chip Boy's still on this side. He's been fragging. He unfortunately cannot do any more of that in this round, though. So Nongshim are in with a player advantage for the post plan.
Yeah, it just might be difficult. No real flashes or anything to make themselves get out of the smoke safely.
Fulsen still hanging around. Want to have a bit of a crack at this one. Kalua committed. Swing does come through from Nongshim. They're just not really hitting their shots so cleanly at the moment, but they have got enough, thanks to Xros, to get up to a 7th, and you know, it's close. I still feel like Fulsen's are troubling Nongshim, but that deficit is closing.
It really is. I mean, you can already tell, based off of that team comp spit alone, like they were calling out the sonic sensors. They were trying to work the map, as what Pilly would have said. So really clearing all these little bits and traps, especially using the running back to do it safely, then they're able to cement themselves with a hold over the B side. 5v2, of course, they're going to be able to take it clean. A tough retake then. Sephiroth does make it close, but Xros, back then on the Initiator, now on the Phoenix, he's providing so much value. Back to a mid play.
Oh, what? Dambi! He's back! Not on the Neon at all in stage 1. Here in stage 2, though. Back to it.
The judge.
Call him the judge, jury, and the executioner in that round.
Also, we haven't seen a shot. I just realized we haven't seen a shotgun from Dambi all series long. Suddenly he does it. And even Primi is just stun-locked. Chip Boy's no chance to use the showstopper now. Cruz has space, so they kind of know the hit could be going out towards A. But what is this lurk?
RB's waiting for it. I mean, he's seen it, you know, can't get away with it multiple times. Sephiroth also spotted out now as well. Oh, nice double from RB, but Kalua is causing problems, and don't half mind that as a call from Nongshim just to try to ignore him. He's put himself in a position actually to cause a ruckus on that rotate through mid, but Nongshim do get past okay. Flash in, Xros now under pressure. His own flash back. Oh my god, the battle of the flashes, but RB comes swinging in. He doesn't respect the 1v1.
No honor, but it's all about winning the war of deception here. Big footsteps definitely causes a bit of panic as well, but I mean, that's just a hell of a blitzkrieg push of Mayoru, the judge. Not too bad on the off-angle hold, but oh my word.
That's just not how that is supposed to go. You know, they haven't done anything wrong there. The double swing, the double peek comes through.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, like, it feels like Nongshim aren't shooting as hard as what they were on Haven.
It's all down to these little menu. They're starting to shoot better, though. I mean, you have to admit that. And now it's a very possible tie because Full Sense just don't have the guns.
Well, this would not be the round that you want to lose. But Chip Boys with a showstopper, you know, maybe there's something here for Full Sense.
It's a big mid. Okay, shallow toss. No one's close. They think it's clear. Uh-oh.
There's a cam. Not anymore.
Yeah, it's just enough. Still having pieces of utility to, you know, give them the information they're looking for, but they've already lost the close range positions. They're trying to find it now by pushing down middle.
Full Sense are being so active on this defensive side. Francis could well get timed. Just about gets the info and now calling for some help from his teammates. That paranoia should have done enough, but in the end it won't. And this is what I'm talking about. Chip Boys with that showstopper having the impact. Of course, the paint shells as well. Not how this round was supposed to go for Nongshim at all. Primi will be spotted and dug out by RB, but this is a big recovery mission that's only got 20 seconds left to work.
Chip Boys close enough. Everyone's starting to rotate on over. Nongshim bites the footstep sounds as bait, and they are pushing into B.
How are they going to get a plan? 10 seconds left. You haven't cleared the site. Chip Boys is here. Surely this round is over. He's just going to drop the nades straight on that spike. It won't be enough. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Chip Boys with a miracle round for Full Sense, and that could be a crushing blow to Nongshim.
We'll have to take a look at how the money looks. Ooh. Yeah, not the greatest. And that is just majestic coming out from Full Sense. Initially lost a position, but quickly recognizing, yeah, we're still on pistols. If we want to get close range, we're gonna have to push down somewhere. They're not at mid. Let's go.
The crazy part about that round as well is if Nongshim would have just walked into B, they had the round for free.
Yeah. I mean, they thought they could farm just because their opponents were on pistols, but no. So we're back to a slight reset in terms of the macro. Trip this time, shallow around middle in case there would be a slide. Primi holds out by ramp too. Nongshim already starting this round off not too great. They're like sluggish now because of all these double sentinel utilities all over the place.
They've got the side at least, Nongshim. Okay. Got a bit to hold on to it with as well.
Should be able to work around. Shipboy's on an op, but Primi has Annihilation plus the Graph Net not yet spent. This is going to be a sticky situation.
Oh, good flash as well. Ivy, no chance in that duel. Paranoia does come back to slow Full Sense down, but there's plenty of time for them to work with, and they are slowly but surely working their way back onto the line. Francis, he would make a mistake if he would peek out that smoke. No. It's Danby in the end that makes the difference. Somebody had to step up for Nongshim. It is going to prompt out the Nightfall. Nongshim really want to confirm this round. And with that ulti, they will. Nice round from Danby.
How the heck did that happen? I turned away for a second thinking, all right, that was, I'm looking at my notes, but like that was kind of in Full Sense's bag, right? They had all the positions. Shipboy's had the op. He's watching through the back of ramps. But Dabby just has that slight little off angle enough to be able to catch Full Sense. That's a desk slammer, that one. They had the flash. They managed to push out.
Yeah, nobody watching that at all. And Danby does what Danby does best.
Timeout.
So timeout now for Full Sense. They recognize this is pretty close. It is very winnable, of course, for Full Sense still, but Nongshim are certainly having a better run of it in the second half. You can see the split there, 5-2 in the second half. So if that persists, if that trend continues, Nongshim will win this map.
It's a very real possibility, one that Frost would not want to have happen. They are making it this close. 10-9. They have the double digits. They got it off of a thrifty. But Nongshim are making them work for it. You mentioned this second half, but it's the way that Nongshim does it as well. They're doing their due diligence, clearing a lot of the trips, recognizing positions. You know, we're going to kind of overlook some of the slight mistakes, as you might call them. But even then, it's really what costs you in some of these really crucial moments. Nongshim still have tricks up their sleeves. And with the way they're able to slip into sights after just breaking potential trips, you know, it might start to force Full Sense to try to position themselves around them. It's a sudden quick play into B.
Is it a confirmed play? Yes, it is. RB ports back on through, and Danby charging in through his fast lane. Xrox there to lead the charge as well. Nongshim have arrived on the B site.
So wrapping around a sudden sight execute. This is going to have to be a save.
Might be going up in flames here for Full Sense. 6-2 for the half.
Really not much else then. Flashes, you have the overdrive. Of course, RB's hits like a truck as well. Now it's just trying to find that operator that Jitboys would be holding onto with Sephiroth. Spots it out first. So safe enough for Full Sense to have another go, but otherwise the rest of the team maybe looking a little bit worse for where, I don't know, like, do they save? Nobody really has any big ults either. So you're really forced to think, like, do you go for a half buy? Nongshim might just be able to still swing the momentum over, come in with an 11-10. That's not going to feel great. They are thinking about it, though. Killua just got in with a Light Shields Vandal. But really, this is what I meant when I said Nongshim still has tricks up their sleeves. All half long, we've been watching them work the map, taking things slow, but off of the sudden timeout, they just kick down the doors, bust in. Guns blazing.
Well, another attempt here for Full Sense to hold on. That's really what it feels like at the moment, though, is that Full Sense are trying to hold on against this onslaught from Nongshim in the second half. Nongshim have almost battered it down at the door.
Kind of a forced buy from Full Sense as well. They're going to have to make this one work. Cruz in garage with Judge. Premi just waiting for information, but he has to rely on the trip. Which is so unsettling. Okay, off of the slight timing, he's going to toss down barrier mesh. Confirms presence. But you're also wondering if Nongshim would then rotate back over. They're not breaking the wall yet, so it feels safe enough for now. Oh, they're thinking of pushing out garage, maybe? No, just sitting tight. Expecting the push.
It's a bit of a fake towards B, though, is it not, for Nongshim?
I don't know, I feel like they're trying to bait out something from Full Sense.
The double pump from Nongshim. Maybe this isn't even just a double pump.
30
like
seconds left.
Come on, let's go! Run it back. For X-Ross, see if he can find an entry. Kalua helps out Primi, but now he's under a bit of pressure. There's the swing in from Danby, and that'll be a pretty good routine opener for him. They've still got a couple more players to find. RB, though, starting to pressure his way in alongside Danby. And Nongshim, perfection as they enter the B site. Full Sense are rattled, and for the first time on the map again, feels as though it is Nongshim's to close.
And you know what else again? Sephiroth and Jitboys to save. They did it just around previous. They've been sitting on that A site with nothing to do. Nongshim just call these rounds, plural, so effectively. Yeah, it looks odd, again, like maybe a little bit unorthodox, like double pump, triple pump, okay. It really just puts a lot of questions. Sandbags Full Sense. They're like, okay, are you rotating or not? Primi tries his best to just, you know, place himself in a position where he can maybe try to work around it, but he had a stinger. He was stunned by the relay bolt. And of course, even with Cruz and Gang, you know, playing inside of garage, if Dami just slides past, like, there's nothing they can do. Everyone's just uncertain about where the hit's coming. What can they do? Do they push out of garage? Do they try to do it, but then there's just no range. RB had safe enough distance.
I really appreciate the pacing from RB in that round as well. He was very patient. Works out perfectly for Nongshim, that crunch. But I don't know, Full Sense, are they out of ideas? This defensive half has just not gone well at all.
I mean, the main issue would still be the fact that that was a forced buy from them in that previous round. They might have some ideas, but it's going to have to be clean from this point on. They might just be looking at foregoing this round, maybe, unless Frost says something he's extremely confident about. Then you try to hope for an overtime, or at least just to actually make this round work. Actually, even if you lose this round because of round loss bonus, you might be able to buy up for the next one. So might as well go for it anyway, but I can't lie, I'm very... It just feels so unsettling if you were thinking of yourself in the shoes of Full Sense.
Yep.
Op still in hands. Does Jitboys go a bit more aggressive now? He's thinking about it, peeking down middle.
I think you have to, right? Like, you kind of have to feel the need to try and impact the round earlier here if you're Jitboys. You're 25 and 14. The default setups haven't worked. The way you've been playing this half has not worked. You need to try and make something happen early. Influence the round. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to push his way out into middle, see if he can find a fight. Francis, do not hold your knife out, sir.
Like this, though.
I mean, there's no way Francis is swinging this. He's got the spike. So if anything's going to happen here, it's going to come down to Jitboys pushing, and he gets away with a bit of a lucky one.
And he spotted out that long frickin' barrel too, so that's a call to Nongshim. They might think to double back and actually overwhelm the solo off player inside of mid. Stun flashes. Jitboys, he's gonna have to like blast pack away. And he only has one.
Whoa! Okay, Danby going for a bit of a jog in mid. Wasn't expecting that. Jip Boy's back on the line.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted to try and find velocity. But either way, though, that was just one kill. It's enough of a gap for Nongshim to be able to slip up in towards A heaven. Trip doesn't go broken, and they might not be aware. Primi is thinking about it.
30 seconds left.
RB's going to chuck a paranoia in over towards the B side as well and see if he can try and keep those defenders honest. But rotates very much come through. Missed connection. We'll see how impactful that's going to be. With 20 seconds left on the clock, Nongshim, they need to scramble to get into this site and try and find that plan. Francis is putting it down on the floor, but they need some kills, and X-Ross has run out of bullets. Francis is down as well. This round has just kind of fallen apart for Nongshim.
And it all began with Jit Boys and that op. What? Okay.
Well, RB will be able to take his gun through to the next round at least.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other.
I mean, they have all the money in the world, but the way they're able to just deny these ult points still, every bit counts. Every second, every frame. Even with the Cosmic Divide spent, I mean, it works out pretty nicely. It's quicksand, pocket sand, really slows things down that much for Nongshim. They were under pressure to try to get, something happening towards the A site. But we go again. Nongshim, again, they still have options, can go in for an execute if they so choose. But trying to slow things down or work around the trips. Look at how the positions of the trips are changing about as well, though, by the way. It's a lot more shallow towards the back, just in case Nongshim do decide to go in for a quick send.
I mean, Sephiroth has been all over the map. He's been playing towards A, he's been playing towards B, he's been very mobile. Keeping full sense, or keeping Nongshim rather, guessing.
Alongside Primi too, like he's got options to grab that mailroom if he needs, or quickly pivot back to the top of heaven, throw one down outside of garage. Of course, there are stars all around too for Cruz.
Cam's dealt with. It will bait out the cage.
But the positions of these trips are so darn shallow. Like, Nongshim are just going to have to send it if they are to try to break them, which is what Frost wants with his composition. This is beautiful Valorant now.
Time ticking away from Nongshim. I'm starting to get a bit worried that it's going to end up like the last round. They won't have time on their side.
They have nothing. You're just going to have to sandbag, try, send it into B, hope for the best.
Are they going to check Cruz's position, set up behind this smoke?
Uh-oh.
Oh, they've gone around the world, so maybe Cruz doesn't come into play here. He's given away with a couple of shots now, but Sephiroth is the one that's doing the damage. Full sense they might be grasping a victory from the jaws of defeat. It looked like this map was going the way of Nongshim, but it is Full Sense that are on map point now.
It took them just a truckload of work to be able to get to this point. It feels laborious for sure, but by golly, they're getting there. For this time around, the adjustments finally was to just get those trips in a much more shallower position, all the way defensive towards the back of sites. Now to change things up as well, trying to get a good read for it. It was B multiple times for Nongshim, mid as well. Suddenly we're back to A, and lo and behold, the stack is here.
Well, it's going to be an attempt at a little bit of something faster. Danby goes straight on through. To heaven, that fast lane as well, cutting off the sight lines. Rotate's starting to come through from Sephiroth, but Nongshim are trying to push their way out. It is miscoordinated though, and guess who's here? Kalua, who is missing nothing. The flash connecting as well. Finally a frag in for Nongshim, but you might say it's a little bit too late. Primi at the back of sight deals with RB, and this must be it. This must be the death throes for the map. Nongshim can't get it done. 2-0. Full Sense will survive and push us through to a third.
A third one onto Ascent. My God, a tactical map. I do wonder how that one will go, but for this, a slight resurgence from Nongshim, ultimately still stifled out at the end. Full Sense having every bit of macro, pulling every little trick they have out of the book, and they managed to make it work in that last round, pushing Nongshim into spots where they want them, just exactly. Take heaven, sure, we know you are gonna be there. We want you there. And that's what all those sonic sensors, all those trips, this double sentinel can do. It's always gonna be kind of a problem for Nongshim, especially if the map is going to be this wide, this narrow, that many different lanes to try and poke through. It's a lot more unlike Haven, of course. But then again, you still saw some swift executes from Nongshim that definitely force Full Sense to question things, to think about things. The thrifties that they might have won and then lost back in and around.
Yeah, I definitely thought Nongshim was going to get it done there. I felt like they had it, but nice recovery from Full Sense right at the back end. Still, felt like a map that could go either way. I think for the series as a whole, you'd say Nongshim still with their noses in front, but again, that can very much change when we do get to map 3. A pretty inspired performance, it certainly has to be said. From Jit Boys, a good little cameo in there, here and there from Killua. So we've got a lot to look forward to when we do get into map number 3.
Well, like Jordan said, I was really fully prepared to just wrap it up for Nongshim win there. But Full Sense ends up pulling through at the last minute, winning out split, bringing us to a full series. And while they did look good in that first half of attack, I mean, I'm not sure if things are really fleshing out the way that they had planned.
No, definitely not. I mean, that was a strugglesome map indeed. It started so well for Full Sense, though. They really got off to the races. The contact-heavy style on attack seemed to be finding the gaps on the map every single time, and Nongshim was constantly trying to attempt impossible retakes.
Yeah, they were really struggling there, but I do think very, very impressive by Full Sense to get it done. Nongshim, you know, they had that recovery in the second half, but, you know, all equally impressive in my mind, step up from the individuals, of course, but on the side of Full Sense, they just do enough to get it across the line. 17 for 7 for opening picks as well there. So
10 from Jit.
I mean,
10 from Jit. That is unbelievable.
Game.
What a game. I mean, we saw a couple of games from him in that last stage when Full Sense was cranking the double duelist all the time. He had a few games where I was thinking to myself, like, he's actually playing better than Primi on the secondary duelist here. And I was thinking, like, okay, if he could do that consistently, then this is going to be a very scary Full Sense team indeed. But then he had a couple of maps where he was literally like triple neg or something like that. So peaks and valleys with Jit Boys, but so far very consistent on the solo duelist with Primi moving across to the deadlock.
Do you think they would have had a better time actually playing with their old comp against Nongshim instead? With Primi on the duelist.
It's hard to say.
It's hard to say. It was totally theory here.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously,
first map, obviously. I mean, it's hard to kind of argue against that. It just didn't really click. That map, I mean, they got the dub at the end of the day, and attack side in particular. I felt like I said, they were contacting into the sides, they were finding gaps on the map. That's not how they would have played against Nongshim. Honestly, I think Nongshim probably would have played better into the double duelist kind of burst style. They're probably much more used to playing against that.
Yeah, well, ended up working out. In fact, in the first half, we saw it looked like Nongshim, you know, they won the pistol, things were going to go well again, and then 7 rounds in a row. This double Senti comp worked out really well.
That's the big thing. When people talk about it, it's the ability to win in these post plants. You see it there, they kill Exros, who has the Phoenix, so a real key to stopping these post plants. But I felt like they were rock solid. When that double Sentinel gets into a site, it's very, very effective. Now, I do think Nongshim had some decent enough counters. We see them start to entrench themselves on the site here. RB up close, Ivy able to trade, and then X-Ross deep inside these sites. This is how you have to stop it, and this is ultimately what got them those crucial rounds on attack. They needed every single one of them. Here you can see how much further forward they're playing on the map, dominating A main, trying to take that space in B main, getting away that info. It's so important that you don't let them get comfortable in the post plant, and you see it here. This is how they get their 4th round. Without any of these, without the smart coaching adaptations, this game would have gone way, way worse for Nongshim. So it's like we spoke about in that map 1. It's the mind games of understanding this composition. Then they move across to the second half, and they do much better. I think they know how to beat it, but now we see the flip side, where the individuals from Full Sense start to take over, their game plan comes alive, and they get it across the line.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of looking at that big streak in from Full Sense and thinking Nongshim is making some of the right adaptations. They got the op-out immediately on Danby. They had a couple of flash setups with the Phoenix and things like that, or a Paranoia setup, but they were never in the right places. Full Sense was reading the setups very, very well and always finding the right gaps on the map, and once they make their way through the map and onto the site, there's no way you're retaking that, especially if you're going to feed a Phoenix ult early early in the game on A ramp and not use it for the retake. That's just not on.
It also helps when Jitboy is hitting all of his shots, using his util really well. He wants to make sure he is never sent back to the Sentinel.
He literally won this game for full sense.
Easily,
you cannot argue with that. He was unbelievable on the raise. On the attacking side, I was super impressed with his pacing. He was never rushing in with a double satchel or anything like that. That round right there is the perfect example of it. It's all single satchel movement to be able to break lines, but you always see full sense are right behind him. This is the trap a lot of raise players fall into, and Neon players as well. I have sick movement. Let me send it as far as possible into the site as I can go, but then when you die and you don't create any entry space and the rest of your team is 3 steps behind you, you're gonna have no impact at all. In fact, you're kind of just selling the game to the other team at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he understands his role well. Now he's that single duelist. He's about making that space still. It's about being that team player, and then he adds the frags on top of that, and it starts to look generational. I mean, these are his stats across both maps. Even map 1, where the team overall struggled. 3 rounds, I felt like he was the best player. I felt like he was putting up the moment.
His opping was pretty good as well, and that's something, again, there's a couple of teams in Pacific where their outstanding star players are players that prefer the rifle. I think Primi, I think of May. Yes, they do opt from time to time, but it doesn't really seem to be their preference. So Jitboy's bringing a strong opping presence into this full sense team is going to give a little bit more of a dimension to this team that maybe they haven't been able to lean on as much before, especially if he's going to be playing solo duelists and they're going to be leaning more into cover double senti and being a bit more flexible with their approach.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Jitboy switching onto that duelist role over in stage 1 was already looking quite promising, obviously. You know, they qualified to Masters London, but I do have some question marks for Primi. Yes, he is back on Deadlock, but we've seen better performances on his Deadlock before, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. I mean, Frost did say they're getting along a lot better, but I think a little protesting going on?
I think it's protesting. Maybe, you know, we saw a couple important moments with the util from him, you might say. But ultimately, I think it's a teething issue. I think it's adjustment back to this different role. When he had a lot of time on that duelist, that's obviously where he's most comfortable. He's now playing a role about feeding the team a little bit more in these maps, and I think that will take more time. It's one thing to do it in scrims, it's another to do it on the stage. The big question now as we move towards Ascent, that decider, is what will the composition be? Do they rock Cypher Deadlock once more on Ascent?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They're going to start out on the attacking side of Ascent, and that can be... I mean, we talked about it already. On Split, they were able to find a lot of gaps and get into a lot of post plants. I think it's actually harder on Ascent, to be honest, to attack with the double senti. You know, when this comp was kind of innovated initially, you would often be a team that if you're picking Ascent and you're running Cypher Deadlock, you hope to get the pistol, and you hope, okay, if we can combo some ults, let's get a round or two. Back then, it was when Yora was very strong, and that was your solo duelist. It's like, let's just get a dimensional drift round or two. So I think, you know, it's going to be a hard sell to attack with that double senti. I want to see if they're going to pull it out yet again, because we've already just been talking about it. Full sense, their comfort zone as of late, before Frost comes back into the roster, was with that double duelist. So we know that it's something that they're well and truly able to switch to if they need to.
We've definitely seen the peaks of both of these teams. Maybe not the very peak, but we see some really good plays from both of these teams, whether you know, in London or prior to London and kickoff. So I am curious as we go in. These are two teams that a lot of us are predicting will be contending for champ slots.
Sure. I mean, they have those points, right? They're in really good positions, but it does make every game in the group stage so valuable, especially against someone who's so close to you in the leaderboard. It's a 2-point swing if you win this here, so map 3 really does have some importance. As we take a look at the comps for Full Sense, it's going back to double duelist. Primi is on the jet. I think he'll be very happy about that. I want to see him get rolling early. He hasn't had a good series so far, so a step up is needed.
Yeah, best of one on Ascent here for a chance point. Put your foot out in front in the group stage. Primi back on the jet after, you know, some shenanigans on the Deadlock. I think he's going to be quite happy with that. Bit of a stylistic difference between these two comps. Cypher is a bit more of a popular choice right now. The Astra comes in here for Full Sense, but keep in mind, Killjoy just got buffed. The nanos are better. The turret's better. The alarm bot goes faster. So Sephiroth piloting that, he has to do a good job and maybe get some good ults in.
Also, really quickly, Dambi not on the Neon. He's on the jet. I mean, we don't see this as much from him. It's not his comfort ground, but he does have that verticality.
Well, Frost does have 5 wins over Silkanon, but everything is left up to chance now as we go into Ascent and send it back to our casters, Jordan and Kentrol.
Yeah, back on in. One more map to go. Full sense Nongshim. Who will it be? What's your take, Kentrell?
Thank you for a first name. I feel comfortable now. I don't know, honestly. I think this is a big 50-50 because both sides are just fully unleashed and unchained with the comps they're bringing into this map.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Primi back on that jet. I'll say. I think it's really fun. It's going to be exciting. Will we see Jitboys being able to maintain his level in this series so far now that Primi is going to take a little bit more of that space? So that is going to be the question that I have, because if that is maintained, well, I mean, game over. Nongshim, you're in trouble. But I think Primi typically did take a little bit of that shine away, I guess, from Jitboys in some cases.
Well, it's going to be Jet Phoenix either way, though. And both can have a lot of value in different ways. Mobility flashes in. Here we go.
Oh, great flash through from RB. That's really going to stymie the momentum of Full Sense, you would think. But Sephiroth, Jitboys, Primi, they're all having a good time. Maybe that paranoia didn't do enough.
And the wall doors down as well. 2v5 is going to be a really difficult retake, even though Francis does have some arrows in his quiver.
It's going to be the first time in the series that we see Full Sense win a pistol, but Francis has other ideas. Surely not. He talked about it. Frost in the interview, they're throwing away advantageous rounds. Full Sense can't afford to throw another one away. Primi locking in that kill onto Ivy, and Francis is kind of up the creek without a paddle. He's really got nowhere to go. He needs mistakes now, and there's one maybe from Primi getting caught out. The ace required. Is there even time for Francis here? He's going to sit that defuse, but he'll be pulled off, and there's nothing really that he can do here. Cruz has won the round for Full Sense, but by God, did that get too close.
I want to replay of that so quick. That Full Sense break the door, and then that was a full classic magazine. Like 4 right clicks just to get 3 kills. Look at that. Yeah. Every single right click in the mag. Oh my word. I thought EWC was the last that we would have seen of that, but he's doing it here again on the set.
Would have been a real heart-stopping moment for the fans of Full Sense. As I was trying to say, they haven't actually started a map with the pistol win in this series.
That's true. It's been Nongshim all the way.
Yeah, Nongshim leading from the outset initially on both maps. So does that change anything here for Full Sense? Primi again back onto that comfort territory. The Jet looking to get aggressive early in this round, seeing if he can have any impact in middle. Doesn't see much, though.
Just back to playing it cautious and safe. Filling in open spaces where they know their opponents are not, especially that alarm bot going by. Sephiroth looking to swing off contact from the turret.
Yeah, Nongshim trying to get aggressive here. Sephiroth is the only one that's watching this line, so he doesn't want to stick around. That's a good choice from him to just back it up, keep baiting Nongshim in, and the rest of his team have now taken the B side as a result of that space that's been created. 1 for 1. Would he have liked to have gotten more? Maybe, yeah, but job done.
Spike planted all the way out towards stairs as well. Everyone's just working with the similar post-plant ideas from what we saw back over on Split. All stuck on site, just to hammer through.
Nongshim still giving this a crack.
Might as well, they have a Bulldog now.
Got Full Sense stuck in on that site as well at the moment.
This could be a real big flash from RB.
Could be Nongshim just sitting here and letting all the Full Sense players go down to the bomb, but in the end they do decide to push their way through.
Yeah, which is a real wise choice as well. I mean, so far so good. Sephiroth to begin with, you know, not really feeding himself out to the Sharks. And then at the same time, the one spot where RB sends, you know, the paranoia is where he thinks his opponents would be, but they just are standing on all opposite ends of it. So not blinded at all. They'll be able to continue to push up, and that's Full Sense now. I mean, it feels as though, like, especially Primi on the Jet, they have that mobility, they have that explosiveness to really just execute into sight. Maybe looking to do similar things now on this round, but Nongshim have their own ideas as well.
Just dropped Sephiroth off towards middle to keep an eye on that. Rest of Full Sense thinking about exploring towards A. We'll wait out that one way.
Little bits of smokes to feign presence. RB confirms.
Yeah, they won't wait out that one way. She's gonna go anyway. Jip Boys was lobbing the molly.
I thought he was trying to stay off the sentinel.
Flashback on in. Full Sense backing away, but Nongshim really fighting for that space.
And now you're left with one flash for Full Sense. Nongshim, I mean, they're good to anchor all around and stay close by in case of a double pump. Primi as the one to lurk, though, is a bit curious. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, you got Danby out from A short as well, just to check. But otherwise, with 40 seconds left to go, Full Sense will kind of decide to commit into B site. The problem is they don't have, a full kit of utility just to run it back.
30 seconds left.
Orb gained, ult in, they double pump. Straight back in the A site.
Nongshim still have some forces over there though. 3 players strong to try to hold on. RB with the paranoia through. It's Primi that gets caught out first. Time is a real problem. Jip Boys sent back. Sephiroth is still putting in some damage and there is time for a plant. They have to scramble in. They've got it. Hold on a second. Full Sense they might be able to scrounge around out of nowhere. This was looking done. But the recovery is in effect. There's a turret up to watch this push. No entry allowed for Nongshim at the moment. Should be an easy double there for Sephiroth as he actually confirms the triple. That's Ivy, who has far too much to do now. Turret clearing out his position, and that information's given over to Full Sense, so there's nothing to be done. Swings coming through. 3-0. Full Sense are looking back on Ascent.
Quite literally, bonus and everything just to put them on that pedestal, and also them kind of threading the needle to be able to make that happen. I don't mean in terms of aim, but really just with the timing of everything that you mentioned, right? They run it back, they brought everything out. It feels very dire. They lost the early trades, but especially with the rest of the team and Jit Boys on that Spectre then being able to flood through after the teammates have gone down. Oh, that was quite a mouthful. It definitely sends Nongshim into a bit of disrepair as you head over onto the next round, where they are now onto pistols. Full Sense a lot more comfortable. Primi able to do his thing. Maybe farm up on the Outlaw.
Yeah, it should just be a farm round for Full Sense here. We'll see. Time to hear from Full Sense as they negotiate this round.
รอแล้วก็แง้มเลยไอ้เก่งมอลลี่วายแล้วก็เดี๋ยวกูจะแง้มเอเมนเดินกลางก่อนนะพี่ทีมตามโดนได้คิวเพราะว่าอยู่กลางเห็นกูเจนเอาไว้ล็อกเอเมนให้มันสู้กลางมาเข้าเลยกลางเยอะโอ้แทบกลางเอาบอมมาเอาเรื่องเก่งเอาไปเลยมันจ่ายบอดไปแล้วไม่มีของรีเทคแล้วฟังกูนะมันไม่มีของรีเทคแล้ว
Poor Sephiroth, and he's just calling that he's hearing a lot of footsteps, but at least this gives the team the plant, and now they are all in position, especially with Primi still on that Outlaw.
Yeah, shouldn't be a big deal for Full Sense. Rifle in the hands of X-Ross. Maybe he wants to have a bit of a crack at this one. Pulls out a bit of util from Full Sense, and they are just bunkering down as best they can. X-Ross, again, sent back. Primi able to have an impact with the kill onto Francis, and slowly but surely, you'd think this round should be going the way of Full Sense. It may not still. X-Ross had a chance there onto Primi. RB in all sorts of trouble, but again, gets away with a bit of a cheap one. No time for the defuse. How is RB? He is Neo in the Matrix, dodging bullets everywhere. That was the most illegal 4K I've ever seen.
Oh my god. Run and gun, spray and hope for a kill. Oh my god. Even Primi as well, but you know what? It does its thing. It gets RB off the spike. It looks laborious still. A thrifty round, no defuse, but a lot of damage and a lot of ult points gained from it, I guess. We'll see what the next round affords us, as Full Sense are close to some ultimates of their own, or at least just to run it back. Push straight up through middle.
Flash out in the corner. This is a much faster round for Full Sense. They try to push their way into B, and you're going to get the runner back on the other side. Francis will try and delay as much as possible. Jip Boys He goes through the smoke. And RB was picked up by Cruz in that. Meanwhile, as well, it's gone horribly wrong for Nongshim. Ivy knows he has to try and make a play. That's a nice kill, but Kahlua trading it out. It leaves Francis pretty much alone at the back of sight. There's a little cubby hole to hide away from the lockdown. Maybe Sephiroth overlooking that. It will give Francis a chance at a defense, but Primi is there to ensure another round will go down for full sense.
X-Ross trying to farm up some alt points if possible. No, Jitboys gets his back instead. Oh, right from the run it back. Yeah, all right. Timeout time. Come on, we need it. Nongshim need it. Oh, this has been the smoothest by far that Full Sense has looked this entire series. Round after round, it's been, you know, quick plays, trying to look at their toolkit, seeing what they have, and trying to make the best out of it. And in this round, they had multiple ultimates, a lot of space.
Someone tell me, how do I stop them from throwing? Please! Please! How?
What were they throwing, Hector? I'm not sure we saw the same thing.
I think that might have been the pistol round, potentially.
Oh, you know, maybe they kept that one in stock. Who knows? Maybe there was a slight mistake that he witnessed. But this one still worked out pretty well. I mean, everything considered. Just
I mean, the RB 4K round as well it could have come from, so...
Probably.
There's been a few sort of wonky moments from Full Sense in this half, I'll say. They're up 5-0, but it has been by no means perfect.
Definitely not. Especially that pistol. Oh, God. But hey, it still looks great, right? I mean, you have those ults, you created all that space for yourself. Nongshim are the ones who are looking kind of confused. They're just reacting to every different thing that Full Sense has been throwing at them. And how could you not? They've been having quite a mental workout from the past two maps already. They've been doing pretty well, especially with that Hunter's Fury, you know, trying to thwart that incoming push, but Full Sense dodged it. So now going back in, especially with Silkanon's timeout, we'll see what the next round could afford, because on this one, they're on half buys, just X-Ross on a Guardian. One-way smoke, trying to hold a bit more forward space.
Flash drop in from Jitboys, trying to bait the fight here. There it is. Flash back through. That does not work out at all for Nongshim.
That's too clean. Cruz has stars placed in a lot of these positions where he expects Nongshim to be maybe peeking out, especially on this one because it's a pistol. And that's just the rifle, the one hero rifle already gone, so maybe they'll stick close by from the corpses to see if they can pick it up, but Full Sense should be aware of that fact too. No. We're both gonna go on a scouting mission somewhere else where there may be another collision. Premi's very quick on this Outlaw. He has been.
It's a hard angle to clear with the Outlaw, so you'd want the rifles to go first. They do. Now Francis has been spotted. There is nowhere to go. That is terrifying from the perspective of Ivy, I will say as well. As Primi just goes jumping at his face. It's almost like a horror movie.
Then you got, close your eyes. It's like flashing everywhere as well. Yeah. Just something flying at your screen. It's just a pistol, so we'll take a look at the next round for Nongshim. It's one that they sorely need, considering the fact that it's a 6-0 right now. And if you think about championship points as well, there is a very possible world in which Full Sense catches up. And maybe some of the other teams too. Who knows? They're facing Gen G next week, Nongshim. But right now, a 3-stack on the B site. Again, forward space, trying to find as much information as possible. But look at those stars from Cruz. Again, it just forces a couple members, you know, to stay close by, maybe on A site. Down B out with the op.
Oh, missed shot on both sides. Everybody walks away.
Does Full Sense try to double back? Force Danby off of an initial line, go for that slight reposition. No, actually, they just avoid him completely. They've managed to cross middle safely. Nobody's marking this position. There's so much space for Full Sense. Oh, okay. Leave someone on an insert. Op presence found, so you just explore another area of the map. Why not? There's a trip, but that's not too difficult to deal with, especially with the team working behind him. Like, we're going everywhere. We went B, we went A, we're back to middle.
Left.
Spice walking through mid.
Nongshim is just like, where are these guys? It's all down onto that Dambi.
To have that extra player over towards A, which will be a mistake in the end. Dambi, having now dropped, is going to leave Francis alone on B, and that is a pretty grim position to be in. Ball comes back across though from RB, and Francis finds the timing perfectly. 7 seconds on the clock, full send. Oh, cue the frost clip. Cue the frost clip again. Francis has an ace.
Somebody tell these guys to stop throwing! What? An off angle. I get, yeah, okay, maybe it's a little bit uncommon. You're running out of time as well. But they did so well. They took down Dambi. That was a hell of a wide swing. And it all comes down to this. The driest of peaks. Nobody able to trade. There was still a slight window of opportunity to maybe get that spike down. They did all the work just to fall down to that one Phantom. This is incredible stuff from Nongshim.
That was very messy from Full Sense. I mean, incredible stuff from Francis, I think. Yeah, is the way you'd put that. But if that's what it takes to get one round on the board, then I'm not sold just yet. Dambi taking matters into his own hands, back in with that op. Full Sense finding it a little bit more difficult now.
Passive positions from before, they'll employ similar ideas, but this time just jiggling for it too. That's enough to send Full Sense back over to A site. You can jump spot around using the ledge to allow you to spam the jump a little bit more. If he spots a head or something, he's going to smoke that off so quick. But Full Sense hedging their bets onto this A short push instead. It's kind of a delayed split. Shallow drone, Ivy. This is such a tight off angle.
Oh, awkward for Jip Boys as he's picked up nicely. Much better round from Nongshim. That is more like it. Game back on.
Slowing down the pace that much further. Nongshim really turtle up, quite literally. A little bit out front, Dambi, but it just funnels Full Sense elsewhere. And if you look at all the positions that Nongshim are holding, the trips that they're playing, it's kind of similar to what, almost, well, you know, especially with the Sentinel ideas, just having those trips playing around them. Full Sense, they haven't really met this kind of resistance so far, so they're going to have to take some time to think about it, but the solution should be somewhat simple, right? You're just going to have to try and get a feel for where those trips are more commonly placed, use maybe shock darts or walk a little bit more slowly to delete them. But of course, then if you're taking a bit of time away, that's a resource which Nongshim gains and can use to find a bit more space themselves and work around the map as well.
I can't imagine this is going to be a fun tack timeout in the Full Sense camp, right? Like, they reliably probably should be up 7-0 off the start there, but just giving Francis way too much room. In the end, that round is what starts to turn it back on its head for Nongshim.
Save that reprimand for the end of the series. Let's go again.
This is a nice spot.
4 ultimates online for Nongshim though. This is definitely going to be quite a possible conundrum. They're thinking to push out B main, maybe run it back. Don't hear anything though, so going to hold on to that for now. Dambi sees nothing inside of A. They start to hear noise.
Oh, drone battle in middle. Everybody spotted, so Full Sense. Game is given away that they are in middle.
Mid to A?
But this is something different.
Oh my god.
Flash forward for Primi. They've got a smoke there as well. Stopping Francis from really seeing a whole lot. Primi with the fancy footwork trying to dodge that Hunter's Fury, but RB is the one that will activate in the mid-round. He's found 3 out of nowhere, and now the smoke finally starting to fade. I'm not sure that that's going to help out much, but still, job done. Ivy, the double, and even had he not, Dambi was there. Nongshim are so bad.
This is, yeah. Oh, couldn't agree more. And they considerably didn't spend too many ultimates. Just the one Hunter's Fury. RB able to hold from the other side.
They pushed the smoke?
Yeah, can't lie. That's,
it
I
was
think they
their
were
smoke.
trying to do it against the Hunter's Fury. They were maybe thinking that Yeah, Francis might have been alone, but that's one of those. Frost is going to be pissed. It was meant to be a mid to A, wasn't it? They were trying to avoid all the initial trips. You know, you wouldn't have any trips towards the back of like A heaven, but you get punished for your mistakes either way. Next round up. Last buy possible for Full Sense for a little while. Noshim still with an op.
Good flash, great flash. Not quite capitalized on though. Does Full Sense come away better for that? That's not how that was meant to go for Nongshim.
Yeah, RB was meant to play around it too, but sheer mechanical skill still able to thwart some of these offenses. Now finding numbers advantage. Dambi just kind of forced to go back around, trying to see if he can catch people on rotations, but no, they're not there. In fact, they just avoid the drone, and now they're going to double back in.
Should fall back on the line though, gives Francis a chance in this round.
Okay, Cruz is low.
Nice shock dart. No, looking for it. Doesn't end up landing in the end, but Dambi's over here now as well to reinforce. This could be another round that falls apart a bit for Full Sense. A missed shot though. Need to get the information. Dart goes through, Francis falls. This is much better from Full Sense.
30 seconds
That
left.
slow progression.
Spike planted.
Not leaving any opportunities for Nongshim. Plant goes down.
Just trying to go back in.
No.
Save, probably. He's got a lot of money though, so yeah, back to the rifle.
Not getting anything. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Dambi, Ivy. But there's not that much time left. They have to commit to this push. They must know this is where the last two players are. Swing in from Ivy, really looking for it. No way. Defuse on.
He's got it.
He's got it. No. Nongshim, they've stolen another round away from Full Sense.
What a lovely number as well. Oh my god, Elfish, keep your mouth shut. We've had quite a few caster curses already, but this is one of those. Swaps over to the rifle, and it's just such a smart call as well. Immediately spams as much as possible. Cruz gets taken down. Quick with a swing from Ivy. And in that 2v2 as well. Relentless. It's possible for a 6-6 now. Full Sense onto the save, or at least a partial purchase for this round. But Blade Storm from Primi now. Dambi's still in the off though.
Must be divide from Full Sense, but Primi's Blade Storm is not going to have much impact at all. Still, A site taken. I don't think Nongshim are too concerned about that though. They say, all right, well, you can have the site, 5-on-4.
They have
I
all...
know exactly where you...
I mean, 6-on-4 if you count the run it back.
True.
Flashes, RB with his own. It's not going to be the easiest to hold.
Well prepared for this retake. Drone going over the top, looking for the information. Fleur spotted. Frag's not yet coming though. X-Ross is sent back to safety, but yeah, Nongshim, they just had way too many resources. They overwhelmed Full Sense, and man, this half, like this has got to be one of those halves where Full Sense are getting in their own heads now. This was looking so clean. It was looking like it was their map, their series, done and dusted, but now Nongshim are just rampaging through these rounds.
It's kind of seesaw back and forth. I mean, these little moments where they really felt like they could pounce on some opportunities, but instead leaving gaps open for Nongshim to exploit against them. Full Sense, it's really unfortunate, but you have to admire what Nongshim are doing as well. Of course, though, at least I will have to say for this round, they managed to bait several ults or pieces of utility away from Nongshim then, but what is this double op? What is this double op? Okay, not anymore. Back in the middle.
Ooh! X-Ross not spotted. Can he recalibrate? Yes, of course he can. He's been good all day. And it's a 2-for-1. Again, Full Sense don't get the advantage. Sephiroth forced away by the hot hands. Oh. Missed shots from Cruz will not help Full Sense out at all. Spam through that smoke could have got a kill, but...
Okay. Just trying to stabilize, but Cruz is out of stars.
What is this shooting gallery in middle from Nongshim? There's 4 players holding mid.
they know that Full Sense will have to cross at some point, so that's one more free kill for Nongshim. 2v4, another retake where Nongshim have way more resources.
But they closed the door on the spike.
Okay.
Maybe they just wanted to break the door, I'm not sure. That might have been a miscom.
One enemy remaining.
It doesn't seem like Full Sense have a great read on where Nongshim is at the moment. Sephiroth spotted out, easy finish for Nongshim. Wow, I'm starting to see some problems cropping up for Full Sense here.
I don't know what the call is. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but it's kind of odd. Is it map fatigue? Like, what's going on?
Mental boom.
Either way, rounds booming on the other hand for Nongshim. I mean, look at this play. Final round of the half, suddenly they go in for a mid, well, not really a crunch, but just in position for it, because Full Sense have been exhausting their options. Full Sense have been exploring every portion of the map.
Halftime.
As they go back in towards middle, I think that's pretty difficult. Ivy was always watching B main as well. So 6-6. The result, the victor of this series to be decided within one half.
That's an unreasonable half, isn't it? 6 from Full Sense, then 6 from Nongshim. I feel smart money's on Nongshim at the moment. They've got the momentum.
They have been honestly making less mistakes. I think that's the main thing between the two teams, because you have to admit there were rounds where Full Sense had some pretty good ideas. They really wanted to, you know, find certain executes, or they actually have certain advantages. For example, being able to get themselves into sight, holding out from Boathouse, but then the 2v2 out from Nongshim, they're still able to take it away. 2v4 initially. And then also the little mid to A idea where a couple of Full Sense players felt like they had an opportunity to maybe pounce on the one Hunter Story player, but nope, that was not it. We go again. Full Sense had the one pistol on this round, and then in the first half, we'll see if they can get another.
Be a punishing blow from Nongshim if they picked it up, that's for sure. Cruz is the solo defender over toward A here, would not want to be getting picked up on this jiggle.
Insane stack on middle, nothing seen. I don't know if Cruz has an escape plan. Down to 120 as well. You're hearing alt orbs and a couple of hops. Do you start to make some moves? I mean, you got 4 on B. Maybe push out a B main.
Yeah, I don't think you can have 4 players dedicated on B this late in the round if you're not going to do something with it. They got the dart.
Oh, what? Okay. Or maybe you do.
Maybe it's a galaxy brain read from Full Sense.
Because Nongshim have been playing a little bit more slow, especially in those first 2 maps. Remember all those multiple double pump, triple pump?
Nongshim are going to go walking right back into the setup.
Drone to feign presence. Cruz is so patient.
Francis doesn't see anything on A. Surely that's got to be a bit of a tell, maybe not. The setup perfect for Full Sense. Oh. And the answer is there. Primi with a double. Kalua chiming in as well. Nongshim walked straight into that.
30 seconds.
Zero info.
I have to wonder, is this a lot of research work done from the tape gathered 100%. Over at EWC?
That's what that round feels like. You're not sitting 4 players over on B for an entire round without having some inclination that maybe Nongshim will pivot back there on the pistol.
At first glance, though, it really makes you chomp on your nails a bit, but Primi's looking back in form as well. Could we have another second win, another resurgence from Full Sense now that they've got the pistol? Or was that some kind of a curse? Because they've been losing pistols in those first 2 maps, but well, here we are. 6 for 6. I get the pistol. Trying to work around the orb. Ooh.
Defense on A required. Primi straight out into... Never mind, it was Damby, of course. That was straight out into the shots from Cruz. Chip Boys is there as well. And I did ask the question at the start of this map, you know, if Primi is back on the duelist. Nice kill for Ivy. Does that sort of take some of the shine away from Jit Boys, who's been pretty good this series so far? Has kind of been leading from the front, fragging-wise for Full Sense. But I think Jit Boys has had his moments on this map as well.
Yeah, Jit Boys still pretty solid. And he's relatively close to another run it back in the second half now, at least. But of course, Primi operating on a different role. He's going to probably hold on to an op at some point, now to an outlaw. So that's the intention for Full Sense's defense. Perhaps a little bit different as well. I mean, we got to consider how this killjoy comes into factor as compared to the Cypher that we witnessed in that first half. For now, though, it's just heavy lead, heavy resistance around this A main orb. Both teams trying to vie for it.
Nongshim have had the better of at least getting that orb early. Jit Boys popping a bit of a beating there, trying to challenge it.
Yeah, it's just classic stuff, but yeah, because no one from Full Sense is seeing anything else anywhere, any other portion of the map. Just gonna have to relinquish that orb and start to fish around the guns, though. Okay, Bulldog's still good. Vandal's still good.
Full Sense still good.
Yep, Lurk's eliminated. Nongshim has no choice but to walk into this A side and hope for the best.
Maybe it was a fake comeback after all from Nongshim. Danby will be an easy cleanup. Went past Cruz, didn't check. Nongshim get those 6 rounds in the first half, make us think like there's going to be a contest. And immediately, it seems there might not be.
Yeah, kind of early. I'm gonna hold my breath.
I don't know if it's early anymore. I mean, it's going to be 9-6, map 3.
Early in the second half, I should correct myself, but curious to see, because, I mean, everything changed when Silkanon came in with the timeout from before. This time around, hold on. Guys, please.
Primi's looking for him. Flash avoided nicely.
Safe enough.
Upgrade for Primi as well.
We're going to save a couple of strands of hair on the top of Frost's head, so he's not going to go ball too soon. But otherwise...
I mean, I'll tell you what, if I was the coach of Full Sense in this game, I think I'd be bold.
There's just no way. But so far, so good for Full Sense, at least. Early presence, both teams are on A main, but Primi with the sniper outlaw still, because they're Nongshim are going to be on this eco with the bonus. We're just always able to catch everything out towards middle, if not B main, where all the util sits. So thinking about how Nongshim tries to survey as much as possible for this round, but they're not getting too much done.
Yeah, feels like a pretty tough round to negotiate here for Nongshim.
We'll listen in anyway.
오케이, 오른쪽 넘어와서 피니치 가리고 레버 막기 하자, 레버 막기. 싱어인 거지. 또봐 리콘 있어. 마켓 가리라는 거지? 마켓. 그럼 나올게. 그럼 내가 볼게. 여기서 가자, 뛸게. 나오는 거지. 필스마크에 파라 깨줘. 나 넘어간다, 바로. 리콘 내가 볼게. 그래. 다 있었다. 갈게, 가린다. 여기서 깎고. 가자, 쭉 들어가서 하니까. 안에 들어가서 컬링 끝나고 이거 끝나고 망상.
Nongshim going to be slowed down for a second, but they've still got plenty of time. They try and push their way into B here. Don't really have the weapons, but still going to try and give it a bit of a crack. Hoping to maybe bait Primi forward into some crosshairs, but it'll go the other direction. Jit Boys as well wants to get in to the thick of things, and Full Sense, that is a perfect round out from them. 10-6. Right back into the winner's circle.
And it was always kind of well read by Full Sense already too. This gives them double digits. As soon as they found this one kill, players positioned around 2, like they kind of knew where the rotations were heading. While they tried to, maybe get Primi out into the open. Primi's just so comfortable once again. Look at that, 18-10.
Yeah, back to, I think really it is fair to say, his comfort territory.
Yeah.
You see the difference between map 3 Primi and map 1 and map 2 Primi. Here he goes again, by the way. Knows the crosshairs are in his direction, 1-for-1. Now starting to favor Full Sense as Jit Boys claims another and is able to get back out to safety as well. So Nongshim just not having the success on this attack at all. More aggression still yet to come from Full Sense. They want to fight again for that control in tree. And it's Jitboys that gets himself a double for the round. Sephiroth as well. RB, the last standing, dealt with by Full Sense, and it's a flawless first half for 6 rounds, and now it's a flawless second half for 5 rounds.
Are we gonna go 6 for 6 again? No
yeah,
way.
like,
Surely not.
Is this the script?
Feels like it for now. We're gonna have a timeout again. Of course, a much needed one for Nongshim now. The pressure's all slightly different though. And this is just wonderful macro coming up from Full Sense, right? So many rounds in a row where everyone's conditioned to go around this A main orb. So many rounds in A main, A main, A main, A main. Suddenly then you go for an A main crunch. Multiple teams have done variations of this as well, but this one where you have the Phoenix right underneath, and Jitboys is the one to add in that extra layer of firepower as well. There's just no answer from Nongshim.
It's just a comical timeline.
Yeah.
Last ditch attempt coming through here from Nongshim. I mean,
no way like 6-12 you make a comeback. No way.
I don't think so.
I would like to eat my words though. I would love for it to be an upset, but we'll see. We'll see. I have no idea what this, I don't know, like I'm not entirely sure what Silkanon could call. We haven't seen too many variations from Nongshim's attack. They've always done the same thing, like 5 rounds in a row now. Maybe a little bit towards B, but then they got met with all that util and a little jiggle peek from Sephiroth, who's still honestly pretty damn capable, everything considered.
Yeah, a bit of a doomed buy though for Nongshim, isn't it? They've got half armor on the majority of those players, and Frimi once again is looking to take advantage of that. It'll be Jitboys and Cruz though that do find those frags first.
Look at how they immediately peel off. Blaze wall, everyone runs back. We have numbers, guys. Let's chill.
Don't need to do anything further than that. I mean, you just want to disrupt Nongshim. You know that they're still a threat. They've got a little bit of a buy through. They've got some ultis to play with. They could do something in this round, but not if they're playing 3v5. Unless we see another throw from Full Sense, which, to be fair, there was a few of them in the first half, but this round seems to be pretty well locked in.
Nah, look at all that killjoy util. RB managed to slip up from behind. Hold on.
Oh, holding. I'm holding. I'm ready. 1v5. Okay, I was joking. But now, maybe it's real until he crosses Primi.
Okay.
I wanted to believe.
Do we keep Primi on Duelist forever now? Frost. Have a think. Consider it, please. Outlaw, and he's gonna be the one to be able to prevent that full 1v5 from happening.
One enemy remaining.
But yeah, otherwise it's starting to look kind of desperate, to be honest, from Nongshim. Just really not seeing too much else. But here we go, gun round in. It's gonna be 4-1 on the opposite side. Instead of A main, we go B main. Maybe a little bit towards middle as well. Primi has the op now, though, for the first time in this second half. I mean, as Nongshim, you would anticipate it.
I've figured it out, Quack.
Yes?
Full Sense. They're playing the 6-7 strat.
Wait, what?
6 rounds in the first half, 7 rounds in the second half.
What are you on, man? Please.
6-7.
No, I know. No, please.
Just win 7 in a row in the second half, 6 in a row in the first half.
Okay, if it actually happens on this round, I'll give it to you. But for now, Nongshim still have a chance in towards market. The first time they're trying this push, and they've managed to get the opening frag.
Maybe that wasn't the strat after all. Ivy giving Nongshim a bit of a chance in here. Danby under real pressure. Kahlua, though, is only able to get the 1, and Sephiroth can't hold on to the site. It's the defensive setup that hasn't worked out for Full Sense this time. They'll need a retake. Don't really have much to get back in here with. Primi obviously has the Blade Storm, so maybe he could conjure a little bit of magic. Kahlua,
Jitboys as well, close to an ult.
is looking for that information to try to set his duelists up for success, and in all that meanwhile, the spike is ticking away. Flash forward, again buying some more time. I think Full Sense have honestly been timed out of this round. They're still going to go for it, but Jitboys is the sacrificial lamb. And eventually they cut their losses, so no 6-7 strat, but hold on, because 6 in the first half, 6 in the first half, 6 in the second half. What about 6 again here from Nongshim? 12-12.
There's no 7 there. 12-12, it'll be overtime. Someone has to go to an 8.
I'm just saying. Like, we are having the most ridiculous game. Look at that timeline.
It is definitely ridiculous, but it's kind of wonderful as well for Nongshim. After the timeout, finally, Silkanon saves them. A swap on the lean over onto the B portion of the map. They go through market, and it's the least expecting position that Full Sense didn't really read. So swapping around now, we'll have Primi stationed out towards middle, but then full 5 from Nongshim. The Nationals have been dodged pretty effectively so far.
Primi is in the spot to make a difference here, but he'll be forced away by the util. In fact, Francis catches up with him with that Hunter's Fury. Nongshim are back with a vengeance. It's their turn to win 6 rounds in a row. That's the memo they're trying to send in the direction of Full Sense at least. This will be their second. It's just a shame that it's taken this long to come online for Nongshim.
Yeah, a single mistake, it could still cost you. But finally finding, macro momentum now. Jit Boys, just a bit more damage maybe. Nope.
Remaining.
Thought to retrieve the op, but it's not there this time around. Just full on with the execute. They kind of know where the Killjoy utility would be set up anyway, so it doesn't really deter them too much. In fact, they actually just hunker down and go for the open firefight. Everyone from Nongshim just trying to bait Full Sense into reacting around the B site, and they could continue to do this again. My question is, does Full Sense start to come in with their own adaptation around that? They have their own ultimates, at least a couple of them, potential for a retake. No Hunter's Fury or anything yet, so do you kind of leave a certain site a little bit open, hold more defensive positions, give yourself an escape route, come back in for a retake? It's possible. As expected, yeah, back to B.
It's not concerning yet for Full Sense, but what if one more round? If one more round for Nongshim, are they starting to think in the back of their minds, oh, not again?
Nah, you can't. You still have money too. But okay, Nongshim are coming in with variations of a default that has worked for them now. Back over onto middle, but Primi will stifle the initial lurk. That's enough information too.
Nongshim try and work their way into tree. There is a smoke and a flash to try and get them in, but a counteracting flash from Jit Boys is worth 2. This might be it. Nongshim still fighting hard. They get a kill out of Francis. Primi is certainly giving them an opportunity to find a fight. Eventually does let his cooler head prevail. Not going down. Francis gets Primi. No, they're going to walk straight back on in. One-on-one. Sephiroth will finish it off. New kid on the block for Full Sense. Gets it done, 13-8. It was a huge recovery required after that first map. Nongshim looked like they were going to walk away with the victory, but in the end, Full Sense take the win.
Like we said, right, a single mistake, and that might just cost them. There's so much cushion. Look at that. A reunion with a win to boot. And of course, Sephiroth as well. Spreading his wings, flying high with the team, descending upon his opponent, the one wing that he has, as that angel. Unbelievable work. That second half where they just ran away with everything. On the defense, the sniper, Primi back on the duelist. It took quite a bit of work for Nongshim. They still almost made it possible though, you can't lie. Like, if they just maybe looked in the right direction, they could have taken down Sephiroth. Who knows?
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely a lot to be said for a win here for Full Sense, but a bit of a shake on the head there from Frost. I think there is a lot to work on. It has to be said. You know, it was definitely not a perfect game from Full Sense, but they've done enough to get the job done today. They get themselves the win to start the season. As you can see, the synergies maybe still coming together. But it's week 1. It's day 1 as far as Full Sense are concerned. So they've got time. I think we can give them that. And you still see those flashes, those moments where this is a team that can really be competitive. So give them another 2-3 weeks, and I think they'll be back in fighting fitness. But
a real playoffs contender?
They don't have 2-3 weeks. They got GE next week.
Oh,
so they got to be ready.
That's going to be a very interesting one for sure. But for now, we're going to toss it down over onto the stage with Bella. I believe the winner's interview is ready.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Full Senses Sephiroth and our translator LBY. Well, let's get down to all the interview talks. Full Senses 세피로스 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 인디드웨이카 Sephiroth.
Thank you.
Well, today was your first Pacific debut and you take your first win, a reverse sweep at that. Okay, well, how was the day like for you? 오늘 세피로스 선수의 퍼시픽 데뷔전이자 첫 승리 역전승으로 가져갔습니다. 오늘 경기 소감부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
วันนี้เป็นวันแรกที่ฟ้าได้เล่นใน Pacific แล้วก็คว้าชัยชนะมาด้วยก็วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ได้มาเล่นที่นี่ครั้งแรกด้วย He feels happy to play here and like excited and he feels grateful.
우선 이 기회에 대해서 상당히 감사한 마음을 가지고 있다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 오늘 경기 결과에도 만족을 하고 있고요. 행복하다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 사실 이 풀센스 멤버 팀원들이 오랫동안 합을 맞추기도 했었고 거기다가 익숙한 프로스트 감독님까지 합류하게 되면서 세피로스 선수가 적응해야 될 게 더 많아진 느낌이었을 텐데 그 여정에 대해서 좀 어떻게 느끼고 있었는지 어렵진 않았는지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, Sephiroth, I mean your teammates, they've been together for a while, right? And on top of that, Coach Frost, another familiar face to the teammates, right? That must have been a lot of things for you to get adapted to. How was that journey like for you?
เพื่อนร่วมทีมของฟ้าอยู่ด้วยกันมานานแล้วแล้วก็ฟอร์ดเพิ่งเข้ามาแต่ก็รู้จักเพื่อนร่วมทีมคนอื่นอยู่แล้วฟ้าต้องปรับตัวเยอะไหมก็เยอะอยู่ครับเพราะว่าด้วยแบบการเล่นระบบใหม่ด้วยแล้วก็การทำงานกับเพื่อนร่วมทีมใหม่ด้วยครับThere's a lot of adjustment that he needs to do. There's different play styles and different environment, the working environment.
It's a work in progress.
Yes.
아직도 적응해야 할 게 많기 때문에 뭐 플레이 스타일이거나 환경적인 쪽에서 아직도 적응을 할 게 많이 남았다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 이제 세피로스 선수가 자국인 태국에서는 익숙한 이름이기도 하지만 퍼시픽 분들에게는 조금은 생소할 수도 있는데 이곳 퍼시픽에서는 좀 어떤 선수로 이름을 날리고 싶은지 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, Sephiroth, you're a pretty known name in the Thai scene, but for the Pacific fans, you're a relatively new face, right? So what should we expect from you here at Pacific?
ในลีกไทยอ่ะคนรู้จักฟาสอยู่แล้วฟาสเพิ่งขึ้นมาใน VCT Pacific คืออยากให้แบบประมาณว่าแบบให้คนจับตามองอะไรในตัวฟาสก็ผมว่าจับตามองทีมพวกผมเลยก็ได้ครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ He wants to keep an eye on the team, not only him.
Oh, so humble. Are you humble?
No.
No, you're not humble. 본인 개인적인 선수의 그런 초점보다는 풀센스라는 팀에게 좀 더 시선이 많이 모였으면 좋겠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 제가 겸손한 편이냐고 물어봤더니 그건 또 아니라고 이야기를 하네요. 풀센스의 세피로스 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Sephiroth, and congrats on the win.
First win for Full Sense with Coach Frost on the roster. You could see how happy they all were. And I just never seen Frost smile so much ever in Pacific. I think all the smiles were today, win or lose on the stage. But with the addition of Sephiroth, I think this has been a fantastic addition. What we were talking about earlier, Pilsky, this guy actually has a ton of history in Thai VALORANT.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think he even necessarily had the best day ever today, to be honest. There was a few rounds where you saw flashes of his brilliance, particularly you saw the replays where when he was in the thick of things, you know, whether it was multi-fragging in some of these kind of weird post-plant situations or when push came to shove, he showed his raw aim potential. But I think a lot of the time he was just kind of fitting into the role that was needed within the team. I think that there's a lot more ceiling there. And I said the same thing about Leviathan, really. I think there's so many of these players that have incredible mechanics, incredible potential coming up from the Tier 2 scene, but whether they're able to actually be enabled enough and fit within the system well enough in this Tier 1 landscape to perform that well is something that is not always realized.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the thing I'm most impressed with Full Sense is, you know, they got rolled in that map one. It wasn't close, 13-3, but the composure to bring the series back is really impressive because I got a little bit worried they lose that pistol in the next one, and then what we saw over in London obviously wasn't their A game, but I feel like map 2, map 3, they came out swinging. Very, very impressive, and you can truly start to see the ceiling of this team. We know that they're good enough to get to internationals. We know that they're chasing champs. For them now, it's about realizing that potential.
And while I can see the concepts and ideas behind putting Primi back on the Sentinel role, on the Deadlock, playing against Nongshim, honestly, seeing him on the Jet is just so much more fun to watch as a viewer.
Well, he loves it. You know that's where he wants to be. I
Yeah.
feel like he's a natural on there. He's jumping around. He's having a great time. But, you know, it's also important to be that role player. I think if we see him go on that Deadlock more and more as the stage progresses, he'll be able to put up those consistent performances. For me, it's about settling to that other role. But this double duelist just absolutely popped off. Nongshim couldn't seem to find the answers. Danby down there on the Jet. He's uncomfortable in this. He's not on the Neon. And I think he definitely had a worse time here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think this is the last we're going to hear from Nongshim. I expect great things from them as we go through stage 2 as well. But we also heard so much from Frost about the move to Full Sense. I want to hear what Full Sense has to say with the addition of Frost. And welcome, Cruz. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats.
First win of stage 2. You guys look so happy. Reunited is the word we're all using on the stage. I've never seen Hector smile so much in his life since coming to Korea, at least here on the stage. So I want to ask how it's been in terms of Frost joining, and what were the first changes he immediately made that you didn't necessarily agree with?
That I didn't necessarily
Or maybe you agreed with, but like things that you had implemented that he was like, no, Cruz, we're not doing that anymore.
I think it's more of like what he wanted to do is something I wanted to do.
Okay.
But I prefer having like their comfort. Like agents, for example, Primi, like he would rather be on Jet than any other agents, which makes a lot of sense, right? But if we want to stop a team like Nongshim, obviously we played them I don't know how many times, and the only time we lost was the time that we didn't have like a double Senti comp. So I think we need to be smart about it, and I didn't have enough like I do have enough power to force them to play something, but then having another voice that says we should be doing this against a team like this makes it easier as well. So I think we are aligned on that, but he didn't really have a good game, Primi, on Deadlock, but I don't think that kind of shows what he's actually capable of.
We've seen great Deadlock from Primi in the past, so I'm not surprised. I want to ask about your role, actually. Previously in Stage 1, I mean, there was some shift, of course, with you going to coach to IGL. Were you also still coaching kind of a bit during Stage 1 in Masters London, and is it super helpful having Frost back in?
Definitely. I think he brings in different kind of ideas. Like, I'm kind of like the rule when I was the IGL, because the player with the most experience is me, as well as like in this level is me. So I would probably say and do things according to my will. But then having Hector come in and like say things that disagree with me, give me another like different look. I think it helps the team build more variety.
Yeah. Does he get final call then? Is there
No.
like a hierarchy? Okay.
I think he still trusts me enough to. He's like, "Are you sure you're gonna do this? If you're sure, you're taking like the hit kind of thing."
Okay,
That
that's true.
makes
I like that system.
Yeah, I want to ask about that map 1. So you guys come in with the Cypher Deadlock, which, on paper is a fantastic counter to Nongshim's comp and Nongshim's style. So what do you think kind of went wrong for you in that map? If you could run it back, you've traveled back in time right now to the start of this series. How do you call differently? What would the adjustments have been?
Don't grab net yourself.
One that, and don't throw a 5v2. Like 5v3 3 rounds within like 7 rounds.
Yeah.
So I think that would definitely change the narrative of the game. I think we threw a bunch of rounds after having advantage, and it cost us like a lot. And also them being smart enough to like, you know, they conditioned us going B many different times, and I was thinking of like they're trying to do that, so I'm playing like the future game. I'm gambling that I'm conditioned, they think I'm conditioned, they'll just go here.
Yeah.
But then they don't do that. They just keep on
That's like literally vintage non-sim of just like we've been shut down on one site 3 times in a row and then we hit it again. You know, it's hard to deal with. I just wanted to ask about the Sephiroth edition quickly, but also what do you think about Tier 2 right now? Both of the Thai teams have qualified into play-ins. Is that something you've been keeping an eye on at all?
For sure. Because I think there's a lot of great talents in Thailand. We don't really have much of a chance to be on the big stage apart from like this one team that we are in Pacific. But it's great to see them qualify to the play-ins, and I know they're going to do a lot of damage in play-ins for sure. Good luck to the teams that will get to play them after them having 2 months of preparation. It's going to be tough. Hopefully not us, please.
But it's going to be really fun to have this many Thai teams playing. And before I send you off, you will be playing Global Esports next week. I know it's Frost's beef with them, but what are your thoughts going into next week?
To be honest, I don't really care. I just want to win for the team, for me, for Hector. I only care about winning.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a beef between me and them, and it's nothing personal. I just want to do our best as a team. I want to show how good Sephiroth actually is. Like, the scoreboard might not show, but the thing he's doing for the team is insane.
Oh, very promising for the future of Full Sense. Really happy to see this kind of performance back on Stage 2. So congratulations, Cruz, and we'll see you around next week for the game of Stage 2.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Cruz. And Jit Boy's our MVP, of course. The numbers he was putting out today was incredible.
Unreal. Honestly, one of the best days I've seen from him for quite some time. You know, at times on the primary duelist, really doing the heavy lifting. He was playing as good as Primi, better than Primi in some regards, and it's phenomenal to see his output. He's slotted very well into a lot of the duelist roles that were needed. I think a lot of teams right now are struggling with finding a duelist who can, I can play Neon, I can play Phoenix, I can play Raze where it's needed. There's a little bit of inflexibility for some teams that they're having to grapple with in this meta. So to see Jit Boys just be like, yeah, I don't care, throw me on the Phoenix, throw me on the Neon, I'll put up numbers, that's very, very valuable here for Full Sense.
Yeah, definitely. And the next match is going to be kind of interesting. Less changes from both of these teams. We saw a lot of changes from the first 2 days so far. But we got KRX facing against DFM. What's interesting, we haven't seen these two play against each other in a really, really long time.
I mean, that's exactly it. Both of these teams had full prep time moving into this next stage to get a grip of the new meta, to get a grip of the new map pool. So who has put that time to better use? KRX are a team that we expect better from.
Yes.
Let's put it simply. This is a team that should be at internationals. They've been there before. Champs last year, they came fourth. We know that their ceiling is incredibly high, but this year has not gone their way.
No, definitely not. If they make it to an international event, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to make a deep placement there. But Pacific is an international event in its own regard. It's difficult to qualify at the best of times. And as you can see here, yet again, we're playing musical chairs with the 5th spot here of KRX. Flicker is going to come in. We've had Hermes, we've had Yong. Now we're going to throw Flicker back in the mix. It's not something that we're super unfamiliar with. We have seen him on this roster kind of dabbling in some off-season tournaments here and there, but he's kind of been kicking it around as many Korean players do from time to time in the Tier 2 Japanese scene, and he's been playing quite well. So let's see what he's learned as he comes back into KRX here.
Now, while KRX didn't qualify to Masters, it's almost hard to forget that they started the group stage pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. Like, they were right up at the top there. We see that loss to PaperX, of course, that's tough. And then as you move forward to the playoffs, the two teams they lost to were Full Sense and then PaperX, the top 2 performing teams from last split.
Yes.
Sometimes you can't help to wonder if only they'd had a little bit of a different bracket. Maybe they could have got some more momentum there, but it wasn't meant to be. You see it here. They only have 4 championship points. That's not going to be enough to get one of those point slots. Realistically, they need a big stage 2. They need a top 2 performance, otherwise the year is done. No international events.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got such a good core, and yet again, we're going to be looking for a good group stage performance, but they're going to have to go the distance here, and that's going to start very, very quickly in this opening game against DFM, who, by contrast, quite honestly, have been sitting in the middle of the pack in Pacific. They've had similar placements here, KRX and DFM, but different trajectories. KRX has gone from the top to the middle. DFM has gone from one of the worst performing teams in Pacific to being a threat, but similarly not being able to actually eclipse some of the better teams. Have a look at Flicker here. As mentioned before, we have seen him play the EWC last year for KRX, and as mentioned before, playing over there in VCL Japan, but he's been playing the duelist role, guys. And we think about, Hermes playing Yoru, and then filling a little bit of KO, filling a little bit of Viper, into Yong only playing Sentinel. Once again, KRX is going to have to be a little bit flexible with the roles.
That's exactly it for me, where, he didn't have the best performance over on DRX before. Then he goes to tier 2, he starts farming on the duelist. The roles are uncomfortable for KRX, and then they go, oh, well, maybe we need a secondary duelist player. I wonder if they come out swinging with double duelist today, with this man being that second guy behind Hyunmin, and they become a real 1-2 punch, because over in tier 2, he was looking dominant.
They will be facing DFM today, and traditionally, as the underdogs, it was always the May show, but we saw greatness from this team show up, and now we're calling them a good mid-tier team, and that's because the rest of the players have ended up stepping up, especially through kickoff. A little bit less in stage 1, but we see the potential of this team where half the team made up Riddle Order stepping in, but then we've also seen conflicts of roles and overlaps in the roles, and that might be part of the problem for this team. So I wonder if this is something that they solved during the break.
I mean, maybe we have to wait and see, because they've had a lot of time. I need to see some more consistency from these guys. 7th to 8th in stage 1, again, simply not good enough. They need a huge stage 2 performance. You can see just how good the players can be made. Kaide, even Akame having his moments. Ses and Yatsuka, though, these are where we need to see the step up, because I think both these players have high ceilings if they're able to perform. This team is very, very dangerous, but we've just not quite seen the very best of them this year.
The issue kind of is that they kind of have too many good players, and they don't know where to put the emphasis of the game. Yatsuka was op Yoru, then he's thrown onto the Initiator. He doesn't perform well. Kaide was on an uncomfortable role, maybe feeling more Enid, doesn't play well in kickoff. Then on the Sentinel, he's fantastic in stage 1. The one consistent for DFM, though, is May. This guy puts up numbers no matter what. He's been a little bit more flexible with his agent pool as of late as well, playing a little bit of everything. And we expect, especially with the Super Saiyan hair here in stage 2, it looks like that he's going to get even better, apparently.
May's hair is always a topic of discussion. The full beach blonde, I respect it. But yeah, I mean, look, this is the thing, is his improvement, even on Borderline, got better between kickoff and stage 1, despite the team performance dropping overall. So can he hold up in stage 2?
I do wonder as well, we saw him experimenting with the chamber a little bit in the offseason. Are we finally going to see him shift roles?
The main bar.
A little bit.
I'm going to call it the main. We've had the melee, it's time for the main bar. The head-to-head not looking good for DFM here, though, but what I will say is, that's a long time ago, guys. The last time they played each other is more than a year ago, and a lot of the time, and this is what we're talking about. Trajectory of DRX, KRX now was one of the best teams in Pacific, beating up maybe the worst team in Pacific. It's not the same anymore. These two teams are the closest they've ever been, and they have not played in a long time, so we might get a different result.
Exactly. A lot of the players on DFM are completely different. KRX, though, we have the core still kind of remains the same here. As we go into the skirmish, we're going to have some different players than usual. Yeah.
Yong versus... Who's on the other side? I didn't get to see.
It looks like Flicker.
Like Flicker? No. I mean, it's Yong versus Yatsuka.
Yeah, oh, Yatsuka. Sorry,
They've been throwing Yatsuka in there a couple of... I'm like, oh my god, they're throwing in KRX, KRX Flicker against KRX. He's repping Japan after this play in tier 2. That would have been something. Yong, I mean, this is a big question. We had Yong playing Chamber, doing quite well for himself, but a little bit more flexible in some of the Senti roles. He's been a very sharp player, so they're happy to throw him in. into the skirmish against Yatsuga. Yatsuga's been pretty good in the skirmishes for the most part, even if the win rate's not showing it
This
yet.
is the classic, very Korean thing of, oh, well, we don't want to do it. Let's send in the young guy who's not on the team. You just give him up to the skirmish there and let yourselves have some warm-up time. So let's see if he's able to produce something good. Let's see if he's still in a little bit of form. He's kind of playing for his job here. Maybe if he wins every skirmish, Tommy might give him another shot.
He's preying on Flicker's downfall.
Oh, absolutely.
He wants to spot back in the
Yeah,
roster.
that's true. There is the method of benching a player until they, you know,
Learn their lesson.
they learn their lesson and they're ready
Go
to get
sit
out of
in
the naughty
corner. Yep,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
To return here. But at the same time, it's interesting that they are putting Young instead of Hyunmin. Hyunmin was doing some of these skirmishes earlier on.
Yeah, you see that win rate very, very good. It's 71% there. So Young has some big shoes to fill. 4-4, the last deciding round in the skirmish. Let's see what way it is gonna go here. And there you go. It's Young that takes it. You're on the squad, buddy. He's back in for today.
He's back in to just change up the roster. Got to get into the map veto now. As we saw there, KRX do get the advantage in terms of choosing Team A and Team B. And we end up with an interesting one. Courtesy of KRX, once again, Japanese teams not wanting to play anything too crazy. They have left a lot of those maps in the veto, though.
That's
You
true.
see
To be fair,
DFM,
DFM,
they took
it's a
out
little
Lotus.
They're a little bit more experimental than the other
more
Japanese teams. So
If you say so.
You gotta
If
give them
say so.
credit.
I'm going to give Vors credit for that, if anything.
Yes.
It's still a split pick here from DFM, but this is where KRX straight into Sunset, and then we play Veto Chicken yet again, and Summer ends up as the third map. We've already seen this once yesterday.
I mean, I love this. As far as a veto can go at the start of the stage, I love it. I think Split is the best map in the game. So if that's the one that we have to play, let's go. And then the two new maps. This is exactly what you want to see from two teams who have had so much prep time. It's a real test of the work that they've put in between the stages. Both of them clearly feel good about it and are ready to show it.
Well, this is looking really promising for KRX, actually, to pick straight into Sunset. What were your predictions for today?
KRX. I went with.
Yeah.
Just that experience, I feel like now is the time they have to pick up.
You're a DFMer, though.
Yeah,
You're a believer.
I picked DFM
You
today.
love Japan.
I do. More than paper thin. It's well known, actually, that I am a bigger fan of Japanese Valorant. But this is going to be really exciting today. We're going to see the two blue teams, DFM versus KRX, as we send it to the stage.
Today's matchup.
Today's a rather interesting matchup between these two teams because once upon a time, DFM were the ultimate underdogs, but now they've risen to a respectable mid-tier team. But they're facing a KRX, and KRX used to qualify to a lot of the internationals. They were one of our top teams here in Pacific, but we've seen a slight descent. I wouldn't say a fall from grace, but definitely a descent here with the rotating roster that we've been seeing in that fifth chair.
Absolutely. This is a team and an organization that in the past has won the Pacific League. You see, Kami
Still
once
gets
again
his music.
stealing the
Every
show.
time.
Yeah, he gets his own music apparently. He's coordinated that with production. Flexible as ever. But for KRX, we saw them even over in Champs get themselves a third place. This is kind of their swan song in Pacific. They've constantly been placing very well in this league, so they're not going to be comfortable and happy being a mid-tier team. And if they want another run in Champs, they're going to have to earn it here in Stage 2.
Yeah, for both to these teams, now is the time. They don't have those champs points that are needed, so they need huge performances. But DFM, they've been in this position before. You know, I feel like it's always so close, but not quite. They're chasing the internationals, and this is the best squad we've seen from them. I just want to see that consistency. I want to see that step up in level. I want to see the more support for May and evenness across that scoreboard, because when it happens, it looks fantastic for them.
Now, this is a huge thing. We want to see DFM do really well. We've seen those glimpses, and it makes us really hopeful for them. But on the side of KRX, all the Korean squads, a lot of the players, Korean or not, who've been here for so long, they want KRX to win a trophy as well. I mean, we want to see them hoist it again.
I mean, it might be the end of the franchising league era without a trophy for Marco. That would be the darkest timeline, quite honestly.
Please. I'll steal the trophy and give it to myself. We know he deserves it. I mean, I think, like you say, this is truly the last year where they have a great chance of doing it, but they have to start strong in the group stage. They were good there in stage 1. They need to be even better, and then especially when the crunch time of that playoffs, if they do get there, we know that they play great VALORANT. That's the thing for me, is the players across the board are fantastic on this team. It's just that consistency. It's that 5th slot since Flashback's departure. They just can't find what is working for them. Have they cracked the code here with Flicker once again coming back to them in stage 2?
Here's an expectation resting on his shoulders. For DFM though, as I said, it's an opposite trajectory. It's the first time you've looked at DFM coming into this year and thought, okay, there's a chance, there's potential here. They need to realize it and go on some kind of Cinderella run, and they don't have an easy opponent to start things off. You have Split, it's going to be their map pick here, and this Asia Select.
This is crazy.
Okay, this is
we
crazy.
haven't seen this in a while.
Triple duelist coming out here for KRX. Both them and Genji have been looking at these SEA teams and thinking, damn, that aggressive playstyle looks pretty good. No more of this double initiator thinking shenanigans. It's time to run it down.
Yeah, I wonder how this is going to work in that attacker half, because you have nothing to pressure air. You got no cages, you got no Viper wall, so might be a lot of straight set hits here. I'm very curious how they make this work. For DFM, it's only a double duelist. How boring, with May on the jet. But Yatsuka is once again back onto that duelist with the Raze. I like this for him. Want to see his form increase, but who knows how this game is going to look. This is going to be insane.
Well, we are going to have the predictions up on the screen right now. Yes, Paper Thin and I have picked DFM for today. And you know what? While it is exciting to see a triple duelist here on Split, I'm going to remind you the last memorable triple duelist on Split was Talon when Patty Bannon was still here, and it was miserable. It did not work at all.
It's hard to make this work. You don't have a lot of util, you don't have a lot of ways to default on defense. They have to push, they have to control that space. So I don't know. This is going to take a lot of work.
It's going to be a very active defense indeed. I mean, I respect it from Freeing, honestly. They picked up a duelist player in Flicker, and they've said, you're going to play Cypher, right? And he's just locked to Neon and locked eyes with Termi and said, no, I'm running it down, buddy.
Well, either way, I'm really excited for this first map. I mean, if anything, KRX is making sure they're going to make stage 2 extremely memorable.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to send it back to our casters, Jordan and Quack, to take us through Split.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to. I'm really looking forward to this one. This looks like it's going to be fast, just like Quack on the running track this morning. It's going to be fun. Our run wasn't very fun this morning, actually. It was really tough. But, look, I think there's going to be something interesting. And it does kind of give me something to look forward to with regard to KRX, who did have a very good group stage last split.
Yeah, okay, group stage, yes. But both teams are still relatively similar in terms of position, like 5th, 6th place, 7th, 8th place for DFM.
Right.
So championship points, you know, either one, they're just going to have to keep moving forward. But like you said, though, I mean, our morning run was not great. I feel like KRX's run here with this comp, based on history, this hasn't worked before. This has never worked. I don't know if the Waylay is going to fare any better, honestly, but who knows? I guess it might, because Vic was talking about it. Patty Pan, last time they were playing this was, pull out the history books, guys, okay? It's April 9, 2023. Talon was playing the triple duelist comp. They had a Jet, Raze, Yoru. It was terrible. It went 3-13. KRX now pulling their own triple duelist. This is question marks everywhere.
You don't think we're just going to see a guiding light tossed in, a neon slide on in? We're going to see the Waylay over the top, and
is Termi a genius?
I think it's going to be fun. You know what? Haters going to hate. If you want to be a hater, by all means, but I'm for it.
Let's keep it fun. On the defense, though, like, you got nothing to stall. Maybe smokes, but that's it. I don't even know, like, trap plays, maybe a molly. I'm trying to theorize around it. Are you just going to be pushing out every round? What? Meanwhile, for DFM, I mean, this is more stock standard stuff. We've seen similar things before.
Well, I think you can already get a bit of an insight as to what this half is going to look like, because KRX, 3 duelists on one side of the map, guiding light over the top. They're going to walk forward and see if they can find themselves a fight. Now, there's nothing to be had over towards A for KRX. So DFM walking to B for free.
5v5, let's go. Okay,
But,
wait. Yep.
Just like when you're on the running track, Quack, you just keep running. And you just keep running until someone shoots you in the head. And then you stop running, and you hope the guy behind you keeps running. And that's exactly what Hyunmin has done. Back to a 4-on-4. But, man, how do you retake this site at this point? Marco is trying to hold off Mei.
Okay, flash for himself.
Push in from Flicker. But they haven't been able to dig any of these DFM players out. That dark cover is cheeky enough for DFM. And, well, that wasn't exactly the start I wanted from KRX.
You were so excited.
Yeah.
There's a reason why this is maybe a bit of an overcook. I don't know. It looks kind of okay. Maybe if they were able to actually just fully overrun the one lurker behind Kaide. But Kaide managed to take down one. I thought like it was just a slight hurdle. No. You start to see more problems arise. Mako is in an isolated position. He might have the flash, but there's nothing much else he can do apart from using it for himself. So, yeah, very simple and clean, especially
here we go
in
again.
one little corner. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Flash, 5 players, 0 kills, 1 kill.
2 kills.
I mean, you know, not too bad actually as far as KRX are concerned. They only have the pistols in this round, so a little bit of damage is better than nothing. DFM will be aware that freeing was there as well, so 2-0 for DFM. But this is the round.
Okay.
This is the round.
Are we going to do the same thing? I'm very curious. This has been a bold comp choice from Termian Gang. But, like, is there actually some brilliance to this? So far for DFM, like I was thinking, like, how do DFM feel seeing their opponents with this composition? Do they just kind of feel comfortable with it?
Here we go again.
Yeah, let's
Here we go again.
Sit tight, watch them push into our crosshairs.
Surely they can't do this for the entire half. Same flash. Okay. Get the orb, and then the swing, and this time it works.
And they have an ult now. Run it back off the orb. Mako to hold an anchor. This is hard.
Mako, pretty solid. Paranoia will keep him alive for the moment, and he actually recovers a little quicker, so he gets the better of Cess, and the cavalry have arrived, freeing with a bit of a farm around. 3K in there, space created by the dash from the Waylay. That's a bit more like it from KRX, but you know, again, it looks a bit one-dimensional on the defense, doesn't it?
Yeah, you gotta admit that. But you know what? The sun doth shine, the grass doth grow, and this is what will happen. Termian Glow, just everyone. What a comp! Full rush in. They have the flashes. They have the Waylay. Hyunmin picks up the orb.
Ooh.
It's just a lot of resistance. DFM now trying to have their own adjustments around it. All right, let's have 4 stacked up.
That's good conditioning from KRX, isn't it? Change things up in this round.
This then, like, how do you triple duelist on defense around it? Okay, you got the initial, the sky around middle.
Do you just permanently play for the retake and pretend you're playing attack?
Even then, I don't think that's going to be the best thing, but all right, let's go for it.
Freeing didn't get the memo, so he's out of the picture, but Hyunmin has got himself a trade back on in, and he'll be helped out by Flicker. It's getting a little bit messy now as that spike has gone down. Hyunmin will be sent back. 3-on-3 for the retake, but Flicker is an easy pickup for Cess. So DFM looking to put together a 3rd round. Flash out from both the players there. No real success to be had as DFM lock in 3.
Do you see that? You see that on your screen? That's called a smoke. And they can do that. They have 2 of those controllers. So they're able to kind of layer more pieces of utility around it. They can actually have versatility and being able to hold certain portions of the map. That's why you tend to have more controlled, I don't know, more balanced out compositions. I'm still hopeful though, I guess, for this triple duelist to do something. We're back over onto B now. Ooh, DFM trying to push in against it. Receiving contact, showstopper.
It missed! Can Freeing get out? That's the question. DFM, this is a pretty chaotic round. Everything being thrown at them by KRX. Let's see how they are handling it.
ゆっくりクリアしてこれヒールしてあげてヒールしてあげて欲しい俺が B 面見とくよ今マジでなんもない伊藤クリアマジ注意しよういやこれさ TV から音消して A 行こうここ取られてるものとしよう OK 下水プッシュがあるねはいあれベンボットだけこれいいのあるこれはフルスキルかなフラッシュあるよ鼻くそもいけるよはいリンクないよ俺武器弱いよね
You can kind of hear what they're thinking about possible weapons that KRX might be bringing into the fray, but also the fact that they might be pushing out of Garage, but it's quite clear where DFM want to end up. They're doing it very carefully, methodically, as a full stack. Now it's going to be Cess to kind of maybe lurk behind, too, after smoking that first team.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, flick up out of the picture. As he tries to go pushing through that smoke, it's... Yeah, I mean... This defense is not really looking all that crash hot from KRX. DFM are having a very easy time of getting into these sites.
And maybe potentially out too. All the post-plant positions. For this one, KRX, of course, intending to save, but still trying to wrap my head around, like, what are some potential ways this could work? Like, thinking about retakes, things are smoked off. Yeah, you got 2 agents who can flash. Neon for the stun. Flicker can kind of bait things out a little. But that's really it. And unless you have, like, clear protocols or, like, some kind of clear set play in which you kind of want to bait something out from your opponents, maybe positions, maybe more flashes and everything. This is still relatively odd. We're not seeing too much of it yet, apart from the first couple of rounds where they just completely went in for the full sack push outside of A main with all 4. But DFM have gotten so wise to it now. Every round now might begin with DFM having a heavy stack onto some portion of the map.
Guiding light over the top again just to try and fake out the possibility that KRX are playing aggressive on A again, but DFM are well aware of that already. Now it comes down to the shots, and Bane, well, he started well, but DFM just come rolling on in. Overdrive is going to be invested. Oh, great shot from Cess. What a fantastic round from him.
Yeah, a player who has been often quiet. I mean, he's the caller for the team, yes, but you don't often see him pull together rounds like that. Initial contact out from rafters, and he's able to swing all around towards the back of Heaven. That is sweet, Mako. Gonna give it a good try anyway, I guess. That's like kind of a high-low.
Yeah, pretty tough.
No, now he's smoked off
as well.
Cess is on the corner. Or up by Vents. Yeah, it's gonna be a save, I suppose. There's really a big question in what KRX is meant to do. They had the quick rotations this time around. Bane had a sweet couple of shots. But apart from that, really, everyone still got cut off. Look at the little TP that Cess can pull off. So I'm really still scratching my head. We got Seekers, potentially, maybe a convergent path for the next round. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm really not seeing it so far for KRX. I thought maybe that double to start the round there for Bane would help him out, but even despite having the plays where they needed to, they just didn't put together a round.
So again,
we're back.
We're back to the. I mean, this is the one strat in the arsenal for KRX. It would seem. Guiding light over the top. Doesn't spot anybody.
Okay, we keep going.
Yeah. Of course. Why? What else?
What else?
Okay, they get the orb. So they got something.
All right. Surprised they gave it to Hyunmin. Flicker was close to convergent paths, but all right. Back towards middle now. Confirms positioning from DFM. Oh.
Well, this is kind of what KRX wants. They want a fight, and they get one. It's up only going 1 for 1.
I mean, I guess.
Toxin screen down.
We creep back onto the line for KRX. That's a bit more like it. That's how it's supposed to go. Aggressive rounds. Oy, this from Flicker might be a bit overeager, but able to refract back.
And then the smoke. There's really not much that Kaide could do.
Yeah, that's rough. Okay, KRX have 2.
But you know what's that? Like, you can do that even without duelists. That's what I'm thinking about. That was a big round, yes. Flashes and everything, but it's and full trades out from Flicker. Sure. But look at this. I mean, the map control, the way they push him down. I don't know about conditioning and how they might have forced DFM to consider middle as an option, but those are all just shots. We go over again. DFM are just thinking, all right, if they go for the full stack on A, Lancer and back.
Faster play this time from DFM straight into A. Seeker's kind of revealing that it is clear. This is where we get to see KRX's retake properly tested. They do have a little bit to work with. Convergent paths and run it back for Hyunmin. Akame's clearing things out. 5 players coming through from one direction though.
Oh no. Look, DFM are already anticipating this. They're all positioned around heaven instead of site itself.
Alright, well, Blaze Wall goes up to just try and provide a safe avenue in for KRX. There's a push through it from Akame. Hyunmin sent back, Bane, Flicker both finished off. KRX, are they getting enough done? It's down to 2 on 2. But that timer is starting to tick. Mako is in the pole position but can't land the shots, and now freeing, no chance. DFM go to 6 and they are really styling on KRX.
Yeah, it looks like it, huh? Flash in with the jet knives. It's just classic Valorant. Extremely lovely. Despite, almost kind of an attempt from KRX, they actually brought it down to a 2v2. Just down to the players and how they intended to position around it. Mako was smart to think back towards a heaven, but even then, still thinking about the same issues. The round always begins with essentially DFM going where KRX supposedly are or aren't.
All right. Here's the timeout. KRX.
What are you guys thinking?
They're saying, why did we do this?
And yeah. Well, the reason was, oh, I don't know. Bane seems to understand though, so kind of see what that calling can provide for the team. It's odd, to be honest. You have the 4 stack up. Maybe DFM works around that. They can see if they are indeed just there to take the orb or not. And that's why they had that mid push from earlier on, which admittedly worked out for KRX. But then what about the next round? DFM then just go back in with their own stack out towards the A side. Maybe KRX does similar things on towards B, but either way, they're giving up so much around the map. They're going to be giving up space. Maybe that's going to be a spike plant on his site. It's just so much to consider. We're back in for that same default. No. It's all 5 on A. Mako's here too. Of course, they only have the pistol, so we'll kind of write that a little bit off, but
I mean, really.
They made this bed.
Yeah.
It's a bed made out of what material?
Stone. Lava.
And they gotta sleep in it. DFM is being quite careful as well. I mean, it's definitely puzzling
I'm puzzled.
I think we all are. Really curious what the desk will say about this one. Flash in, confirms information.
See what kind of shots KRX can put together here. It's just the one there from Flicker that's of any success, but Marco has a rifle and he's got a chance. No way! Marco! He had to be the one to do it. And apparently, the Omens is where it's getting done today. I mean, RB, he had his moments. Now it's Marco's turn. Forget about duelists. We don't need them. We've got 3 of them. We don't care. Can we get some controllers up in here?
I mean, of course, it's also just Mako as well. When you speak of controllers, it's the smokes that I thought, you know, DFM, they're trying to condition around the toxic screen they have on the A side. They go over to B, it's just the Omen smokes. It does leave a bit of space open for Mako to do just that. We're back in again. Now DFM working around their screen.
Yes, he held on a little bit too long there. Bane finds him, flash around the corner, and May is in a real spot of bother. This is, again, a little bit more like it for KRX. When they're the ones that can be on the front foot, then obviously they can get some work done.
What? Okay, this is starting to look pretty intelligent.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
No, I honestly do think it could be, because they're conditioning DFM. DFM start to play a little bit more careful. They're like always unsure about where they kind of need to go. Now they're kind of trying to play around their own toxic screen around the A site, and Bane just quickly calls the team over. Look at the number of flashes, all the utility, insane mobility that can be brought over onto this A-ramp fight, and he's so ecstatic about how well the plan kind of worked.
Yep.
So we'll go again, and now DFM, yeah, unhappy with the situation. We'll give an attempt over on the B side. It's just Mako on an off angle.
Yeah, they're trying to work middle right now.
Oh my god.
And
And
don't see anything.
DFM's a team that plays so safe. They're not going to just suddenly on a whim decide to go for a set execute into sight. Unfortunately, it might kind of bite them in the back. If they actually went in for a set execute, they might be able to overwhelm Mako. They might be able to get the sight.
I hesitate to say they probably would. Reading though, set up in middle, dashing back over. B site is open, yes, but a fast rotate coming through for KRX. They're not aware of May's positioning though. So all of a sudden, we're kind of back in a world of hurt for KRX as DFM swarm over the site. Sweep them aside, Hyunmin cannot get anything done. 7 for DFM.
All right,
Last
8-4 or
round in the
7-5.
I mean, is this supposed to work a bit better on the attack? That's my question, right? Like, you have 3 duelists. Is it kind of like, yeah, we just have to get through the defense and then attack is our playground?
Actually, yeah, that's
So,
thank you for that.
If that's the case, is 5 enough?
Could be.
I'm not saying I have the answers.
It's a great, no, it's honestly, it's a great question to ponder about. Okay, 2 offs. I mean, on attack, you can fade out quite a bit.
Poor Maze 1 HP.
An off duel for now. Look at how they're pushing.
I don't think Freeing was truly spotted there. But that is still enough to send KRX scurrying back to safety.
Also, some utility already spent for KRX, but the other issue is they got 2 other duelists who still have their kits. So DFM are going to have to try and go over again. They spot the off out, which gives them a lot of information. They want to go in for it.
Just going to go straight through middle. KRX have the Seekers having a little bit of a look. They're aware that this is going in the direction of A, and so they are well and truly on their rotate over. But they're not going to beat DFM there. You need something from that side player.
Joke's over. You're
Not going to happen.
Welcome to my
Hit now up.
Spike planted.
It's just no holds barred from KRX. They just don't stop. They're just going to keep on going, and Showstopper is cancelled out. No, not quite quickly enough. Mako on the receiving end of it. Hyunmin finished off 8 for DFM. No matter which way you paint it, I think 4 on the defense is not really
Switching
what
sides.
KRX was looking for.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. You would think you need a little bit more on the attack. You know, I can kind of see it, the explosiveness. maybe with a waylay, you're able to bait out and kind of suss out the map a lot more. And if that doesn't work out, then you have the neon. So perhaps, all things considered, this is map 1, DFM's pick. So put an asterisk on this one, study the tape a bit more. Maybe have an interview with Termi and friends and kind of ask them what this is all about. But otherwise, with everything that DFM has done, they have managed to stay afloat. It was a little bit chaotic at first, but they very quickly responded to it. Came in with their own plays around, you know, what would have been that consistent 4-man push outside of A main. Even finding a little bit of a double-ish lurk when Mei was able to push up outside of middle. Definitely finds quite a bit of damage. So while a lot of attention is on KRX and this comp, and I guess how unorthodox it is, how unusual, still need to give DFM their flowers. Credit to them for being able to outplay around it. Job's not done though, because we still have this second half where we might get to see a bit more on the attacking side with KRX. Now positioned all towards B. It's just Mako for now. I mean, not Mako, Cess for now. Yatsuka, Kaede quickly able to pivot back over onto B side if and when needed. Paint shells, snake bite, that's always a lethal combo. Starts with KRX and a smoke around middle just to keep 2 players invested.
This is what it's going to be. Flash in and then a dive from 3 duelists, and it works out this time. B-side cracked open. Yatsuka, sacrificial lamb for DFM. I was going to say this is going to be an important pistol for KRX if they can pick it up. You know, there's a conversation to be had about how this map will play out. And that is the way they would have wanted to start it.
They're all naked now. Everyone spent everything.
Just have to shoot straight. Trade down effectively. Flicker is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He thought there was a swing coming from elsewhere, and there wasn't. DFM do get a couple back on in. That's a brilliant shot from Akame, and now freeing. Oh, it needs to be locked in and clean, and he certainly is. Low HP. It'll be an easy finish. KRX do take the pistol.
And Akame takes a bullet to the knee as well. Clutch. Red Bull clutch for KRX. Oh my goodness. I mean, positionally, in that post plant, they still had it. So, credit to them. But you can definitely see how quickly they can accelerate into sights. All the flashes dumped in. 2 duelists, maybe a third flying at your screens. And with that smoke especially, towards middle was pretty smart.
Here we go again.
Ooh, DFM doing, taking a page out of KRX's strat book.
That's like Groundhog Day. I feel like I'm
This
watching
is
the same half
whimsical.
again.
It's fun.
Walking out into B.
Can plant down all the guns. Can probably reserve and hold on to them too. DFM. Do you just waterfall off of heaven? No. They've got a separate squad pushing into garage. Ooh, Mako. He has the flash for it too, though.
Mako ready and set up. So, paranoia held for a moment, but now Flicker and Freeing are looking to come into their own as well. So a pretty standard start to the half. Off the back of that pistol, KRX are going to convert. They get the deficit back down to 2. As those guns come out, though, that's, I think, where we really are going to get to see what KRX have been cooking. Wow. That's 2K for Hyunmin.
The joy in their faces. He's close to the out now. So yeah, like you're saying, we've passed the eye test. Now the real test when the actual guns come into play. KRX, of course, they've got their rifle still pretty much preserved for the next one too, so it's not impossible for them to get a bonus, but the question is, how does DFM react to it? They're still back in with a 2-on-2 for now, and I don't know if like delaying this attack is actually the answer, but they will start with a smoke. Mei in an one and done position.
Paranoia's going to go through as well. May. Solid attempt onto Flicker, who actually did manage to pick up Cess. That's not exactly the clean hold that DFM was looking for. And runner back is pushed away. 3-on-3 we find ourselves here, but May still trying to get in onto that site. Marco coming in on the flank will be the one that causes the issue. Plant goes down. This is chaotic, it's messy, it's dirty, and that's the kind of game that KRX is trying to play. Keep your head down, sir. It's all good. 7-8.
Still protected. Oh, man. And you are right. I can't believe this is the game that they're playing as well. KRX, most known for their immaculate map macro. They always had a system way back then. But now, ever since, you know, coming in with the roster shuffles, Flicker brought in as well. Everyone with their own job to do still, but it is all chaotic, all for the brawl, all in for the site. And it still works. They just drag DFM in for the retake, and DFM unfortunately come up short. Now onto this next round too, where they're just on pistols.
Here we go again, straight into B.
Free site. Oh, Mako.
Might not be much that needs to be said, but we are going to hear from KRX anyway.
얘네 CT 나오면 여기 똥 가능?
몇 명은 좀 빠른 듯. 일단 CT 가려는 지금.
Going up.
나 풀템, 나 풀템. 해븐 하나. 누군지 못 봤어, 해븐 하나.
메인 스모크다.
CT 나온다, CT 나오겠다, 이거. CT 똥 하나 까놨어. 아직 안 났다. 났어.
이제 간다, 얘들아. 나왔어, 사이트. 빼.
KRX looking to hold off this retake and doing a pretty good job of it. Everybody getting involved. So now DFM are getting a bit hot under the collar, a little bit worried, a little bit scared. That's beautiful from Cess. But it won't really be enough to afford a round, of course. So 8-8, scoreline equalized. KRX with the momentum, and this second half starting to look like it is the crown jewel for KRX's map of Split.
Can't believe this is actually possible. Oh my god. Come on, DFM. I mean, they are trying and responding really quickly to it, but had no idea that Mako was lurking that far behind. And meanwhile, everyone who walks into sight pretty much doesn't have to spend that much utility. If you spend a flash, the Sky comes in with her own. If you come in with the slide, you know, Flicker, light speed, you still have so many more options. And that's kind of the darndest thing of this whole composition. Everything that they spend and do, they will have some reserve, some backup. And it helps them for the post-plant. And it's kind of, honestly, maybe Termi's answer to what the current meta is. Ever since, you know, it was the Initiator nerf, maybe the Sentinels get buffed now, everything's back to about 50 seconds instead of 60. But instead of like thinking twice about using your utility, now you just double down on the number of agents that play that same role. Oh, it's working kind of neatly so far. But we'll see if DFM are able to respond. So far, they've been kind of leaving sites open a little bit. They haven't quite been able to anchor it down, but maybe like now with a different toxic screen.
I don't know. It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do again here. Hefty defense over towards B. A kind of anchored here by Akame Solo. And I don't know if you can keep playing for the retakes here, which is pretty much what DFM have been doing, and they haven't been having any success. I mean, KRX are just going to continue to look for more space, push forward off the back of that curveball. A 3K for Flicker, and freeing filters through for the last two. This KRX in a nutshell now. You get the idea. You see what they're going to do. The barriers go down, they press the go button.
Yeah, pretty much. I think at this point, honestly, Elfish, they have reached maximum velocity. Straight up all the way through into sight. Nobody's home. They are not even caring to check too many corners. They just push past into screen. They are so explosive and so happy about this.
It's not going to slow down either. We've got overdrive, we've got convergent paths. Where do you think they're going to go? What do you think they're going to do?
B sites.
Okay, maybe it will slow down. There's an orb. Maybe it won't slow down. Flicker wanted to go. Just got met by a bullet.
Hold up.
Hold on. Mako is taking space over toward A.
Exactly. Oh my god, this mini-map. It's just Akame. He has been sharp before. He's played ISO, things like that. Surely, DFM needs you right now.
Okay, relay bolt goes forward. KRX looking for their space. May trying to hold that off. Paranoia in and overdrive out. Freeing. Do you go left? Do you go right? You go backwards instead. Plants down. KRX happy with the space that they've taken. There's a good flash in that will push Marco back away, but you've got 3 players here to try to hold on to the position for KRX. It's not going to be enough. Yatsuka got up the ladder. The rope, I guess, as it were. Showstopper. Oh! Hang on, Bane on for the 1v3. This could be a crushing blow for DFM if he's able to pull it off. Push through, though. We'll keep it alive for DFM.
As they get the defuse too, but that was definitely one to, oh my god, have your heart leap out of your chest for. Especially with the showstopper as well. I mean, that's, you know, the Japanese way, DFM as well, and just always playing it safe. If they have it, they're going to spend it, which you kind of admire too. But you also want to think about how that could have been used for the next round. But it does at least reveal Bane's position then for this, you know, 2-on-1 swing. So, not too bad. DFM now spends more utility in taking a bit more, you know, forward positions. A heaven screens, they know they have to fight for it. But it does cost them a lot as well, which means KRX might have another added layer. Another full rush, but May has flowed on top.
He's trying to see over the top of that fast lane. Eventually it will fall, and that will be the end of Bane, who just doesn't have the mobility of those duelists. So was kind of left in the back. But again, you're going to get a plant. And with that, there's every opportunity KRX can still put together around. They take a lot of space. Seeker's going forward. More or less dealt with there by Flicker, who's got the convergent paths ready. Look at this. Oh, it could be huge.
That's so good.
Just pushes DFM away for a second. They don't really cop a beating off the back of it, but it certainly slows them down. And Freeing's now been spotted out as well, so they're going to have even more reason to have caution. Space being encroached upon, though. KRX are not enjoying that feeling. Here it is. Push coming to shove. Freeing for the double. Doesn't know there's a player behind him, but it's all on Marco, who's lurking around inside those smokes. He spots one, but not the other. And DFM have 10.
That is amazing. Awakened to every possibility that KRX have been throwing at them. We've seen this A hit several times now. Yeah, they were tested before DFM, and that's what brought them to this much of a close scoreline to begin with. But once they recognize that they have to fight for that forward space, especially with May taking down away some numbers, it makes things that much more difficult for KRX to try and hold. They definitely tried, especially with some positions and the convergent paths being committed. But DFM just fly back in. They've got their own double duelist after all. So same thing again. Let's go.
Yep, again and again and again. A couple of flashes through Paranoia and then Guiding Light to try to get them into A. This time it works out without any loss, and that has been the recipe for success for KRX. When they've had the 5-on-5 post plant, they've been good. When they've had the 4-on-5, it hasn't worked out. This time, it's the former rather than the latter.
It's also Mako, okay. Maybe that extra layer of flank.
Late lurk, it's going to be a good one, you'd think.
What? They are all holding from ramp?
DFM have got no idea. Marco's on for 2 or 3 potentially here. It'll be 2. And then just going to try and slow things down a little bit. Swing comes through, Marco 4. And Flicker finishing the last one off. 10 up again.
What is this game? Layers. As soon as DFM start to fight for forward space, talk about spawn, screens, a heaven. Now they think they have it. They're questioning where KRX could be. They look to the site. No! KRX are right behind him. I'm not just talking about Mako out from vents, which was admittedly a very big factor. 4 kills to this guy, that's awesome. But everyone else up from ramp, oh my god, this is a hell of an adaptation. We go again, but this time on to B.
Yeah, and they're not slowing down. KRX, they're just relentless, aren't they? DFM this time have the answers. May and Yatsuka starting well. Flicker did manage to grab one back.
It's back over onto middle now. You've lost 2 duelists. This is a bit of an issue. That is a hell of a judge hold. Yatsuka being able to make that happen.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a contact play. And it might work out. Akame! Oh, no, it's gone all wrong. DFM have walked straight into KRX. And all the fights go the way of KRX. 3 kills, no recourse.
Cess even gets hit by the cabbage. Come on, man. Contact play, yeah, but like, I thought they were going to be at least able to shoot back. They couldn't even take anyone down. What the hell? That was like no util. They just full-on swing, wide swing, everyone shooting. KRX actually managed to put this one together. And now there's even a flank onto Cess. Poor guy's gonna get caught. At least gets one, but has no idea that Bane's right behind. Dude, KRX is actually in range.
Bane's monologuing, by the way. He's literally monologuing at the end of that round.
Oh my god.
Very important refrag here coming through from Flicker, by the way. The fact that he gets the kill, he's able to refract back out. It just sort of gives you a little bit more of a chance back in that round. 5v3, very untenable. 4v3, if you get a nice pick here or there, it sort of equalizes back up. That's what I'm talking about.
Contact.
Bro, he doesn't stop talking. He's just yapping.
I mean, he knows exactly what happened. I think he's like recapping it. He's just kind of floored that this works. We all are. We have to be. Oh my god, they have the lead. And if this round goes south for DFM, their buy on the potential last round is going to be just so uncomfortable. I am so uncomfortable. I'm having fun, but also just like, what?
Okay, but you've got the pit.
Yeah.
Right? So you drop the pit on one side of the map. Everyone else plays the other side.
I mean, you kind of know that that's probably what KRX is going to do anyway. The only thing is, like, how do you figure out what the tell is, or like, how do you read the adjustments from the previous rounds? Is KRX going back to A? They were just hitting B, so I don't know.
It's actually a bit more of a standard sort of 2-on-2.
Oh my. Retake pit? Maybe.
Shadows traveling.
But that's why, guys like Akame, they have to land that opening shot. Or this time around, middle. Yatsuka is up to the task. Maybe.
It's taken. That gives you options.
Oh, okay. Troll's back. Has paint shells to delay. Akame is now in position in case there is that pivot over. Oh, but he has to play this so carefully, too. And in all this time, Mako's just continuously lurking around. He has an op in his hands.
This will be a good boom bot to get a bit of information.
Okay. So now you kind of know.
Yeah, kinda.
Look at the... Oh, they're playing so far back.
Whoa! It's a lot of noise. All bark and no bite KRX in this round. It does allow freeing a little bit of an avenue maybe into the defensive spawn.
Wow. Trying to find the mid-rounding pivot call too.
Yeah. Might just drop freeing off, try and take the A site and let freeing see if he can find a pick on the rotators.
Spike.
30 seconds.
There's one, needs to turn around, gets two, okay, we're back on KRX, you could see it really coming together. Freeing, he's popped the overdrive, he's looking for anyone. He's like, he wants to fight. Someone come at me, is what he says, and finally May gets there. Trade in from Hyunmin will equalize the round back on up. Bold plant, and a bold push through the smoke from Akame as well. 9 seconds, Marco's not going to find him in time, surely. Has to chance the plant, goes for the tap, but regardless of whether he wins that duel or not, DFM would win the round.
And what a way for them to keep themselves in this game too. It almost felt like it was lost the moment Freeing got those kills. A 180 flick too. But May comes in just in time. He did not just get one, he got both of them. And that buys up so much, I guess, space for his team. Makes it that much more difficult for KRX to get that spike down even. By the time they actually pivoted back over on the B side because of Freeing's kills, they were down to 20 seconds to get the spike in. So definitely that pressure for both sides. We're back over onto the A execute.
Pistol only in the hands of Bane.
Okay. They pick up the arm? No, just a bit of presence. Forces out the Trailblazer. So some slight, lurks. Trying to suss out maybe positions. Cess is on a journey of his own with this Judge.
Judge solo holding mid.
Nope, footsteps heard. Wonder if that's enough for KRX to decide that this is kind of a 3-2 split. You might have to consider it, but how then does the util delay? Snakebite, paint shells. KRX just executes anyway. They got like so much mobility to dive into sight. Ooh, the pit. Forgot about that.
Looks like KRX don't care. Flicker can go over the top of the pit, but Freeing cannot. Kaide finding the fight that he wants, and Showstopper will be a problem. Hyunmin cannot evade that. Marco needs to get in here in the mid-round. Oh, on the flank, unable to have any success, and so it's all Bane who only had the share of 12 for DFM. KRX have had a messy map, and it might be coming to a close.
Still, though, kudos to them for bringing it this far. It's not impossible yet, but you definitely have to consider how they are operating this as well. They see a pit, they just go full dive in. It's honestly high risk, high reward when you pull off things like that. Thankfully, though, for DFM, like they had a showstopper. They were seeing or recognizing what's going on the site itself, and then called that, hey, Mako's not here. And immediately they got wise to a potential flank or lurk. So that is fantastic adjustments, fantastic improvements for a DFM who was kind of honestly struggling a little bit, despite being kind of like Japan's main protagonist all throughout stage 1. Definitely have what it takes now to go that much further, but we'll see if KRX has what it takes then to push things to OT. A Spectre, obviously, maybe not the fullest of kits, but I don't want to discount them. I feel like this still might be enough to throw things into chaos, and that's going to be a bit puzzling for DFM still. It all comes down to how the opening goes.
KRX is certainly worth thriving in that chaos in the start of this half, but it sort of feels like DFM have got a bit of a better read on it now.
Maybe.
4 of the last 6.
It's all down to the timeout, man.
Big setup from both teams over towards A. This is going to be explosive. Curveball goes around the corner. So too does Hyunmin and Freeing. Only one of them walks away alive. Still, KRX will not be slowed down over toward A. But Bane is the one holding the spike, and he cannot cross like the rest of you. You can't leave the spike behind like that. It's all falling apart. KRX, they got a little bit too hot under that collar.
The one time you actually want the entry fragger to hold the spike.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Chance of DFM in the crowd stands.
Flicker cannot get it done, so what was ultimately one of the most chaotic maps that we've seen so far this split does come to an end. It's DFM 13-11.
You know what? It was chaotic, it was whimsical, it was damn entertaining. It was puzzling at first as well, but once you start to kind of piece together how and or why this is intended to work, it actually kind of looks sweet. The fact that it actually gets up to 11-13 as well. But off of the timeout, DFM just recognized that they're probably gonna go back for that stack hit again into A. The stack on A ramps was magnificent, a full firing squad. DFM have the mechanics to back it as well. This is awesome mid-rounding and awesome adaptations. But we'll toss it now down to the stage with an interview with the coach.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Coach Northern Lights from DFM and our translator Hugo. Well, Northern Lights, what were your thoughts when you saw the 3 entry compound split? What were your initial thoughts, and then how did you guys try to navigate through the win?
今回の試合で敵は3エントリー3デュエの構成を使ってきたと思うんですけど、ノーザンライツコーチとしてそれをどのように思ったか、またどのようにチームとして対応しようと思いましたか。
DRX が 2DA 以上、2DA を選ぶことは結構想定してたんで、同じなんですけど、3エントリーまで3デュエリストまで来て、自分たちが普通に止めるのが難しいんで、低めの配置で人数を寄せるようにして守りましたね。
So we knew that KRX gonna select more than 2 duelist comps, and we were kind of surprised, but we just have to. It's gonna be hard to stop the 3 duelist comps, so we just have to be patient at the site and try to not to have them do the strong entry.
Right, there's a limit to expecting the unexpected. All right, thank you for that, Northern Lights, and best of luck to you.
Well, I agree with DFM. I think you might expect a double duelist. We're still seeing a lot of that coming through. That meta definitely isn't dead, even with the small buff to the Sentinels. But seeing triple duelist was a little bit shocking. Obviously, DFM still pulled through in the end, but...
Barely.
Yeah, but barely. That's the point.
Look, I think it's very easy to be like, oh, it lost, so it's bad. But I think this is one of the times where even if they won, I would have gone, no, this is bad, guys.
It is bad.
It is bad.
Can it win? Absolutely.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there, but this feels like a bridge too far. Even for me, double duelist, I don't think is great for DFM. I don't think that's their style. It's not how they made their name, but they're really trying to embrace this meta and then some. But I think you have to give more credit to DFM for finding solutions in the server here, because this is exactly one of those things. It's a bit of a cheesy pick, and if you're not used to dealing with the sort of pace and aggression of it, it can be a little bit tough, but I think they did a really good job of weathering the storm. But I mean, big questions for KRX here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like it. It's brave. It's bold. It almost reminds
Wow,
me
so
of
brave.
You're being so brave right now. You're playing like a best of series in StarCraft, and you pull the workers. Like, that's effectively what KRX has done here. They have sent it as hard as you could possibly send it, and there was some potential there. There was some good rounds, let's be honest, but DFM, you could tell that they did adapt to what KRX was doing. They recognized, you know, how heavily they were committing to one side. There was a lot of 1-4ing and 5-0ing from KRX on their attacking side. On defense as well, very stack heavy. A lot of the time they're just leaving like Marco on one side and they're sending it down the mains on the other side. And I think for DFM, once you recognize that's what you're playing against, you adapt your style. You saw it right from the get-go. DFM was very slow on attack. They were constantly waiting for KRX to make the next move. And then on the defense, it took them a while to figure out, but I was waiting for it. I'm like, buy the judge. Why are we not buying the judge? Let's be honest, just sit in the choke point with the judge. And when they finally started to do that, they started to get things across the line on the defense. Good game there from May. He is, once again, very consistent in terms of his performance. And we talked about the flexibility of the roles in DFM. I'm honestly quite surprised they've been able to win this game of Split when their anchor player has had a bit of a stinker, to be honest. This is maybe one of the weaker series we've seen from Kaide in Pacific. He's usually very, very solid in this kind of a role.
And I'm glad to see Yatsuka thrive on something that's not Yoru. They move well past that. But for KRX, it's a little bit interesting. I think one of the questions that we were discussing backstage was who's the IGL now for KRX? And we're hearing that, you know, they're having a little bit of a looser style. I mean, it must be loose when you were throwing in a triple duelist. This is so not KRX. This is the most on-termy-like thing I've ever seen. In fact, let's break it down. Let's start with the first half of defense.
So it's always going to be hard on the defender half, but they basically have two ideas of slam A main or slam B main, and there's only a few solutions to that. So this is the first time where you see it work. They go outside of A main and they get the job done. Then they start to go A main and they get, you know, they kind of lose this fight. They lose the first kill. Korean can't escape here. This is like sort of one other way it can go. And then the third way is you sort of start slamming the wrong side where you're all the way across here, but it just doesn't seem to work so well when this is kind of all you have. You see them here, they come in towards B main, fast aggressiveness, but there's no one here. They get that info, but A site is wide open. So this is sort of the third solution when you're taking a gamble, but then they're not there. You give up the space, you're forced into a retake, and you just aren't able to pull it off.
I mean, you have all the tools to be able to pull off the retake. It's really about how you're kind of choosing your decisions at the end of the day. In that case, I really took issue with the fact that a lot of the time it felt like it was a very one-dimensional retake. You're playing a fluid comp. Why are we going 5 screens?
Yeah.
Like, let's get some flanks going. There's no hard senti on the side of DFM. Maybe let's go and take a ramp and try to pinch the site from multiple times or send in a runner back ult or something like that. It just felt like the retake plans weren't super well drilled when that's literally what the comp is. If you're going to 4-1, guys, you're going to end up in some retakes.
You have to retake.
At the end of the day.
Well, then how about on the second half of attack? Like, is it as one-dimensional?
I mean, yeah, the game plan, was equally simple, I would say. These are their first 4 rounds, round 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Oh, these are screenshots from Ranked, no?
I mean, you see
I've seen this in Ranked.
It's all just
A,
built
go B.
around. It's all just built around the same idea of we want to slam these sites. How is best to slam these sites? And I will say, on the attacking half, it definitely looked a little bit stronger. They managed to make it work a little bit more. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's on DFM. They took a minute to adapt to the pace that they were bringing. So, not all doom and gloom, but I can't say I was a big fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, clearly not. I think we had a lot of question marks about this comp going in, and it didn't give us a lot more than what we kind of expected for this comp. But that said, I do like KRX is experimenting with new things. They're even picking into Sunset. That wasn't their map pick, but they still had an interesting split comp anyway.
I'm interested to see who's the ideas person behind this. I know KRX has an extensive coaching staff, but there's no way you can convince me that Termi, as a 40-year-old man, has given the thumbs up to a triple duelist. Like, I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with it.
Have you heard of a midlife crisis?
Because bleached his hair and he's
so
spot on. It's like, yeah, let's run it down. I'm down with that.
This is Termi's equivalent of like
W.
It's the same as him like buying a motorcycle. This is his equivalent going, yeah guys, I'm gonna have some fun. I'm cool, I'm down with the kids. Yeah, let's run it down, guys. I mean, who knows? We're moving into Sunset. This is their map pick. They've had a long time to prep this. They knew Sunset was coming back into the pool, so now I want to see something deliberate. I want to see something organized. Same for DFM. DFM have also had that same amount of time, so I wonder what way they're going to go, because they were still on the double duelist train on Split as well, which I think is perfectly fine. I just think DFM went 1 degree too far.
Yeah, I think for DFM, like, it's really just a question of roles. I want to see if they're consistently having Yatsuka on that secondary duelist. I have no problems with I prefer Akame on the E-Net, honestly. I felt like both Yatsuka and Kaide have struggled when they've been put on that role, and Akame has proved to be the most flexible player on DFM. So I actually like the roles that they've ended up on. I hope that they keep them across the map and they can continue to be consistent, because they've taken that first map win on their map pick, struggled to do it, but let's see how they go in the second.
Yeah, I am really curious what KRX is going to continue doing. I do want to know what Termi has to say for himself and if this really is the whole motorcycle purchasing thing as we send it down to the stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella. Well, Bane wanted to say hi. Hi, Bane. Okay. Well, this is our coach interview with Coach Termi. Well, we saw a lot of the teammates, a lot of the players giving out calls on Split. What's the change with the IGL situation on KRX? 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
오늘 베인 선수 말고도 다 같이 선수들이 쿨링을 되게 많이 하던데 KRX의 IGL 변화가 혹시 있는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
지금 현재 저희 조합상 IGL은 크게 의미가 없다고 생각을 해서 지금 IGL은 없는 상태고요. 그리고 선수들이 더 적극적으로 콜을 많이 하는 것 같아서 더 좀 자연스러운 분위기가 나오는 것 같습니다.
I mean, with the comp choice that we had on Split, it didn't really matter if we had an IGL or not. So we just decided to go with the flow that everyone voicing their opinion would be the better fit. And so, yeah, that will be my answer. All right, thank you, Coach Termi, and best of luck to you. 감사합니다.
Midlife crisis it is! Okay then! A little shout out to Bane there. If you guys missed it, he's actually from Busan. I know we have a lot of Koreans here, but he's one of the few actually from the city of Busan where our grand finals is gonna be for stage 2. But you guys, what do you make of that?
I mean,
no IGL.
Bane seems like he's in a great mood. He doesn't have to call anymore. So that makes a lot of sense. Here we go again.
No
2 maps in a row.
No way,
We have no IGL. We're locking 3 duelists every map. And this is what we're banking on to get to champions.
I'm losing my mind. This is absolutely insane.
But
from
please,
KRX.
please don't stop. We have to follow this to its logical conclusion.
Every map now. I want this on every map.
I need this the rest of the stage. KRX are my new favorite team.
On the side of DFM, it's a different look this time. It's double initiator bringing out the breach. We saw this from Nongshim over in EWC, and I think it has some legs on this map. It's can they stop that triple duelist this time, because they know what's coming.
I think Breach will play quite well into it. I'm a little bit worried though, because Yatsuka at times his performance has struggled when he's been thrown onto some of these init roles in comparison to a secondary duelist. So I want to see what the frag distribution looks like for DFM, and Kaide cannot have another quiet one here like he did in map 1. He needs to step up and put up the numbers that we're used to from him on the Sentinel.
Yeah, definitely on the Sentinel, on Sunset. Let's see him get back into action with another triple duelist combo as you send it back to our casters.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this one.
I like it. I mean, I don't know what Termi's on, but can I have some?
Do you want a motorbike?
Yeah, midlife crisis it up. Oh my goodness. I mean, you know, he's like Joey from Friends, like whack with the PlayStation sup.
All right.
Who needs initiators if you got all the duelists?
I mean, you were saying, you know, the Phoenix can flash.
That's my theory. That's my theory.
I don't know.
Phoenix can flash. Neon can stun. Waylay can stun as well. The only thing you're lacking, I guess, would be maybe information. Bane would kind of fit that role.
Right.
We'll see how that works out. KRX are starting out on the attack this time around. It's going to be a fluid calling situation as well, just like Termi said on the stage. But let's not overlook the fact that, yes, it's going to be this Cypher breach that DFM are bringing in. You need to be careful working around potential trap plays or even the trip setups, because those can definitely hamper duelists as they go in on the entries. We also do have a little tech pause for now. Hopefully that gets quickly sorted. But otherwise, yes. I mean, Pilly was right. You know, Yatsuka on the breach is something to kind of keep our eyes on.
I think there's a lot to keep our eyes on, to be honest. I mean, it's obviously a lot of chaos from KRX. Even from what you could see there, the initial setup in the pistol, it was going to be more of the same. You know, 5 players trying to hammer down the doors, one side of the map.
It almost worked. 11-13.
It did, but I think, you know, you've kind of given DFM the look at it now. And you'd hope if you're DFM that they now feel a little bit more comfortable with what they're going to have thrown at them. They sort of understand what they need to do. I felt like they got a little better at dealing with it the deeper that map went as well. Yep. So we'll see.
It's possible.
We're back in.
Of course, the fault line, though, has to land quite nicely. Right now, it's okay, maybe a potential setup towards middle, but
full retake on A.
I mean, yeah, okay, this could work, actually. They're just recognizing, okay, KRX with this comp, they're going to run it down a single site again. That means we have space down middle. We can flank a full force of them.
Yep. But it's more contacty here from KRX. They're not sort of just dumping all of their util, everything into this round. They're actually holding on to a little bit here. They've walked their way into A, which is not too bad. Mako will get caught by Akame, and so we are back now to a 5-on-4, which is favorable enough for DFM and typically was their win con on a lot of these retakes in the first map. Yatsuka for 2, Bane as well, the double. But Kaide chiming in, and DFM have got the numbers where they need them. Freeing is hiding behind the sights. The swing will come back on through from Yatsuka, and DFM start well.
Like you said, yeah. It feels contacty, especially with all that space and all the util that they were still keeping and holding on to. But that it drags the game down into this really maybe awkward state where both sides have to consider how they want to fight for it, because Spike obviously gets planted rather soon, and then KRX decides to make or force DFM to fight tooth and nail for forward space. That's why you've got players flashing, pushing out towards elbow or hall, and it kind of works out nicely until then DFM start to find those trades, especially with Mako being taken down. It definitely, you know, removes some nuts and cogs away from the machine of it all.
Bit of an investment here from KRX, which is not what you would always see in a round like this one. So interested to see what Flicker's going to get up to.
What are we doing? A much slower approach on it this time around.
Okay, Yatsuka able to hold on to that spray against
Don't
Mako.
miss me too much.
Flicker to peek out.
Okay, I mean, hey, it's working.
I mean, he has the shield, so someone dropped him that rifle. but it's just in a bit of a trade.
Yeah, information given away to DFM now as well.
And if Mako's gone, crossing mid is not the safest thing to do, but they will.
Good info gathering.
Risk.
Cess is pushing his way out of A. Not seeing too much. DFM are now aware. The offensive is here in middle. It could have been awkward for a second there, and indeed it does end up being. Hang on. Oh, Bane. What? Catches
30
Yatsuka.
seconds left.
Door closed as well, so Cess is not going to have an easy road back into this round.
Rifles picked up. All they need is one headshot.
Yeah, it's a real mishap from DFM.
Shadows traveling.
Smokes off to try to let them think he might be pushing out for market. Bane investigates, and as soon as he calls it clear, like, it's pretty obvious where else Cess could be. Bane doesn't push the smoke, though.
Cess is really hoping someone's going to peek him, but there is no peek to come.
Yeah, the spike's planted in such a safe spot, too.
Time's really ticked away. Tosses that paranoia through and tries to dive on for a tap, but Hyunmin perfectly timed peek, and KRX, they pull that round off out of nowhere.
This is something that everyone's going to have to study. I mean, it's... When you look at it from a glance, it seems weird, you know, not just the comp even, but now with the buys that they're
that is ridiculous.
Pulling in, he actually collapses onto them, kind of.
Yeah.
What? And these guys just feel so comfortable doing it.
If nothing else, KRX are having a lot of fun tonight.
I'm honestly having a lot of fun watching it too. So they go again, and DFM are just puzzled, now trying to stay on top of it all, but they obviously don't have the guns for this one. It's kind of forced to just sit around and hope perhaps someone walks into them.
Five players retaking from the same angle. Don't imagine that's going to work out too well for them, but they're going to give it a crack anyway.
Found the spy.
Kaide goes down early on in the piece, freeing farming up that overdrive. And Hyunmin wants a turn as well. So good response from KRX to losing the pistol.
Again.
Just in back with the Thrifty. Someone gets a Guardian for Flicker. New guy who buys shields as well, and that's just fantastic. Gives them this 2-1 start to go off of. But what about the next round, right? DFM's going to be able to buy back up. Do they expect another B hit? With all the stacks headed down this way, it might just be that. Kaide with the trips to kind of delay that from happening. But Mako lurking now. That's almost his permanent role. See how KRX continues to build out this round as they already push up. Let's listen in for the comms.
Slowing them down.
down.
Spike down B.
Well, unfortunately, didn't get to hear much excitement for KRX this time around.
Oh man, second time this has happened today.
Solid hold though from DFM. That's the one thing you got to take away from that round.
Definitely. Again, it's that setup. They're kind of anticipating it. So forward trips in cage, and everyone's just kind of hovering close by already. It's a different setup from Split where you got this big old pillar to run around, and it provides DFM with a bit more cover and more angles to work around. So even though KRX might actually be able to get themselves in the sight, it's not enough.
Well, this is a forward hold from DFM.
Yeah, first in a while, but they have the breach to make it happen.
Oh! It's perfect, but where's the kills? There's no follow-up. And everyone from DFM just trying to scatter. Eventually, the lineup is there for Yatsuka. KRX, they don't have any other options but to try and go. And they are not being able to find any success there. DFM with the perfect call.
Pushed back for a second, but for KRX, like again, it's, you know, sometimes this comp might work, but some other moments, especially when in heated situations like this, their only choice, honestly, was to just press W and go forward. And that's what they did, which is ultimately what causes them to die. Everyone from DFM are already in position. They weren't hit by any huge amounts of utility or anything. In fact, utility was spent to try and take that B main space. So, kind of odd. Bane to, I don't know, go explore and check out the A
30
site.
seconds left.
But otherwise, yes, like what you were saying before as well, DFM, they are showing off that they have what it takes to really adapt to everything. Really not much else. Oh, Bane just
10
trying to
seconds
save
left.
the rifle as much as possible. And otherwise, this is right, you know, it definitely would be credit to, I mean, the whole team for pulling it off, sure, but maybe Cess with some of the calls too. You know, it's definitely a team effort with how things can be on teams sometimes, everyone contributing ideas. But in that one, Rolling Thunder, everyone to push. Even with KRX's attempts to shove them back, they just ultimately get decimated by Yatsuka, who just able to react so kindly. And as far as the kill distribution goes, right now on this breach, he's pretty decent. Okay, KRX, I think they're going to try the same thing again. This time it's going to be Bane to lurk.
There's not going to be a Rolling Thunder to run into, so that's something.
Yeah, the trip's placed towards market. They didn't think that it was going to be a third hit.
Shock Dart doesn't really slow KRX down all that much. Ooh, retake setup from DFM. They're aware of what's going to be required of them. KRX is going to be looking for some space, and that is a good start. Yatsuka down, just caught as he tries to flee. Paranoia, no problem for Hyunmin. Kaide looking to try and pull it back. Has had a better performance on this map so far. Needs to hard clear this corner. Mako might have been spotted out there. Tries to get his util out and does. This time maybe DFM gave KRX a little bit too much space. Cess is still putting in work, but it's a bit too much to ask at this point, and DFM will be pushed away.
And not wanting to give up unnecessary points or at least to hold on to the gun either way, but yeah, it all comes down to that space. It takes time for DFM to rotate over. Even then, with the positions held, it's all in the KRX. They're able to flash into these spots. Phoenix Flash, Relay Bolt, Omen Flash coming in as well. And that really prevents DFM from staging that retake. You know, you could even see that they were kind of like walking around util in hand or pulling out their guns just in the nick of time, but the animation's not done yet, so they were kind of caught with their pants down, honestly. But now it's going to be an op.
Beautiful stuff.
May don't miss.
They want to go for another one. They don't miss twice in a row, and also gets the info that there's nobody out behind that wall. Beautiful round from May being put together.
And then this is where you can start to criticize this comp too. I mean, on split, yeah, okay. We were a little bit stunned by it, but now you can see what the op does to this potential comp. There is just no possible other option.
Nothing to get it off the line. Maybe the drone only, really?
Yeah, that too. I mean, they didn't expect the op, you know. I think we haven't really seen that all series long, but it's also just the fact that once you have, you know, a couple of these players getting taken down, the rest of the team, like, what are your options left? How do you mid-round after suffering, you know, a couple of losses? It's very difficult, especially with the smokes gone.
It's pretty all or nothing, right? It either works or it doesn't for KRX. That is really nice crosshair placement and good coverage as well from Kaide to help out. So another really solid round from DFM, 4-3, holding on to the lead.
Impressive. Akame as well. The initiators now from DFM proving their value too. And yeah, like you said, you know, thank you for summarizing my point essentially. feels like it's not impossible, but it definitely is difficult. They had no choice but to just walk in, push up, try to get the kills if possible, but it wasn't. Akame just withholds that, no, withstands that stun anyway. So we'll see what Termi does now with this timeout. I wish, you know, maybe Bella would have gotten to ask that question or something. Someone's got to investigate. Like, is this a suggestion from the players? Was this something the coaches cooked up? Whatever it is, it definitely comes with its own host of issues. It was kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to search for the right word to call it, but it definitely put DFM in some weird positions back then on Split, but on this map, like conditioning around it and starting to come in with the adaptations, like you start to see that it doesn't work out that clearly. Like the Cypher does quite a bit to really slow things down. May as well with this op, and he's just gonna try it again. Why not?
I think there's no reason for May to switch off of it now. Same line. Will be the same result. Wall goes up a little bit more forward this time from KRX. So
the trips now.
Pushing back away, but you're right. It's still not going to be easy, and Kaide is on a bit of a tear this map. There we go. Kaide's back. You heard the desk asking for it. Kaide needs to step up, and he has.
Answers the call ever so justly. If May is forced off the line, and that's what KRX tries to adjust around, Kaide steps up. The trips, the one-way cages, the flicks all around. And now DFM actually just might be able to double up the scores, maybe crack open KRX's economy, maybe walk home with a 2-0 win.
Standing ahead. Still a bit of a ways for that one, and that's sort of gone wrong. Recovery is in. Marco slides through for that third kill. DFM try something a bit more aggressive out into mid, and they are met with KRX's aggression as well.
Hunter's free as well, just to try and fish for positions. They know the spike's down, and as with the previous rounds, KRX would push into open positions, but Mako looking out from behind too. So now forced to save onto this op. But also somewhat expensive for KRX, you know, running back burnt. Can't really blame DFM for the call. They almost managed to get that pinch down onto middle, but either way, KRX just wants to make this even more competitive. DFM will still have a lot of cash to splash though, so if with the next round up, May out with another op, it's not too big of an issue. But seeing what options KRX can bring to the table as well is honestly just intriguing. Players up over by tiles, bottom mid, and they still have ways to work around separate angles. But as always, with the next round coming up, we're back to this default of 5-stack, 5-0, down in towards B main. May is on a different line.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a backward hold for DFM. They've been pretty solid with this kind of setup. So I do have faith they might be able to make something happen here. Flicker taking that space though, and Yatsuka has just been, spammed through the smoke, I suppose. So that's gonna make life a little bit more difficult for DFM on this retake, and you've still got May coming across. Cess working hard to try and fight back on in. Is kind of a fish in the barrel situation though for DFM. They've got to all slide through from one angle. KRX just have to watch it. Freeing is the one that's doing the real damage, and that's backed up well by Mako. Nice round from Cess, but perhaps not enough. 1v2 is what's required. Bayan is inside of that smoke. That's a cheeky port, but straight into Hyunmin's crosshair, and so KRX get themselves a fifth. Could argue maybe almost a little bit too reserved from DFM this time.
Could have been. But you can kind of see, you know, they wanted to do that to avoid getting hit by ultimates like the convergent paths, for example, but like you said, it's just going to be a lot of that space that KRX loves to work off of. especially when Fring and Mako were there for assistance, blocking off Boba. I was trying for it though, but it's just this eternal struggle for resources and space, and that's what KRX can do. It almost feels as though Mei should be permanently stationed towards B main if possible. Or not. It's going to be that timeout now from Northern Lights, Fours. We'll see what they can conjure up for this team. Yatsuka also honestly quite a pivotal piece for DFM on retakes. I mean, Fault Line, potential Rolling Thunder on the next, it's always going to be able to provide them, you know, if not just flashes, but a lot of area denial, like space that they can just stun up their opponents with. So, all things considered, that one little spam that, was it Hyunmin who picked it up through the smoke? That kind of does quite a bit. Oh, suddenly now it's going to be an A-rush. Let's go. Mei's in the right spot, has the op as well.
Don't have any ability really to delay as the Jet though, unless you hit your shots.
Hit the shot, get out.
It's so easy to get out. Got this rampaging KRX team on the other side. Mei, missed shot, get out of there. See, this is what I'm talking about. You've got all the chase available to KRX, and if Mei misses a shot there, what can you do?
Oh my god. He was hit by the trip too. It's pressure. The seam's starting to show.
Take flight.
Yatsuka's still alive though.
Marco gonna have to reposition. 4 on 5, a tough retake attempt here for DFM. It does not start well either as they just filter through and get a little wrecked. Akame put together a couple of nice kills, but KRX up to 6, and this attacking side is getting rolling.
How is this happening again? Well, of course, the little swap back up. The op getting thrown off of its line. A little bit unfortunate, but like you said, the chase is there. To add on to that, it's also Flicker and Mako being able to withstand the initial shove. Like the fault line, the flashes, everything does get thrown into the mix. But the opening kills, sometimes stuns can be cosmetic. So we go again.
This time, better start from Mei with the rifle instead. Flicker looking to dash up and over the top, gets into the site. DFM happy to play for the retake with the advantage they've got. They'll drone their way forward. Work from Marco.
Spike planted.
That Rolling Thunder through the site as well. Quite a number of connections there, but Flicker still able to find the headshots. He was popped by the Rolling Thunder, but he did not care. It will not be enough though. As DFM claim the 6th in this half. So 6 at 6 once again.
Not your day, is it?
We're tied up, and there's still a chance for DFM. Oh my. And even without an op, Mei can still be that lethal. Perched up top, instantly reacts as soon as he spots the swing. That is fantastic. Says as well, by the way, continuing to mark the lurks. So even with Rolling Thunder, there's that additional fault line that does eventually collapse onto its Flicker, who, despite his best efforts, is not going to be able to do enough. It's still a chance for DFM to maybe get this done swiftly, because they are still adapting to everything. It's always that little ebb and flow, give and take between the two teams. KRX back over on B, back over onto A. But you can definitely see how the utility works out pretty nicely for DFM in the beginning.
Well, KRX back over to the attack as well now though. And I think we had our questions, and dare I say, onto the defense. They have their reservations. We had our reservations about them on the defense. So, is 6 enough? Is the question you have to ask yourself again. Can KRX actually get a little bit more out of this defense on Sunset? I think as a map, it lends itself a little bit more maybe towards an aggressive defense than what we had for map 1. You know, you've got quite a number of options in towards middle. Out of A as well, even out of B and B main, you know, you can play a little more aggressive, get a bit of work done. So I think maybe this works a little bit more in the favor of KRX on that defensive side than the previous map, but wait and see.
You're not wrong. There are orbs that Hyunmin could pick up.
Well, it's not so much about the orbs, more about what kind of aggressive plays can you make. And I think there's a few more open on this map, and that's what KRX are already looking to exploit, working their way out into middle.
You're done.
So Yatsuka's going to go down, but that is the info for DFM that he is clear.
Still going to be that 5v4 retake or post plant though. Oh, Main wants to fight.
Interesting choice. Bold choice. Really? One that will not work out. That is really not ideal. But you've also got Kaide, who's on the flank into middle here as well. So this is going to be layers upon layers of problems for KRX to try to navigate. They are doing a pretty good job of that. Just isolating duels. Kaide needs multiple here and can't quite get it. Which leaves it on the shoulders of Akame, who potentially can still get this one done. That spike is ticking so quickly, but the headshot through from Bane will keep it alive. KRX will take the pistol.
Woof. Couple of players. So numbers ultimately still prevail, despite May's attempts. And that's just, again, going to be the weirdest thing, because every single round, like you mentioned, it's always going to be KRX pushing on some portion of the map. The possibility for aggression, in addition to alt orbs, I think. I mean, like, you're able to clear out so much, set up multiple lanes for the retake. And again, we're kind of shoved into this situation where DFM need to consider, do we hold forward space if we get the site or not? Do we spend utility to even clear mains? They're going to try to do that now, but Hyunmin in position for flash.
DFM on the other side of it. Lots of players here, and it is a farm for KRX.
Flawless. True definition of the word farm in that instance. All the alt points, everyone kind of gets a piece. And it all starts with a pop flash. Oh man. Just pistols, of course, as well, though, for DFM, so it's really down to this next round. Do they try a B main again?
Let's go.
We'll start to layer on towards, the potential pop flash that they just witnessed. May to lurk.
On my mark.
Not a bad spot to do it in either, and it looks like KRX are going to get aggressive. If they do it without util, oh, they go flash through though, and May in all sorts of trouble there. So he again opened up for DFM. This time they have another opportunity to try that 4-on-5 defense. Offense, defense, if you catch my drift. And again, they're going to try and get aggressive with it, take some space.
All far out, fault line already prepared. This is good.
It's good delaying util from Natsuka. Now Cess has some of his own. Tossed in. Maybe a little bit too little too late to save Yatsuka. Still, Cess and Kaide are fragging. Doing well enough to pose a real threat here to KRX. That's the important kill for Cess as time is now ticking away. Freeing wants to take the fight. Swing through, no way! And Freeing will get it done. KRX go to 9. DFM, the second half is starting to crumble.
Oh, onto the one-on-ones. I mean, kind of a 1-on-2 as well, but it's all that pressure for a team that, we've kind of applauded for being able to adapt to it. They honestly kind of do, like all this delaying utility layered on top of one another. But then they start to feel the pressure off that flank coming up from behind, and Cess being low HP as well, just not quite able to do it back against it. KRX continue on their fun march. Oh, DFM down middle. No, up A. KRX down middle.
DFM in a bit of an awkward spot now. Potential to be down 10 and 6. They're trying to figure out what to do in this round. Let's hear from them.
このまま一回見て裏も食い入れるよ ネオ50、ネオ50。1キル入れた。オーメンもいた、オーメンもいた。ミゴミゴ。
I'm pissed.
Unfortunate for Cess. Overdrive invested there for free. It was a good effort. Kaide, 3k in that.
Yeah, enough damage done. Kind of also telling in their comms that, I mean, I don't really understand Japanese, but they seem to understand what KRX intend to do, so being able to find that flank as well, or that push at least, you know, being able to withstand all of it, sensing the trips. Honestly, that's something to think about. Tells you what DFM's emotional states are currently. It's back in, oh, now it's going to be an op from Flicker.
Okay. Dismay impression.
Look at Kaide.
There's a forward hold here from KRX, and it does look like DFM are going to walk into it. Maybe Kaide can save them from that, or perhaps KRX will walk into DFM's setup. Hyunmin, with that shoulder, doesn't bait out the shots that he needed to. They can't escape back out to safety, and Flicker is there to cover off the potential trade as well. It works out. KRX. The only question mark here is going to be what can Kaide do? Port into the site. No! You've got to give Kaide a bit more time to try and clear it out. Bane, the heroic play, might just catch the timing there in the end as well. And DFM are falling apart on this attack.
Haven't had too many successes in the second half. The op just makes it a bit worse too. I mean, like, the reactions on the fault line, everything, it's got to be that much quicker, but it took him a second, it took Yatsuka a second. And especially as well towards the end, like the lurk, it's not far up enough. So they kind of just assumed the site was a bit clear.
Timeout.
So for everything considered as well, I mean, it's still maybe some slight mistakes from DFM in the second half costing them. It's starting to get pretty muddy. And in for the economical situation as well. Yeah, oh, I don't think this is possible now, the comeback.
Yeah, very tough ask. I mean, KRX looking a lot better on the defense here than what they did on map 1, which is a bit of a curveball that we weren't necessarily expecting. I suppose we have to start getting into the conversation of map 3, and if we do go to map 3, does KRX run it back? Do they do it again?
Summit with a triple duelist. Oh,
it would be chaos.
We just have to witness it. KRX were the ones who intentionally banned Haven to go onto it. DFM left it open, so we'll see if it does go to that. But for now, at least, DFM making their last stand. See if they can put a round together. Very careful start. Mid smoke as well, though, so KRX just kind of considering around it. The drone just sees that mid is entirely clear. Starting to consider B as the potential destination for the Japanese team.
Doesn't seem to have troubled KRX all that much if DFM do get beat for free. Seen a few retake situations and they've all gone the way of KRX so far.
They have the ults too.
Again, DFM gonna attempt a forward hold. It's May who's looking for that space, but pushed back away. Gunman keen to get amongst it, but slowed down and now dealt with, at least the runner back. There's a trade or two back on in. Numbers are falling by the wayside. Oh, DFM, it looked like it was gonna be a good hold, but KRX just bully their way back into the site. And I think we're definitely looking towards map 3 now. I mean, this is 12-6. KRX are looking flawless on the defense.
I can't argue. No doubt. No freaking way it happens as well. Like you said, bullying their way through. It's the fast lane. The Phoenix off to the sides with it too. Multiple layers. The flashes out of the walls. I mean, this was already in the meta, Neon Phoenix. But it just continues to compound because they still have the initial like waylay to do that scouting out towards the forward hold. And that just all continues to break things apart. DFM hasn't had a single round in the second half. And here's their last attempt.
Oh, okay. Bane starts it well. Yatsuka down. Now May falling as well. DFM are in a world of hurt right now. Kaede and Akame are trying to salvage that situation. Spike has been lost. Kaede is back behind KRX as well, by the way. This round is just goofy. KRX well aware of it, though.
I have retrieved the spike.
Spike's going to be retrieved, though.
May or may not have heard it. Either way, however, you get the spike down, then what? Like 1v3, your opponents still have util, or at least some of it. You know, smokes, fast lane, kind of a smoke.
Yeah, not to mention the fact there's 3 of them, so that makes life a bit more tough for Kaede. As long as they space correctly, this should be impossible. Send Marco out first. He's low HP. She's just going to use that ulti to try and get some info. Doesn't see anything. So they are aware of where Kaede is, and he does well, but not well enough. Defuse through, and KRX have been successful on their map. We are going to a third.
Can anyone say anything about this comp now?
I'm sure there's a lot that can be said still.
There's definitely a lot, but the fact that it actually worked. 13-6. Honestly, we've seen crazier comps. We've seen triple Sentinels inside of like game changers as well. So anything is possible. Good Valorant can still be played, and KRX is a team that is capable of making it happen. You watch the forward plays, you watch the forward holds, you watch the still ever so prevalent Neon Phoenix combo. And even with May's best efforts off that op hold outside from the first half, down to the second, KRX borrowing some ideas as well. It's just difficult. Ever since building up that much of a lead, the Hunter's Fury in that final round, still having that much mobility to go in for the chase. It's just always going to be numbers advantage if KRX gets the start they are looking for.
What impressed me the most was the retakes, actually, from KRX, I think, in that second half when they were allowing that B site to be taken by DFM for free. They obviously were so confident in their retakes, and you could kind of tell why. DFM just didn't really seem like they were too comfortable at all on the attack, even when they got post plants. So KRX, I suspect if they've run it twice, they're gonna run it again.
I think they're gonna run it again.
But we'll have to wait and see. What do you guys think?
At this point, I want to see it again! I want to see it again, a third time for all 3 duelists! KRX is looking a lot like my ranked game on crack. Just rush! Guys, what's the plan? Rush A!
Yeah.
What's the next one? Rush B!
There you go. A flawless defensive half with no sentinels needed. Triple duelist gets it done. You love to see it. The inmates well and truly running the asylum at this point. I'm loving what I'm seeing for KRX. On the side of DFM, I don't know, man. The Jet was not looking good playing into this. May was consistently kind of getting run down with no recourse. And at the end of the day, I kind of started to lose count of the rounds where there was a drone on Akame and they were just dying, or, you know, you had Breach util that wasn't really hitting as cleanly as they wanted to. DFM, they had all the tools that they needed to deal with that aggression on their attacking side and didn't really use any of them well enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think even in that first half, they're doing retakes into a KRX that have literally 0 util left. Absolutely nothing. They're stood there with guns and you're not making it work. I mean, and then in that second half, you're stood in the wrong places so consistently that you know what KRX are going to do. You know that they have to be aggressive. You know that they have to bring the fight to you, and you're not making it work. You're not reacting. You're not holding properly. I think they're going to be kicking themselves after the way this game has gone. They had everything they needed to win this in 2, but now you have to go to Summit where, if anything, that triple duelist will be strong. So I'm super worried for the head state of DFM here.
I empathize, deeply sympathize for them actually, because this is probably the last thing they're expecting from KRX of all teams. I mean, you might expect it from a Southeast Asian team, but coming from Turkey twice. They There's no way you would predict that.
We're all APAC now. Genji's running double duelist. You know, there is no more thinking going on here in Pacific.
No,
we're
it's
all
just
running it down.
Go, go, go. In fact, all right, I don't know how we're going to break this down, but let's dive in a little deeper for KRX here.
Well, it starts with KRX winning this eco round, and I thought DFM, look, we're off to the races here. They've won the pistol. They immediately get eco'd. Hyunmin gets that last kill. He now has a run it back going into the anti-eco, and then in the second half, KRX also win themselves the pistol, and Freeing starts going ballistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard, really, because DFM, I just think it's too many mistakes here. And you have to say, I think they should have done a better job, but I do think Freeing played this very well. He was very aggressive, very in your face, doing exactly what you want from that Neon, because, you know, it's nice in a way when you have that waylay going an entry and refract out, then you're able to do the actual entrying. It's very strange, to say the least, but I think he held his own. He did his job here, which was connect with the gun, and he, you know, no fault there.
I think at the end of the day, though, for DFM, I mean, we'll look at Kaide's stats. He had a big step up in between the first map and the second map. But as a greater point, what I wanted to point out is, you know, you've seen DFM run double init unsuccessfully on Pearl previously when they previously swapped over to this roster in particular. And I just don't think it suits them, quite honestly. I would rather see a player like Yatsuka, for example, playing that secondary duelist where he's had a lot more production for himself rather than the init. His numbers just go down when he's forced to play this flex init role, and you don't get as much impact from him.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he started well, but like you say, I mean, he does have a little bit of a tough job. He has a lot of pressure to be that initiator, to be in the right places to stop them. And in the first half, I felt like he did that, but then in that second half, they're not able to stave off that aggression. Util isn't connecting, it's not in the right places, and then you see exactly what happens. KRX run away with it, and now we're forced to a map 3, and I don't know how this looks at all. Can this get even weirder?
Honestly, like, if you saw a team that's good with double init play against this triple duelist comp, they would destroy it. Like, put NRG against this kind of comp with a double init, and they're going to absolutely roll them. But you have to... this is why I often say double initiators are an execution-based comp. You have to use the right things at the right times and make the right decisions and be well organized enough to deal with that pressure and that aggression, because if you fumble the bag, at the end of the day, you're just kind of left standing there looking like an idiot.
Well, what I really wish we could see is what's happening right now between these maps in DFM's player room right now. Like, how do you approach this? How do you get your players to prep for this kind of pace? Because clearly they're panicking a little bit, and that's why a lot of these utils not coming out to defend against it. So how are they going to reset themselves for Summit? First of all, the triple duelist comes back out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got a little bit too sucked in that second half. Where the idea was sort of there. We saw Kaide would explore one side of the map, the others would wait. This is like a standard anti-eco response that you see, because that's when they're more likely to be aggressive, right? So the idea is there. It's just then, as soon as they didn't go back to the other side fast enough, as soon as they saw people, they would try and take that fight. They wouldn't try and escape. And that's what worries me a little bit. But now as we move towards Summit, I think if there's ever a place to play triple duelist, that's my bad. If there's a place to play that kind of weird comp, it's on the new map where it is so weird, where no one knows what's going on. Everybody's figuring it out. That's when you want to be aggressive.
Yeah, that's when you just want to run it down. That actually makes a lot of sense here. What I want to know from you guys is, now seeing this on at least 2 maps, possibly 3, is this something you want to see KRX continue? Is this the commitment to triple? We're getting opposing opinions here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Please, make your case.
I love when people are individuals. When they think for themselves, they're not scared to take risks, Morgan. I know that you just want everyone to be the same. You want everybody to play boring Valorant. Let's play Phoenix Neon every game. Oh my god, aren't these Asians so good? Have some spice, man. I thought you were the guy that's all about the whimsy. Look at how KRX is playing. They are so brave. And, they really are doing what all of us wish we could do.
Yeah, I think brave is the perfect word. I don't believe what you're saying. You don't believe what you're saying. This is crazy, guys. I think double duelist is more than enough. You can make that aggression work. I think it could maybe work this series. I think on Summit it can work. I worry if they do this next week, after everybody's watched this VOD. That's where the problem comes in. I get it can be cheesy, but if they start doing this week on week, I think then we'll really start to see a problem.
You know, Frost...
we'll start to see a new meta. They're going to start creating a bigger problem. Everyone's going to start copying this moment.
Frost had passed our room watching, you know, the triple duelist. Triple duelist is so uncommon. I keep saying Senti.
Yeah.
He was like, this is such a different identity than what KRX has ever become.
It
But
is,
can you
yeah.
imagine closing franchise league with KRX, the triple duelist team? It's just not like after years and years of this legacy org.
If you show this comp to the Vision Strikers of back in the day, they'll cry. They'll cry and go, "What have I become? I can't believe it." You know, it doesn't make any
It's
sense.
like watching a boomer.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No! Number 3, and to be honest, starting out attacking side here, they have not got much to work through outside of the Sage util. This is where I'm looking at someone like Yatsuka. He needs to slow this one down. To be fair though, Mei on the Neon, as opposed to the Jet, is going to play so much better into this. They have so much reactive util. If you're running through a choke, bam, slow wall, paranoia, seize, relay bolt. It's going to be hard to break through here for KRX at times here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think this is the right map for it for KRX, if any. But and it's interesting, we've seen 3 different archetypes for DFM to come out to try and deal with this now. So now it's that a lot more stopping power. I think this, in theory, is the perfect answer. Can they make it work?
Triple maps of triple duelists of KRX as we send it back to our casters for the final map of today.
Yeah, we ended yesterday on Summit. We end today on Summit. And it sort of feels like we're now in a situation where DFM have decided to fight fire with water. They've gone, you guys are going to run 3 duelists. We're going to run 1. Yeah, let's see which theory works better.
I mean, that honestly works out. Also, just to add on to the conversation they were having early on, this is just KRX going off the rails now. If they really end the franchise league in this fashion, oh my god. It's solo duelist for DFM, yes, but like Morgan, like Pilly was saying, slows, delays, seizes, mollies. There's so much that DFM have in their kit that can definitely counter. Water puts out fire. So we'll see how it starts off. For now, KRX intending to push all the way up middle, as most teams have been known to do, instantly breaking doors.
Now smoked off for the moment.
DFM gets information outside B main. They instantly rotate.
It is KRX's own smoke, so they're just going to be happy to go through it. Contact play. They're taking a lot of space. Paranoia was the thought for Cess, but in the end, the fight is what he has to go for. And now we think Akame's got a bit too much to do. Mei there to try and pick up the scraps. Well, not too bad for KRX on the entry. 3-4-3. Plan not ideal there from Bane. And again, you kind of getting that same vibe, that same energy as we did in the summit we saw yesterday. And we were talking about it off camera. We were talking about it after the day ended yesterday. It sort of felt like neither team really had a 100% perfect grasp on the map. And I think, again, immediately, just with that plan that you see from Bane,
yeah,
he's caught completely unawares. Teams are not 100% comfortable on this map just yet.
Haven't really exactly found all the common or safer positions yet. Like, where even is the default plan? You would think maybe a little more tighter into the corner, but this time around it's just out in the open. Just so many angles that you can be susceptible to, and there hasn't been enough repetitions or enough time for the teams to really figure that out. Either way, though, you can kind of see what the intention was for KRX. A bit of presence feint, and then to double back in towards the site by taking the lane by B-Link. But thanks to DFM and the utility that they are able to dump in with, Cess being able to take that first contact, it works neatly. So he's just going to go again. Oh, everyone from DFM buys up. Then it's not just any gun either. It's all these close-range weaponry, which works out very nicely in all these tiny sections of the map. Think about B main, A main, even middle perhaps, where Mei is sitting in the smoke with a judge.
That same round 2 investment though from KRX, so keep your eyes on Flicker and see if he can open the account back up.
Nah.
Have the site for now. DFM pretty fast on the rotate though, will be maybe looking to disrupt this plan. They don't in the end pull the trigger. Still waiting for Yatsuka to get across. Prowler gives away the fact that Flicker is sitting under the drop. Still pushed away. Kaede, Yatsuka, and Mei all filtering their way in onto the site, much to the happiness of the crowd. Sitting on the side of the arena that we're casting from. They are making a lot of noise.
Definitely.
It's a bit like a tennis match actually in here. You've got DFM fans on this side and the KRX fans on the other side. Sometimes they yell at each other.
Yeah, but it kind of looks like we actually have a full house. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously KRX, Korean team, you know, so there's going to be a bunch of fans there. And I imagine DFM has quite the contingent, maybe even a few have traveled over.
Yeah.
Japan not too far away.
Let's see you sign someone from Canada too, but anyway, onto the game. I mean, this is awesome because DFM start to recognize what they need to do. It's always down to the little adaptations, and they need to make it cleaner. This is relatively clean right now. Prowler senses it. Cess throws in the flash, perfectly hits on towards Flicker and everyone else. They try to head out, and it's going to be an easy swing for DFM. But now the next round up, same guns. Not the easiest thing to work around, and KRX slowing things down for the time being. Across middle, holding angles just in case anyone from DFM does overextend, but DFM, knowing the guns that they have, will play it safe. Even walling off A main. They know that mid was taken, so they put most of their attention towards A link, B link, mid bend, if you might call it that.
You know what, Quack? You can call it what you want. You're in charge. No one's made a name for it. You can decide.
Elbow.
You want to call it elbow? We call it elbow.
No, but Rat says to call it mid-bend. No, I'm kidding.
What about we call it duck foot?
Duck foot. Ew. What do you call it? The A main push. Breaking down steady wall.
I like elbow better. KRX like the A side here. DFM playing for the retake. Probably be seeing a lot of that this half.
But DFM just staging the same retakes.
Freeing is in a good spot to get a lot of work done with that judge. Multiple players headed in his direction. Horn goes forward, but so too does Freeing. And that is a double. 2 for 1. Take that for sure. Flicker in for another opportunity. Tapping away, gets another for himself. And KRX will find their first round of the final map.
Pretty sweet, and I've got more callouts for you. So the position that Freeing was in with that judge, that's Cave. And that Haunt didn't go in deep enough. You saw it, but it was a little bit shallow, and because of that, Freeing wasn't scouted out yet. So the whole team from DFM just thought that it was clear, started to rush out into the open. Every trade just waterfalls and cascades from that point. So 1 and 2. Ooh, immediate timeout. Is this, I assume, from DFM?
DFM. Recognizing that it is important for them to lead from the front. KRX a pretty explosive team, and that momentum starts to get rolling. Maybe you're not going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw that back then on Sunset. Second half, oof. Not a single round picked up by DFM. But for this one, to start this early, I'm starting to think about it. I mean, so far we've seen a lot of presence from KRX around middle. DFM did try to have their own adaptations by just walling things off, marking the shorter or shorts or links. But it's also just recognizing the necessity for DFM to be able to play it clean, play it flawless. If you make mistakes, like what even our desk was mentioning, delays on the fault lines, the Haunt clearly back then not going deep enough, and then you work off of assumptions from that, like you're just going to be bit in the back. It's all these little nooks and crannies again that players from KRX can hide in sometimes. Needing to watch out for that. But off the timeout, KRX, they push up B main instead. Haven't seen this so far. Smoked off for now, though. It's a bit of control as well. Prowler did go down bend, but we'll have a listen in to KRX how they put together this round.
미로 나온 것도 없고. 조심해, 각 조심. 싸움에서 가야 돼, 싸움에서 가야 돼.
프랄 하나 있지?
프랄 한개 있어. 어디서
앞라인에 써야 돼, 앞라인에 써야 돼.
박스에 쓸까 이게?
있었어, 여기 앞에, 여기서.
얘들아, 풀었으면서 바로 간다, 바로 간다. 출발이다 그러면. 하나, 둘, 셋. 이거 가릴게요. 가자. 몇. 사이트 갈게. 기다. 앉아. 기다려, 앉아. 가다. 기다. 끝나가. 문부터 깨자. 벌려서 문부터 깨자, 얘들아. 간다, 얘들아. 가자. 갈게. 잠깐.
There's a lot of shots into the stage wall. DFM should be aware that the push is coming in the direction of a Akame. Starts well and doubling down. DFM looking good to hold on to A4 now. Nightfall across. Next on to maybe just Marco there. KRX have been completely stalled. Yatsuka good for one, but still the fight back in effect. Good tap. Beautiful round so far from Akame, who might be on for 4 in the end. Hyunmin with the swing gets the better of it. 1-on-1 now. Time is very much a problem though for Hyunmin, and he has to try and find the spike. Kaede gonna play an off angle, but missing his shot. A massive whiff. Knew where Hyunmin was coming from, and KRX get away with one.
It's all down to the little tight moments too. Impressive swing down to the crouch. Tough shot. That's a bit of momentum. DFM had this round in the bag. 5v3. Everyone was just pigeonholed into this A site, but even then, Hyunmin able to get some taps back against Akame down to this last one. Or is it tied up now?
I felt like that was a sure thing for DFM. This round though, gonna be a little quicker. KRX trying to put the pressure on. Akame again answering pretty well. He gets 2, really only 1. And that's not good. Not good enough for DFM. KRX have swarmed the site, as they are wanted to do with a lineup like this.
Yeah, so Nico as well for DFM, so a little bit unfortunate either way. Decent damage from Akame, but now it's going to be KRX's chance to farm up a little bit more. Run it back was spent. Hyunmin gets 1 more point now, maybe even 2, depending on how Mei and Kaede traverse past this wall.
Careful.
Little angle. Just looking to dive the spike.
Careful now.
Nice shot from Mei, but can't expect too much more.
At least more points denied from Hyunmin. But either way though, that's going to be some sweet momentum now for KRX. Nightfall in their pockets too, which honestly could come in handy to another big execute or rush if they do employ that again. It's always these strategies that, or calls I guess, set executes that DFM are going to have to watch out for, because the potential for them all throughout this map is going to be quite plenty. So even for all the timeouts that they just called a couple of rounds ago, I don't know how much that's going to help DFM currently. Trying to try and slow things down. The hunt comes up in time, but might have been blocked off by their own Viper wall. KRX gets to push up, but the Prowler gives them additional information. Mei is close by.
Yeah, happy to see him just backing off there. Atsuka will heal Mei back up. KRX have a staging ground for their next push. Nightfall coming through. Flicker deleting Yatsuka, then refracting back out, but it's a 1-for-1, so not too bad as far as the DFM are concerned at the moment. They're stalling KRX. That fast lane will continue that. Hyunmin bullying his way in onto the B site. The headshot onto Kaede. That is now the B site cracked open.
No plant yet, though. Slight flank, Cess. Oh no, the barrel.
Oh, and Hyunmin turns on a dime. It was potential timing there for Akame, but in the end, DFM folding like a house of cards at the moment on this defense.
Oh no. I mean, they started off pretty well. Close range duels in the first 2 rounds, but KRX just decides to turn up the dial to an 11.
Yeah, and remember, DFM have already used one of their timeouts as well, so if things continue in this direction, you probably call another one in the next couple of rounds, and then you're on your own for the rest of the map.
Okay. At least to try and hold on to the rifle a little bit more. Nice. But either way, you're right. It's just so difficult from this point forward with DFM. And considering, again, you know, the champs' points, the fact that they probably, you know, want to make it over to playoffs and go much further than that, it's... Considering the opponents they have in their group as well, KRX, T1 in here, it's honestly tough. KRX once again, just looking for those quick, pacey, extremely explosive executes. They just fly past the slow orbs, the snake bites.
Dash over the top, flicker this time, 2 taps, go astray. So that explosiveness is still there from KRX, but they're not overcommitting.
Yeah, in fact, they just baited out the utility, and that might have been what they wanted. May, though.
May. Oh, he's going to hear all those footsteps. Here's a chance for a multi for May. Easier said than done, but does get 2. Wrangles that spray onto Flicker.
Go, go, go.
Freeing is the one that's now looking for the entries into B. Gets a lot of space. Akame using that fast lane to his own devices. Freeing, caught in the end. It's just a mess. There's fights all over the map. It doesn't stop.
You will not kill my allies.
Natsuka wants to invest with that revive as well. This round, a big one for DFM.
Especially with how Akame just pulled off the heist of the series. 1v3 for Bane, is it possible?
Certainly could be. Prowler, though, will push him further and further, deeper back into the site, so his options now start to become limited. DFM know pretty much where he's going to swing from, so they will get themselves a third, keep this conversation close.
Which is lovely again for the Japanese fans in the stands. I mean, look at that. Yeah, like you mentioned, fights all over the place, but it's also map control from DFM that makes it happen. Initial contact being held by May. He actually tracks the spray transfer down midair as well, which is awesome. And then that fast lane little maneuver that Freeing attempted, Akame slips into it and passed. That is just heads up plays just pulled out of the bag. And then of course to Cess to continue holding outside of mid as well, preventing KRX from finding that easy rotation over. Fantastic stuff. They're going to need more rounds like that, though, if they are to try and close out this series. Well, KRX makes it another go. They have all, well, not all, but several ultimates to make the round possible. Previous time, they actually wanted to try and bait out more utility away from DFM so that they would have a stronger chance at a retake. But this time around, it's defensive positions from DFM. KRX can stealthily skulk upwards, fly past walls, break down walls simply, convergent paths into sight.
Info given, Hyunmin dealt with. KRX stalled up for the moment, and any second that they wait is a second that May can get this flank. Unfortunately, though, they go first, and May is going to come into play a little bit later on. Might be too little too late. DFM holding strong for now. Where is May? Walking through that smoke. There it is, the kill onto Hyunmin that might be the deciding factor in this round. Bane alone again against 3. Same position, result different this time. Gets the opening pick, but no more than that for DFM. Recovering.
4-4. It's always tough on this side as well. Like, you try to get the spike down, but you have to worry about all these separate angles. One out towards the back, maybe another one closer towards B-Link. But ultimately as well, it's just this hold. It's a very well-read, anchor hit by DFM. They already read that it was going to be a push down A, especially with the wall getting broken down by KRX, so might as well. And it's still so early on, like, for this summit right now, that you don't see, Mako, who's been known to throw in some peculiar smokes at times. I was wondering if he could maybe throw in some kind of a one-way towards that box over on A, or maybe something, right? Because I think, what was it, Akame, maybe Yatsuka? They were the ones that push up front. Instead of playing around the choke points where you can kind of hang back, peek around the corners, No, they held up front, so the smoke effectively kind of does nothing other than to section off potential rotates. But if everyone from DFM are already there, it doesn't matter. But otherwise, yeah, we're just not really seeing too much yet, apart from just trying to work around the composition, trying to work around the map and get those hits in. So we've tried A several times now. We're back over onto B. It's Mei and Akame in position with 4 ults for this round.
Now 5 players headed in their direction. Weapons leaving a little bit to be desired for KRX, but the thing is, if you are able to close the distance, you can still get a lot of work done.
Especially with the shotgun.
Yeah. Maybe what Flicker is looking for. Kame just floating around close. Rotates come through as well. The site being reinforced by Kaede. A resmoke as well. KRX haven't really made a whole lot of noise, but it seems as though DFM quite aware of the setup. There's an attacking smoke now getting tossed in. Might be the go signal for KRX once this orb does go down. Wow. Kame holding on, getting ready. Nightfall to go through, and that might disrupt the plans of KRX. Mei already with the headshot onto Hyunmin as well. KRX time's running out. Have to make a decision.
They still want to go. Not budging.
DFM knows this surely has got to go the way of DFM with the players they've got set up. They had the information. Still an entry for freeing and a missed shot or two from Kaede. It opens up. Flicker with the 3K. All it took was a rifle secured from Kaide's hands, and Flicker on 5 HP might make the difference for KRX.
Oh, it hits onto Yatsuka as well.
You know where he's coming from. Prowler confirms it as well, and a refract keeps Flicker alive. Bane, as of yet, unknown where he could possibly be for Yatsuka, and KRX are happy to just try and play the timer as much as possible. Slow Orb's not really going to help Yatsuka up all this much. Tap on the defuse, a little bit of a peek from Flicker is the distraction for Bane, and KRX find a brilliant round. Flicker can take a bow.
Oh, wow. And I thought it was pretty sneaky or cheeky for Kaede to be hiding inside the smoke as well, but unfortunately, with 2 players against him, he just gets undone, unalived. They had the read. They tossed in a Nightfall. Of course, KRX tossed in their own as well for that last little 2v2, 2v1. But that, like you mentioned earlier on, was meant to be DFM's round. This is one that's going to sting, but they will still be able to buy back up for the next. KRX, ever so capable, slowing things down a tad bit. Shift onto the toxic screen from earlier on too. So forces KRX maybe to spend a bit more utility to clear things out initially. Now they'll be able to stage in towards B site.
Ball goes up. KRX try to go in. It's really just freeing though. It's kind of left high and dry. The rest of KRX taking a little bit more of a reserved approach. They want to try and work their way in after that space is created, and that's worked out nicely actually. Kame has an awkward duel on his hands, but the spacing not great from KRX and punished, and the spike as well dropped. That's a bit questionable from KRX. So now it slows back down. Mako and Hyunmin have to try and navigate a bit more of an awkward round.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to retrieve this spike now.
30 seconds left.
Hyunmin, such an X-Factor player though. He's back open, but not prepared for the second. Mako in the 1v1 now. Yatsuka, having survived that initial fight, you'd think probably will win this round, though the smoke does come through, but
time.
Spike has to be picked up here by Mako. Is he going to chance the plan, or is he going to fake it? He fakes it and hopes, and the fact that the push has not come through will surely now mean one comes. Mako! Oh! Off the plant, gets the headshot. Yatsuka gets it wrong. KRX, another clutch goes their way.
And Mako.
It shouldn't go like that, right?
It definitely should.
He's supposed to force the plan, but gets off of it. Yatsuka walks into the headshot.
That's the difference in the players. what more can you say? Mako can do no wrong. Even off the defuse, he's under a bit of pressure, but it feels like the pressure situations cause Yatsuka to buckle more.
Yeah, Mako seems like ice cold
in
the clutch. You know, he is that guy that you can rely on.
Like, he had the wall. I think he was trying to give himself maybe some elevation off of it, but no. And that's going to be eco now for DFM.
Awkward. Yatsuka trying to make amends for that last round. Can only get himself the 1-for-1. May at range. Overdrive not quite enough to finish off another player. Cancel called by KRX. Mako's kind of working middle.
That was all just to run it back. Still just pistols, though, but they are considering where the DFM players could be hiding.
Cess has been found out, dislodged. Kaede, again, only good for one, which is not really enough for DFM, but they are kind of chipping away at KRX's reserves. Now into a 2-on-1. Winnable round for Akame with that rifle in hand, but having to work out of a smoke shouldn't work very well. Maybe got more than he even ought to have, but 1-for-1. KRX win the round. 7-4. They have the chance to put together a pretty good first half here if they get the 8th.
I can't lie, KRX definitely running away with the lead now. I mean, we can talk about the comp all we want, but the fundamentals are definitely there. I mean, this round shows it all. Watch for the peaks, wallbang to check. Kaede spotted, everyone swings, May as well with the C, so they'll always have numbers advantage. For the next round, though, the difference between 7-5 or 8-4, it's 4 ults for DFM. The possibilities are endless. You got retakes, you got res, even a hold onto Kaede with the pit. They have to make something happen, but with space afforded to KRX, it's now Bane with a potential Nightfall. DFM has no idea where this hit's about to go. Things were smoked off. Prowler just to check middle. And otherwise, defensive positions on their portions of the map. Kaede maybe to activate pit as soon as he sees any reaction towards B. Otherwise, it's going to be a rotation. I hope he drops the pit.
I mean, it's last round of the half. There's no reason not to, but how valuable it will be from the position he's playing from. Have to drop down. Maybe then he can get some value out of it. The investment is certainly there from KRX as they are really trying to work their way into B. Essentially being given it. DFM playing for the retake here. May get that over-aggression from freeing Flicker as well. KRX were trying to find some space and they've played into the hands of DFM. There's that pit. You'd think largely irrelevant now that it's a 5-on-1. So it goes down straight away. Don't want to give Mako anything to play behind. A 5th for DFM. Workable half for both teams.
True. A little bit more so for KRX if they actually take the pistol. Who knows how that one could go.
Yeah.
DFM did take it in the first half though, but currently in this round at least, it's just a bit of, like you call it, over-aggression, overextension from KRX, as was their modus operandi back in one of those previous maps. But this time around, it's a lot different, especially when Kaede was already set up. Trying to get a pinch onto him, but the whole team was already all around him. Cess close by as well. So back to the pistol again. So many of these series get decided by the final halves.
Well, back onto the defense as well for KRX, which looked really good last map.
Yeah, Sunset. Sort of staring contest? No, you have to blink real quick. Yeah, for a map like this though, no, yeah, I feel like KRX actually could. I had to take a second to think, but I really feel like KRX still can do that, what they just did on Sunset. Push out towards middle, you can still push out, you know, so many portions of the map. And for DFM then, like, they really just need to recognize what hits are coming, how they're, you know, able to respond around it. or really just get themselves into sight. Once again, we kind of flip the tables around. If they get the post plant in and they hold around it, prevent those retakes that we saw, there's a chance.
Once again, you're going to get aggressive holds here from KRX. The first one is over towards B, which is also, incidentally, where DFM are set up. So we could have a pretty explosive start to this half.
Okay.
Where are
KRX ready and waiting. Flicker will actually just back out, but you've still got numbers. There's a flash ready in hand, and it's a good one too. It connects onto pretty much everyone. KRX on the front foot in the second half. Yatsuka is the only one left standing for DFM, so that pistol, I think we all know which way that's going to go, and so KRX will continue to carry that momentum on into this defensive side.
It's all these little micro set plays again. Smokes up, instant pop in the hunt, hiding inside the pop, flash, and swing. We saw that multiple times, but it's just so tough to react with the arc or the curve of the flash as well. Like, there's almost no time to react to it. This is real unfortunate for DFM. The lead starts to run away from them again. Okay, an attempted to A-side this time.
Take hold.
5-man contact play into the A site for DFM will be successful in so much as it gets them onto the site and it probably gets them a plant.
Okay.
That's something.
Spike planted.
They can hold out towards cave as well. These are potential right-click lethal ranges.
Remember how good KRX was, though, on the retakes in the previous map. They're, again, going to try to back themselves. Door does shut, so that limits some of the options, but still looking fine for KRX here with a 5-on-3, and indeed, a pretty easily navigated retake may, with the classic, shouldn't be much of a threat. So 9 on the board for KRX.
You called it, good sir. It's just way too recognizable for this team. Like, the fundamentals drilled into them, the way they are able to quickly recognize, all right, they got the plant. We know they're on pistols, they're probably not going to force buy. And instantly just marking the positions long range, checking with everything they've got, mollies into corners. It's, yeah, relatively flawless, apart from one player lost. But that was a ghost as well, so everything at most rifles just preserved over onto the next. Yeah, that's gonna be a rifle bot up. DFM though.
Yeah, our DFM fan contingent on this side of the arena trying to rally the troops. But 5-9 is a pretty hefty deficit. First gun round of this second half. It is a bonus though for KRX. So you lose this as DFM, your chances are starting to go up in smoke.
Yeah, I need this round. We'll spot out KRX a bit towards middle. They think A side is open.
Ooh, good shot from Kaide. That's something. DFM need a little more. Bane almost caught in transition. In the end though, does survive. Mako is going to port into nowhere. KRX are still finding themselves some frags here and there. Hyunmin sent back, 3-on-3 will persist.
Yeah, okay, the cancel at least. The Sage roll deck there, just don't really know what it does. Either way now, they will be able to find the quick transition over onto the B site. Util though, that's the one thing that, unfortunately for DFM, they might be lacking a bit.
Yeah.
So positionally as well, like, at least you get the spike planted for, you can still hold out from B main, and that is what they are banking on.
Well, there's not too much left for KRX to play with either. Just a fast lane and a flash. So, it's not as if they have everything they could possibly want. More of a contact style out from them at the moment. Bane will figure out where Akame is hiding. Didn't quite get the memo over to Hyunmin there apparently, and dropping at an awkward timing. It's a 3K for Akame, and DFM are back into it.
1v3. Tested by the Haunt doesn't matter. And that's the kind of caliber that DFM needs. Just a bit of fearlessness sometimes under the face of pressure. Even with the Haunt, you're able to have enough space to peek out into sight. And now he's 2 points away from a Nightfall. Get fired up.
Nice.
Because this map's not done, despite what the score says. They get that round, they can get a bit more. The op now for Flicker, though.
Needed a bit more of a flick on that one, actually. No connection. But DFM on this attack, working their way in through middle, and we have a listen-in.
行ってオーメンとフェードね。
はい。サイト側から行っとく。
どうなって？
あ、さあ、同じリフレード。
サイトで耐えるの注意ね。変数注意。
ピン見てるよ。
変数も注意。サイト行こう。
ないかも。
ないない。
ない。CT プラント。
俺後ろ見るね。それシティもこわる。
なんかパー。CT。くそ。CT フェード。CT。今も CT。誰かが。
Bane's putting in work on the retake. Brought it back down to the 2-on-4. Kaede and Yatsuka are not in a very great post-plant position either. Doubled up. Nowhere to go. No safety on this site either. Kaede is just going to have to go down swinging. So he will certainly be going down. 10 secured. KRX, the first team to double digits, and they might be the first team to 13 as well, the way things are going in this second half. It is looking like it's KRX's map to lose.
Definitely. Triple duelist. Oh, and it's still working so neatly. Again, it's that retake. Despite the positions held, I think they were talking about marking for the smoke, marking for a spawn or cave as to where KRX would have approached from. But Bane with that little 1v2 moment. Off angle cleared, instantly still gets one, literally getting a pixel angle off. Just all the numbers advantages that KRX would have needed. So again, now in with the off. Forced off the line, that's good. There's a real chance they could just rush in the site.
Do they know it? They're about to. This freeing is going to be forced away. There is a bunch of util headed in his direction, but it doesn't matter. He's still got that off, and he's still putting in work. Kaede down. So KRX poised nicely for a 5-on-4 post-plant retake here. Nightfall to try and stave them off, but it's only really going to connect onto Flicker, so not a huge concern at the moment for KRX. Real question mark for me is whether or not Marco is going to actually have to come into play. It seems like at the moment maybe not. Flicker is doing everything that's needed. Eventually the sacrificial lamb, but Hyunmin and freeing as well his duelist counterparts also chiming in, and there we do finally have Marco making his presence known, but at that stage the round seemed like it was pretty much over. 11 for KRX. They are doing it pretty easy on this defense.
Can't lie, and again, it's down to the retakes. Look at how KRX layer on their utility. Every single position that DFM attempts to hold in the post plant is so pensive. Initially, Kaede goes down to the op. Sure, maybe you read that one off, you didn't expect it there, but you have to kind of worry about it at least. Then for May and everyone else to just hold up around sight, if not towards the back of the drop, you get tossed in by a Siege, a Hunt to layer that through. May had no choice but to swing back out into the open, and everything gets tossed into disarray. Next round again. And KRX are just pretty comfortable with where they are. If they lose a sight, they can retake. Otherwise, it's just information for them to continue peeking out a bit. Mako has his flanks and lurks.
It's going to be another retake, that's for sure. A site really does not seem to be very easy to hold in the post plans, though. And the nature of the site is that there's so many avenues that you can use to get back in. Doesn't really feel like there's any position on the site either that is safe to pretty much every angle bar one. You're almost always open to something. I think a lot of teams have had trouble with that. Here comes the swing though. DFM this time standing and delivering. May and Kaede opening the account, but immediately there is a response, not a big enough one. So DFM are not out of the conversation yet.
Yeah, they play a little bit further back, just quickly swinging for the trades, knowing where KRX would approach from. So putting themselves in positions where they wouldn't be deterred by utility that KRX tosses in. It definitely looks very tricky onto the site itself. There are a couple of crates and spots where they might be able to hide it for the post plant. But like what you're saying, right? The spike planted in, there isn't like a clear spot on like an open, B main position. But either way, that's a great round to put together. Trying to find the right protocols to thwart KRX's retakes. Initially now though, Prowler, contact, taking things slow and steady. Kaide to lurk.
The wall's gone down, and so KRX sort of giving mid a little bit of a cursory glance. Don't really spot too much out. Prowler goes in, doesn't see anything. KRX want to make their move.
Oh.
They do kind of have to make their move because there's a bit of a push happening over towards B for DFM. Hyunmin unable to deal with Kaide, but Freeing doing a good job again of anchoring this B site, just trying to survive, gets out of dodge. Again, advantage KRX. As this retake does come through, the wall will maybe slow them down a little bit. Plant in, Freeing again continues to be a bit of a pest, but Akame is putting in work. It's a 1v1. Bane v Akame. Bane is out onto the line, he spots him. Doesn't land the shots. So now it's on to Bane again as the swing comes through, and KRX will go to 12.
Unbothered, unbent, and unbroken as well. Bane, like he just sits and holds the angle. Akame desperately trying to jiggle to spot him out, hopefully with a fadeaway shot. But at the same time, like you said, it's that wall, the Sage wall. It maybe slows him down, and that's the key word, maybe. As you watch Flicker fly past, it just doesn't affect KRX whatsoever. You might get the spike down, but that was so quick for KRX to be able to fast flood back in despite their best attempts at being able to fight back. And here it is. Series point for KRX. Ultimates abound for both teams. DFM having an open sight.
How many times they've had an open site though and not been able to convert the round?
Same Sage wall. Okay, this time we've got Cess to lurk, but he's on a stinger.
Marco is gonna get him in the end. In two minds, Cess.
Okay, a pit.
There's a pit. Bane's got a freebie. Just don't want to mishandle that one. Could be two here for Bane. He's unable to calibrate, but still, damage done. 3 on 2. Akame and Yatsuka to try to hold on to it now. It's just that solo of Yatsuka. Can't get a res through here at all. Defuses on, and that is it. KRX, a hard-fought victory today, but they will start their campaign in Stage 2 of Pacific with a win.
And what a great one to do that as well. I can't believe the triple duelist is how they actually get it done. All the retakes, again, second half, and it's just that strong. You watch Akame's reactions on the player cam as well, and every single death, every single whiffed shot hurts and stings that much. The entire crowd here, the contingent, just to try to rally this team, but they couldn't quite get it done. And that's just KRX and how strong they are as well. Never once breaking a sweat, perhaps except for the first map, but still all so close. Summit to be able to make it happen.
Yeah, I think we all had our questions, certainly, about the setup that KRX ran, but you can see the sense in it. You can see when it works, how it works, and how well it can work. Whether or not they're going to run it for the rest of the split, if they're going to bring it back next week, I'm not necessarily sure that that was a clean enough win for me to be 100% sold on that, but you know, it's about building slowly in the season, and KRX are again underway nicely. The DFM back to the drawing board. There were some good moments, definitely. I thought Akame looked really good tonight. Kaide had a great second map. Yeah, kind of missing a little bit on map 1 and map 3, but you know, there's something there for DFM to try to look towards in their next match. For now, though, it's time for us to hand it back down to the stage. Bella, ready to have a chat.
guys, it's Bella standing with KRX's Bane. KRX의 베인 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Well, we have a lot to talk about today. First of all, we need to talk about not once, not twice, but thrice, 3 duelist comp on all 3 maps today. Can you tell us, is this the KRX definition of the new meta? 오늘 얘기할 거리가 정말 많거든요. 일단은 3맵 다 3타격. 이게 이번 메타의 KRX만의 해석인지 저희가 너무 궁금해서 꼭 여쭤보고 싶었어요.
일단 발로란트가 좀 그냥 총 쏘는 게임으로 좀 변해가고 있다 생각해서 저희는 그런 피지컬 쪽으로 좀 집중하고 있고 뭐 이 조합으로 계속 갈지 안 갈지는 저희도 모르고 계속 회의를 해야겠지만 일단 지금 당장은 좋다 생각해서 오늘 경기에서 꺼낸 것 같습니다.
I mean, Valorant is a shooting game, so we thought what's better than to get all the duelists out there. And of course, I think it's mainly we need to focus on the physicality of the game, and we aren't sure if we're going to keep on using this composition for the rest of the season, but we're going to have to test it out and talk about it within amongst ourselves. Right. Another change that we need to talk about. There is no IGL on your team. Everyone's an IGL there. Well, how are you feeling? You were the main IGL. You were calling all the shots. Now that everyone's voicing in, well, is it less pressure for you? 이제 또 다음 변화가 있죠. IGL에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶었습니다. 이제 메인 오더를 맡았던 베인 선수에게는 이제 다 같이 콜을 하는 게 조금 부담이 덜한가요? 어떻게 체감하세요?
사실 부담감을 막 크게 느끼고 있진 않은데 사실 IJ를 혼자 맡다 보면은 좀 개인 퍼포먼스에 집중을 못할 수도 있고 좀 신경 써야 될 게 많아서 저희도 약간 페이퍼렉스처럼 5명이 다 같이 좀 주도적인 콜을 하면서 하면 어떨까 스크림에서 트라이 해봤고 저희가 5명 다 너무 잘하는 선수들이라 괜찮은 성적이 나와서 이렇게 했던 것 같고요. 저는 사실 너무 만족하고 있습니다.
I mean, personally, I didn't really feel pressured when I was the main IGL, but I thought, all of our teammates, they can pull their own weight. We're all individually great players, and we actually tried it out during our scrims. We thought, well, why not test it out the PaperX way, and it worked out. So personally, I'm satisfied that everyone is making all the calls. Well, another change. We have Flicker back. He has experience in the bag. What does he bring for the table at KRX? We saw moments, especially on Summit just now as well. 이제 마지막으로 플리커 선수가 경험치를 잔뜩 먹고 복귀했거든요. 어떤 매력을 가진 선수인지 저희가 좀 보긴 했는데 직접 듣고 싶어요.
일단 테이가 저랑 2군에서 하던 뭐 작년에 이제 식스맨으로 있었을 때 좀 얘가 초딩 같고 많이 어렸는데 얘가 이제 CZ라는 팀에 임대를 갔다 오더니 좀 인생을 배웠나 얘가 좀 성숙해지고 게임도 잘해지고 해가지고 또 저희 팀에 복귀한 훌륭한 자원으로 작용하고 있지 않나 생각합니다.
I mean, back when we first met him, he was the 6th man on our roster. I mean, throwback. Looking back, he was just like the younger brother of the team. He was like the naughty one. But now he has learned life. He has been more mature in and out of the server, and he's a great resource for KRX. All right, Vane, thank you so much for sharing all of that here. And that was it for our post-match interview. 이렇게 해서 KRX의 베인 선수 만나봤습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
What a win for KRX. All 3 maps using the insanity of triple duelist comp and just holding down the W key. And this is not just any W. This is like 2023 W gaming. You know, when PaperX used to play like this, when Valorant was still very much an immature game.
Yeah.
And it worked today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel a little bit bad for DFM. I think in that first half especially, they knew what the answers were. They were in the right places. But I think the individual skill of KRX really shone today, and that's what this comp is built to do. They just couldn't match up toe-to-toe when it mattered the most, and I think they'll be so mad walking away from this that they weren't able to stop it.
Yeah, totally agree. For KRX though, I mean, this just further reinforces that this is something that can work, and I'm hoping that they're going to keep running it for my own entertainment alone, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm thoroughly enjoying that
I'm
a team is looking to take a risk with the meta, is looking to do something hyper-aggressive, and I think that it's good that we have some of these teams that are willing to kind of take their own identity in this league and do something a little bit different. Is it always going to work? I'm not so sure. Did DFM have some answers today, but kind of fumbled the bag on a lot of rounds? Absolutely. So I think, honestly, I want to see KRX run into some of the elite teams and see what kind of answers they have for this kind of style, because I do think that there are definitely ways to shut this down that DFM didn't necessarily take take advantage of well enough today, and they made just far too many mistakes against this style, unfortunately.
Yeah, like, I wonder if this will work in their next game on Sunday. I wonder if this will work next week. I wonder if this is a long-term plan for them, or if this is just coming out swinging, cheesing a win, maybe even hiding some strats. I mean, we really don't know till we get further on in the season, but just look at these stats. DFM had the first kills. I feel like they had the opportunities, they had the positions, but KRX just kept winning the clutches. They kept winning the rounds they shouldn't win, and they win 13-7.
I mean, it frustrated me in the same way that some of the games from Nongshim frustrate me, where I remember this game between Genji and Nongshim in the last season, where Nongshim would go into a main, they'd get KO knifed, they'd get stopped, they'd get smoked off, then they'd sit there for 30 seconds and exit the same site and kill everyone in that site. And at the end of the day, you know, you can know where the other team is coming from, you can know what their kind of general approach and style is, but if you can't shoot them and you can't stop them, then at the end of the day, you're going to lose the map. And look, Akame was the main man actually shooting back for DFM in this map in particular. They had a lot of individual inconsistency today. Everyone kind of took their turns. First map, you had a big game from Yatsuko on the Raze, as well as, who was it that was playing well? Like, I felt like they kind of took turns today. Kaide was great in the second map. This third map, it was Akame. So, yeah, it just hasn't really been a clean enough effort by committee for DFM. It's been one or two players each map playing well, but they needed to kind of step up across the board, I felt.
And in a way, it's like, no way KRX does this again.
No,
the
they
next
do it
map,
again.
right?
I think they do it the rest of the season.
No, but I mean, like, this is what DFM's thinking the whole time. This is happening to this poor team who didn't look awful. I think it was just so unexpected. But we will be talking to Bane a little bit more to get more details on what is up with this and what the plan is moving forward for KRX. Or if this was like a one-shot thing, you know, you go a little crazy, you surprise them for a match like coming into stage 2 to make sure you get that win in the bag.
I mean, look, there's one thing for sure. Pacific will never be boring.
Yes.
We're always going to be the most fun region to watch, for better or for worse, because you never know what's going to come out in the server. I mean, I think it can only get crazier. I hope next week it's 4 duelists. Take it a step further. Let's go.
I'm just waiting for EMEA to like start, you know, this
they're going to lose their minds.
Yeah.
They can't keep up with this.
This is totally not their style. All right, let's welcome Bane to the desk. Hello.
Hello.
Hi again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You guys are crazy. I want to ask, whose idea was the triple duelist comp, and whose idea was to do it on all 3 maps?
사실 터미 감독님의 아이디에서 시작됐는데 딱 그 말을 듣자마자 저희 선수단들도 진짜 괜찮지 않을까 해서 회의 끝에 스크림 했고 좋아가지고 지금 1주째 선택하지 않았나 생각됩니다.
Well, the route was Termi. It was his idea.
Wow. His idea?
Yeah, Termi. No. But then all the players, they heard it and they were like, well, maybe it won't be too bad. So they tried it out. They talked about it. They had their trial and error, and that's why they brought it out on week 1 here.
Are you gonna keep doing this, or is it a special just for DFM to go home and be like, what the heck just happened?
좀 모르겠는데 뭐 저희의 주마다 회의를 통해서 뭐 더 좋은 걸 할 수도 있고 그대로 할 수도 있고 그렇네요. 네.
I mean, not sure. We can't give any certainties out there, but you know, it's going to be a weekly meeting amongst all of us, and you know, there might be something better that we're cooking. Or
it gets better. It gets better. What 4 duelists?
I hope it's 4. I mean,
4 or 5.
I have to ask, because one thing that I did feel like was different is you guys look like you were having so much fun on the stage. How important do you feel like that is for you guys as a team, and for you as people say the sort of emotional leader, you're the fun guy on the team? How important has that been for you guys to get the win here today?
오늘 일단 KRX의 분위기가 너무 좋았거든요. 그 분위기, 웃으면서 할 수 있는 그 즐거워하는 분위기에서 좀 얼마나 영향을 많이 받는지, 특히 베인 선수가 살짝 분위기 메이커를 맡고 계시잖아요.
네, 맞아요. 사실 제가 분위기 메이커인데 근데 지금 애들은 제가 필요 없을 정도로 너무 잘해주고 있고 저는 오히려 좀 처졌을 때 그럴 때 좀 제가 열심히 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희 지금 조합 자체가 분위기가 안 좋으면 이길 수 없다는 조합이라 그런 마인드여서 항상 좋게 가려고 하고 웃으면서.
I mean, yeah, I admit that I am the fun guy, but the other guys, they don't really need me to have a good time. But I guess I come in when, you know, things are down. I'm the uplifting power. And, you know, realistically, the comp that we have now, like, we have to be able to enjoy it for it to work. So, yeah that's basically it.
I mean, we are going to be in Busan end of the stage, and you are from Busan. But before that, I want to ask real quick, was there anyone on your team who was opposed to this idea? and they were just forced to go along with it? Was Mako like, no, I'm staying on Omen. I am not playing a duelist.
Especially after the map loss. You know what I mean?
혹시 이 3타격 조합에 대해서 반대했던 팀원이 있는지 마코 선수가 이제 아니야 나는 안 할래 뭐 이런 식으로 반응을 한 게 있었나요?
아 초반 이거 스크림 할 때 초반에는 명관형이 3타하면 자기가 오맨으로서 너무 힘드니까 선호하지 않는다 했는데 지금 근데 성적이 잘 나오고 게임도 이기고 이러니까 다시 명관형도 좋아하고 다 좋아하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Initially, when we tried it out, he was like, "Oh, I mean, with the three duelists, I mean, I have so much powerlifting to do as the Omen." But then, actually worked after our scrims result. He was like, "Maybe it's not too bad."
Oh,
yeah. He's just like, it worked today, so he's like, "Okay, I could be fine."
If there was any player on that team I would have thought might resist, it would have been Mako. But anyway, it paid off today. You gave us a really great show, and I hope with Busan around the corner, you being from Busan, what does it mean for you for our finals to be here? Our very last VCT Pacific franchise finals.
이제 부산이 고향인 베인 선수에게 이번 로드쇼 마지막 퍼시픽을 이렇게 마무리할 수 있는 데가 부산이라는 게 어떤 의미일까요?
사실 지금 상상만 해도 좀 이렇게 소름이 돋을 정도인데 일단 제가 서울 24년 서울 챔스 할 때도 앞으로 서울에서 챔피언스 할 일이 없을 것 같다고 너무 열심히 했거든요. 한국에서. 근데 제 고향에서 한다는 건 그것보다 더 큰 의미가 있고 저한테 거기 있는 이제 가족들, 친구들, 친척들 앞에서 당당히 무대에 서서 우승하는 거 너무 보여주고 싶어서 정말 열심히 하고 있습니다.
I mean, just thinking about it gives me the chills. And I thought, back in 2024, I gave it all my all because I thought there wouldn't be another event in Seoul like as big as this. But it honestly means so much that we're going back to where I grew up, my hometown, Busan, and actually being on that stage in front of my friends, family, and all my relatives. Basically, I'm going to do my absolute best to deliver the good match, the best match that everyone deserves.
Yeah, I want to ask, with you, the league is in Seoul, so you have to be in Seoul a lot of the year. What do you miss most about Busan, where you're having to be here?
이제 퍼시픽이 서울에 있다 보니까 고향에서 좀 멀리 지내고 계시잖아요. 가장 부산에 대해서 조금 뭔가 그리운 점이 뭔가요?
아무래도 바다가 진짜 바다 보고 있으면 너무 힐링이 되고.
Do you know 바다?
The sea?
Yeah.
저는 아무래도 바다. 그래서 이제 대부도나 이런 서해 쪽을 볼 수는 있지만 그 부산의 이제 동해 바다는 좀 다르다 생각하는 광안리나 해운대. 그래서 그런 게 좀 장점이지 않나 싶습니다.
I mean, looking at the ocean, the sea 바다 just makes him really, really peaceful. And I mean, we do have a close ocean nearby on the west coast, but Busan's east ocean, the east coast hits differently. So we got some signature spots like Haeundae, Gwanli. So that is what I would miss that I am missing the most.
I'm all about that ocean life, especially from Southeast Asia. Okay, so for those of you at home, anyone speak Korean, because Busan is a little bit different. There's a dialect, and things are pronounced a little bit differently. And for those of you from Singapore, Malaysia, you kind of know there's English and then there's Singlish, and it's sort of like the same idea. So can you help us, teach us a little bit, okay? For example, Kwanchana, it's okay in Korean. It's different in Busan, right? And maybe any other phrase.
부산 사투리에 대해서 한번 저희가 다 같이 알아보면 좋을 것 같은데 뭐 괜찮아를 부산 사투리로 얘기하면 좀 다르다고 들었습니다.
이제 괜찮냐는 걸 이제 남한테 물어볼 때는 괜찮나? 니 개안나? 약간 막 이런 식으로 하고 개안타. 개안타. 괜찮다는 너무 표준어고 개안타. 막 이런 느낌.
You gotta say 개안타, but when you're asking them 개안나.
개안나. It's so like
개안나.
It's so candid. And even when you call Nuna or your oppa, there's it's said differently. Can you give us an example?
약간
Give me your best Busan, how would you say?
이게 귀엽게 해야 되는데 제가 귀엽게 하지 못하지만
하실 수 있습니다.
최대한 해보면 이제 누나가 아니라 누나야 이렇게 이제 억양이 중요하거든요.
저희 카메라 저기 봐주시고.
누나야, 오빠야, 밥 먹었나?
He said you gotta do it cute, but I'm not. I don't have a cute personality.
Can you show me how the ladies might say it?
어떤 거?
이제 여자분이 이렇게 귀엽게 이야기를 하려면 좀
maybe
어떻게? Oh wow! Why are you doing me like this? Oh my goodness.
오빠야요?
오빠야를 이제 저에게 한번 저희 같이
Give us an oppa. Oppa in Busan version.
오빠야.
이건 뭔가요? 혹시?
아니,
What is this? 오빠야.
아니,
What is this? 이거 뭡니까?
Morgan, can you have you learned how is your Korean lesson?
You gotta do
let's
Nuna.
do it.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Nuna.
Nuna
Nuna?
version.
Okay.
Okay, the Nuna version.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nuna ya. Is that good?
아니야.
아니야,
No.
아니야.
나야.
Redo.
What?
나야. 나야.
Nuna ya.
아니.
누나야.
누나야.
It's not.
오, 예.
누나야.
누나야.
오빠야.
누나야.
누나야. Okay.
And then do the hand thing
Wait,
too.
누나야.
무서워.
No.
Aida. Aida.
아니다.
Aida
아니다.
as 안녕.
오.
Right?
Why you know?
Why you
I
know?
did my.
Aida.
I'm from Busan. I know. Yeah, so anyway, there is a different dialect. A lot of fun learning this along the way. But it's been absolutely fantastic. Are you looking forward to your next match, or were you just focused on today? Getting through today with the triple Senticom.
우선 뭐 다음
좀
경기를 얼마나 이제 준비를 하고 계신지, 다음 경기를 생각을 하셨는지, 오늘 3타격만으로도 충분히 집중할 게 많았는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요.
일단 그냥 지금 저희 팀은 3타격으로 지금 오늘 보여드렸던 것처럼 좀 집중해서 가고 있는 것 같고, 당장 팀 시크릿전이 이틀 뒤에 있어서 많은 걸 뭐 변화할 수는 없겠지만 그래도 내일 하루 이제 연습하면서 또 변할 수도 있고 모르겠고, 네, 그냥 팀 시크릿전 잘 준비하겠습니다.
I mean, like our main focus of today was, the 3 duelist comp, and we have the match against Team Secret in just 2 days. We're gonna scrim. We're gonna, maybe change things around. We don't know. Can't say neither confirm nor deny situation, but we'll see how our next match against Team Secret goes. We're gonna prep well.
All right. If we see any changes, we just want to see more duelists. So if
four.
you could do that, please.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can't believe Termi came up with that.
나 듀엘.
Oh,
맞고 연막.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
He said,
got it? He's
I'll
gonna
do
add
the
on?
duelist. Mako on the smokes.
It's got to be sad being triple duelist and you don't get to do it.
Right.
That's got to be sad.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun, but it's also crazy as the initiator for. Anyway, congratulations today, Vane. Super fun. Really excited to go to Busan and use our new Busan lingo there. So thank you, and thank you, Bella. Our match MVP is a guy, Freeing, who switched to one of the triple duelists today, and he was absolutely frying on Neon, especially.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
Rock solid on the Neon there. I think he did a great job, especially on the 2 maps that they got across the line there. He was really kind of putting the team on the back. I think he's in a great position because, he can enter with, there's so many other people going in with him. It's easy to trade. You don't have to sell your life like you do on those kind of old school sort of solo Neon comps. It's really favorable for him.
We talked about Freeing. I mean, the 1 in his name is for one trick. This guy only plays 1 Asian at a time.
Yeah.
Teo, now he's Neon, okay?
Yeah,
Don't mess
Teo
with
and
that.
Neon.
We're only playing 1 Asian for
Lock
Freeing,
it down.
and that's going to be it for the rest of the
Specialist.
stage. Yeah.
He is a specialist, and now, and it worked. You know what? It's been an absolutely crazy 2 days. We've had so many surprises, not necessarily upsets, but the way it's won, the way it's been done is madness. So I think this is a really good start to stage 2 right now. And what are you guys looking forward to next? Because you got 2 more days.
Oh, I mean, honestly, there's still some really, really good matches to come. The PRX T1 match is one that everyone has their eye on. But, I think at the end of the day, the interesting thing about these opening matches so far is just that even the teams that have won, there's still questions around them,
exactly.
So things still have to develop across the rest of the group stage. And then we're going to shake things up again when we go into the play-ins.
It's going to be crazy because the play-ins are going to be tough.
What a weird time.
It is a weird time. And I think the teams that are coming in to
Yeah.
play-ins, you guys were saying, like, some of them might be better than the
pretty
teams that
sharp,
are already
they're
here.
pretty sharp.
So
Some good teams.
it's going to be pretty crazy. Now, what's pretty crazy is our build diff.
It is weird what's going on in Build Diff, isn't it? Yeah, there's been some strange results happening.
It is. I think, I don't know unless anyone knew, but definitely no one at this desk knew that triple duelist comps are coming in and people will be playing certain roles or playing the way that they are. So things are topsy-turvy in the world of build diff. Mika back on top.
Wow.
Quack!
The
also
funny
on
thing
top.
is, I couldn't even see my name. I had to look up over the Acer Predator laptop to be able to see how bad I am at build diff. So thanks for that, Acer.
Mika
I appreciate
Quack.
that. You guys have done really good.
Mika Quack
paper thin, elfish guy. That's how you know it's been a weird day. That's how you know it's all gone wrong today.
It's
Mika's
so
won 2 days in a row. That can't
Mika might be the GOAT.
Let's double check those totals. I'm pretty sure.
That is crazy. At least Big Time is still up there, so there's some consistency. But Mika,
that
Quack,
can't be right.
and Elfish are regular bottomers. But Pilsky, you are gunning for
so
it. You
bad at
want
this.
it.
I am.
No,
it's a race to the bottom.
He wants. You are winning it right now.
No.
You were number
It's
one
I'm
at
from
bottom.
Australia. I'm from the wrong hemisphere. Everything is opposite.
It's upside
to me.
down.
They told me that I had to get to the lowest points to win the laptop. So that's what I'm going for.
Look, I'm just really glad Seth joined you on the bottom there today. That's what he
Me
gets
and
for
Seth on
trying
the
to
bottom.
cheat.
It's a good place to be. Yep.
Tomorrow's going to be really exciting, like you said, with Paper X versus T1, but RQ versus this first appearance of Global Esports.
This in particular, this matchup, I have my eye on because I've just come from EWC and watched both of these teams struggle a lot.
Yes.
So we need to see both of them really turn around their form in a tight timeline because I think both of them will have expectations to be trying to go to champs. RRQ have been to international events before and won Pacific, and GE, they want to keep it going. They just made it over to London for the first time.
And that's exactly it. They've had a taste of international competition, but will that be all they get? Big internal changes there. So how do they look stylistically also? How is it different than Under Frost Influence? That's what I want to see. Well, they be playing triple duels. Who knows?
I'm so curious how
Could you imagine?
something crazy is going to be happening. And I believe we are going to be having their new head coach, Platoon, on the desk here with you guys tomorrow. So you guys tune in. We want to hear both sides of the story, don't we? So tune in tomorrow. I can't wait. It's been fun hosting the first 2 days with you guys. I'm Victoria. Pilsky, Big Time. Always a good time. We'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Well, the second up for it. I mean, look at that. You have the flash, you have the annihilation. Everyone's completely blinded, and that's what the Sky does that a Sova can't do. Full sense to be pushing up mid that way. It's going to be a completion on the ace too. G-Boys. Goes up short. Oh, there you
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
And then out of brought up to heaven though from RB. That could be the big difference maker. RB again. He's the man with the plan, and that is actually a cage that might work in his favor. Sephiroth, surely no chance here at all. Ivy not even giving him the fight, just jiggling, buying as much time as possible, and another round for Nongshim. Full sense will have to be livid at that. Just being so active on this defensive side. Francis could well get timed. Just about gets the info and now calling for some help from his teammates. That paranoia should have done enough, but in the end it won't. And this is what I'm talking about. Jitboys with that showstopper. You haven't cleared the site. Jitboys is here. Surely this round is over. He's just going to drop the nades straight on that spike. It won't be enough. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Jitboys. Francis alone on B, and that is a pretty grim position to be in. Ball comes back across though from RB. Francis finds the timing perfectly. 7 seconds on the clock. Full set. Oh, cue the frost clip. Cue the frost clip again. Francis has an ace. Default that has worked for them now. Back over at the middle. Try and work their way into tree. There's a smoke and a flash to try and get them in. But a counteracting flash from Jitboys is worth 2. This might be it. Nongshim still fighting hard. They get a kill out of Francis. Prevail. Going down, Francis gets Primi. No, they're going to walk straight back on in. 1-on-1, Sephiroth, 13-8. It was a huge recovery required after that first map. Provided a safe avenue in for KRX. There's a push through it from Akame. Judgment sent back. Bane, Flicker both finished off. KRX, are they getting enough? Starting to tick. Mako is in the pole position but can't land the shots, and now freeing. No chance. They do it without util. Oh, there you go. Flash through though, and May in all sorts of maybe a little bit too little too late to save Yatsuka. Still Cess and Kaede are fragging. Threat here to KRX. That's the important kill for Cess as time is now ticking away. Freeing wants to take the fight. Swing through, no way! Getting ready.
Nightfall to go through, and that might disrupt the plans of KRX. Pep with the players they've got set up, they had the information. Still, an entry for freeing and a missed shot or two from Kaede. It opens up. Flicker with the 3K. All a little bit of a peak from Flicker. A hard-fought victory today, but they will start their campaign in stage 2 of Pacific with a win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.